Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A helmet appeared. The man was sitting on a rock. There was a gap. The allies smiled. Something was moving. His comrades in arms looked into the distance. The young man looked up. The guy opened his eyes wide. Vibration was visible in the liquid in the mug. The people were together, and it became clear that a Mugi was approaching quickly. The monster moved quickly. Looking ahead, the girl announced that the Windblade fighters should prepare for battle. The guys looked ahead. Suddenly, the main character began to tremble. The monster had many teeth in its mouth. The creature stuck out its tongue. A leg appeared. The heroes calmed down and were ready to fight back, and it became clear that Mugi's debuff had been dispelled. People were surrounded by yellow figures until it became clear that only the best of the best were in the edge of the wind. The sorceress used magic. Someone drew a sword. Dark magic appeared from the man's hand. The protagonist, smiling, took out his sword. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man announced that he needed to get closer. Suddenly, the guy took a step forward. The hero hovered in the air. The monster watched his opponent attack him. There was an explosion. An unfinished building appeared. Hyunseong, who was 27 years old, was sitting on the floor. A blush appeared on the man's face as he talked about how he had been an ordinary student just 3 years ago, and added that why was there any trouble since his father had been hospitalized for an incurable disease called mana deficiency. The man is lying in a hospital bed. People stared at the blue haze, and it became clear that the disease had appeared 19 years ago, when the gates to another dimension had first opened. The young man and girl began to glow, and it became obvious that at that time, the world had changed upside down, as people were awakening and gaining magical powers. His hand was lowered. The monsters were armed, making it clear that the gateway to another dimension was both a blessing and a curse for humanity, as the monsters that came from another dimension caused unimaginable damage to humanity, and incurable diseases similar to mana deficiency appeared. Monsters walked through the ruined city. His foot stood on a stone slab. The club rushed along the asphalt. The awakened players dealt with the monsters, as they began to receive huge profits for this, because the loot from the monsters could be sold at a high price. Objects were lying on the floor. The young man threw the keys to the car, making it clear that thanks to this, people at least somehow connected with the field of activity of the players managed to accumulate a fortune. But for the main character, the gate became only a curse, because the ingredient for an inhibitor that can alleviate the symptoms of his father's illness is the rarest stone that falls from the monster. The man did not show his face. The blue stone glowed against the demon. The protagonist's mother, washing dishes, began working 2 jobs. The elder sister worked in a store, giving all the savings for the wedding. The guy wiped his head, saying that it was time for him to return to work. The young man's eyes were brown. The man's eye was shining. Someone destroyed the rock with his bare hands. The player was hovering in the sky. Smiling, Hyunsung stated that it would be good to become a player. The light was on in the building. Lying down on the bed, the main character said that he was very tired. The ceiling was white, and it became clear that if the protagonist became a player, everything would get better, because it is rumored that they earn unimaginably much. Lottery balls appeared, making it clear that no one knows how to achieve the awakening of power, so it's kind of a lottery in which the guy has no chance. It was raining. Making a face full of hope, the young man declared that he really wanted to wake up. Turning over on his side, the man thought that he wanted to become a player, but not some ordinary one, but a strong one. Smiling, the main character said that if people could become players at will, everyone would be them. The protagonist took out a towel. Turning to the door, the guy said that he should take a shower and go to bed. Suddenly, a strange energy appeared from behind. The man's hair stood up. Suddenly, a blue table appeared in front of the young man, which made it clear that he had awakened. The player's eyes opened wide. Without showing his eyes, the main character stated that there are people who died of a heart attack due to a sudden lottery win, and added that now he seems to understand them. Closing his eyes, the protagonist summoned the status window. Without opening his eyes, the guy hoped that it would be cool. Opening his eye, the young man asked what it was. Suddenly, a system window appeared, while the player was talking about the fact that usually there are 10 points in each characteristic. Covering his eyes with his hand, Hyunsung stated that it was a miracle that he had become awake, but his stats sucked. The blue table showed the protagonist's skills. It was raining outside, while the young man continued to be indignant. The guy was sitting on a chair, starting to cry. The player stated that even if this is a cursed hero, the overall status should be more than 40. The man looked at his hands, counting them. Smiling, Hyunseong said 18. The main character stood surrounded by silhouettes of other people, asked why he only had 18, because other players have an average of 50, and added that even if he increased the overall level, they would give only +5 points for distribution by stats. The protagonist leaned on the sword, thinking that he needed to climb to the 6th or 7th level to be on par with the normal first-level players, adding that he didn't even have active and passive skills, which are usually given 1 or 2 at a time. The guys were together. The man was holding a box of money. The team was ready to attack until the protagonist said that players usually get an attacking, blocking, or assisting class upon waking up, and added that 99% get at least one of them. But Busk is a skill that allows beginners to level up faster. The girl's face glowed yellow. The lady used magic. The lady stretched out her hand, and it became clear that she had woken up twice, and there were no more than 10 such people in the world, and she was the only one in the Republic of Korea. People were holding weapons, and it became obvious that there were also players who, for one reason or another, could not raise the level, and although they were the owners of power, they were not much different from the most ordinary people. The man stood with a spear on his shoulders. The man looked thoughtful, asking what it was. The main character pressed his finger on the window of the system, asking if this was not garbage. Suddenly something appeared. A store appeared in the system window. The protagonist's eye opened wide. The guy tilted his head, surprised. The prices were visible until the young man said that even here people take away one, and asked if they really thought it worked. Looking at the system, the man asked what the points meant, and asked if it was not a regular currency, and went on to say that he had 2 billion in currency. As he continued to scroll, Hyunseong speculated that they work as an in-game currency. The main character looked ahead. Continuing to look at the system, the protagonist asked if there was a legendary quality. The guy didn't show his eyes, thinking that the highest quality that people know is heroic. However, there is information about legendary. The player's finger suddenly pressed on something. There was no information about the demon rod in the window. As the awakened person asked why this was so, it suddenly became clear that this commodity could not be bought at the normal level. After all, in order to get the right to buy things of rare quality, you need more than 10 billion accumulated currency. The eye opened wide. There was no information about the product. Looking ahead, the young man asked if there were any medicines that could help cure his father. The man was flipping down. Suddenly the elixir appeared. The main character looked down, thought about how usually what is called an elixir is a panacea, and added that he could not afford it. The protagonist grinned. Making a thoughtful look, the guy said that now he seemed to understand that he needed to engage in trade. Looking up, the young man said that the blocking class is the richest. The player's face looked surprised. Suddenly, an item called strength raising appeared in the store. The man, sitting in bed, was thinking about whether to buy and sell. The price given was 4,999,999. Smiling, the awakened man thought that he should think it over. A stone appeared in the protagonist's hands. Looking at the artifact, the young man asked if it could be eaten. Suddenly sweat appeared on the boy's face. The player's hand has become larger. The man did not show his eyes. The face of the main character was not noticeable. Looking at his hands, the protagonist stated that he had received only 10,000 strength points. But there is a feeling as if he had been going to the gym for a couple of years. A finger appeared, and it became clear that he should become a little stronger due to these points. An ad for the sale of skill mastery appeared. Looking at the system, the guy asked where he should place it. The young man had set the price at 999,999,999,999, and it was clear that it was a waste. Suddenly, surprise appeared on the man's face when the young man read that he could place goods on the sale board, but the commission would be 20% when buying. Stretching, the awakened man declared that there was nothing to be done. Looking at the system, the main character said that now he will start over. There was a notification from the system about whether he really wanted to buy a thing of just a discharge, called raising strength, and added that the product was not subject to return. The window said that the object had been bought. The crystals were lying on the table. A high rise appeared. There were a lot of people in the building. The girl, looking ahead, asked what had brought him here. Without showing his face, the protagonist said that his powers had awakened, and so he came to register as a player. The lady looked thoughtfully ahead. Without taking her eyes off, the lady declared that he was a little old, and asked if he had really awakened his strength. Without showing his eyes, the protagonist asked what she meant. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked if he was mistaken, since she had never met someone who had awakened at his age, and added that the official age of awakening was 58. The man had a mustache on his face as he asked what he meant. Suddenly an old man appeared in the mirror. Horror appeared on the guy's face. Approaching the old man, the young man asked him if everything was fine. The hands looked old, and it was clear that nothing in this world was free. The man looked ahead. The man looked out the window of the system. The player had 49,956,874 points when he asked about the fact that 1 point counts as 1 second. The currency was disappearing. The man looked ahead in fear. The ceiling was white. Lying on the bed, the man said that this was something unusual. After calculating the numbers, it became clear that he had less than a year and a half to live, and he still had to earn a living somehow. On the old man's table there were various things that he wanted to sell. The console was in the hand of a man. The main character began to play, saying that it works well. Suddenly, an announcement appeared that he could place products on the sales board, but the commission would be 20% when buying. The protagonist held the console in his hand. Suddenly the thing disappeared. Scanning of the product has begun. Smiling, the man said that he had succeeded. The man scratched his beard, thinking that in real life he could get something like 50 or 60,000 won for it, and added that he who does not take risks does not drink champagne. His eyes looked straight ahead. The price for the goods was indicated at 99,999,999. Smiling, the old man said that there were 40 more games, so the price was normal, and added that the ad would be placed even if the price was too high. I received a notification that the item was put up for sale. Things were lying on the table, while the main character was thinking about whether he could fuse something else, adding that his life was at stake. Treasures appeared. The girl did not show her face. Looking out the window of the system, the lady said that she already had this. The lady sat on the throne, saying that at least something new had been uploaded. Wings appeared. Stretching, the girl offered to arrange cockfights, adding that it would be fun. The eye looked forward. I received a notification that newly scanned new items were listed for sale. Stretching out her finger, the lady declared that she should buy it. A house appeared. The guy, looking at the phone, said that it was sold. A drop fell on the phone, and it became clear that its life expectancy depended on balance. Looking ahead, the main character stated that he could restore the lost points. The bird was sitting on a branch. The man was in the gazebo. Things were lying on the table until the protagonist understood who had bought his junk in the first place. The watch was in his hands. The creature, looking at the clock, noticed that the numbers changed over time. A stunned look appeared on his face. The watch was in his hands. Smiling, the player said that this thing would come in handy in everyday life. A bell appeared. A notification appeared that the deadline for debiting payment for the tariff plan has come. The young man was holding a smartphone in his hands. A network registration error occurred. The phone was out of network coverage. Looking down, the guy asked what that meant. The man clicked on the phone. Suddenly you could see surprise in her eyes. The camera opened on the smartphone. Looking at the screen, the creature asked what it was. A finger touched the filter. Falling to his knees, someone was very surprised. The player was wearing a hat. Suddenly the man did not show his face. The guy was on the phone. The man blushed. The phone was in his outstretched hand. The young man posed. The player was standing in the gazebo. The castle stood under the blood moon. Slamming on the table, the girl screamed that she did not have time. The lady, spreading her wings, said that if she found out who had intercepted her toys, he would be in trouble. Suddenly the eye looked straight ahead. There were various things on the table. The eye began to glow blue. The objects were laid out until the lady understood what they were for. The toy was lying on the table. The miss had horns on her head. The girl looked down. Suddenly, the console began to start, while the lady declared that there was no magic trace from it, adding whether such a thing was possible. The chandelier hung on the ceiling. The lady knitted her eyebrows. The player pressed buttons. A drop of sweat appeared on the miss's face. An inscription appeared on the screen that said that the game was over. The girl was sitting on the throne. The room was huge. The lady was very angry. A ray of light appeared from the castle as she told her that she had been killed at the very end. The lantern burned in the night city. The man got out of the car. The young man was standing by the car. The system made it clear that it is impossible to put other people's goods up for sale. The main character put on a cap. The protagonist went to the objects. The guy opened a store. Suddenly there were new products for sale. Looking at the fan, the player noticed that it could be sold. Holding the thing in his hand, a person realized that this is because he is nobody's, and he is holding it. The light was on in the building. There were packages on the table, making it clear that he couldn't sell more than 10 at a time. A finger appeared. A high price was set. Looking at the system, the main character said that everything was bought. Morning came. The price was huge. The protagonist looked down, thinking that he was a fool. Getting on all fours, the young man said that since he had only 11 days of life left, he could do exercises with renewed vigor. Surprise appeared on the man's face. Suddenly, there was a message from the system that a complaint had been received, and it became clear that if there were too many complaints and the seller's rating dropped, his activities would be suspended. Looking ahead, the player did not understand why a complaint had been received against him. Continuing to stand on all fours, the main character asked about what is there here. Sitting on his feet, the protagonist said that this is definitely not the main problem now, because he will just reduce the price a little. His eyes looked down. I received a notification about a change in the price of the product. The man's face was covered with drops of sweat. A notification appears that all items have been purchased. His face was stunned. Smiling, the guy stated that he thought that no one would buy, and added that he was surprised. Stretching out his hand, the young man said that he would also sell this. Suddenly, another notice appeared with a complaint from the buyer who bought the product. There was confusion in the player's eyes. The system made it clear that 14 products out of 20 were defective, so the seller has 3 days to solve this problem. Otherwise, he will be blocked for 3 months. Looking out the window of the system, the main character said that these were definitely the tricks of that flower. There was a complaint about the smartphone. Suddenly, there was a complaint about a watch charging from the sun. Looking ahead with a sense of guilt, the protagonist stated that they were workers, just the batteries had run out. The man was sitting at the table. Glancing out the window of the system, the young man asked what he thought everyone had the title of Master of Sports and Speed Reading. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened. On the table lay a pen with a notebook. Without showing his face, the player said that from today his activities have been suspended for 3 days, so he should deal with the complaints within a week, otherwise he will be blocked for 3 months. Putting a pencil to his head, the guy said that he should download the old phone again, but with the charger. The players looked at the system, and it became clear that the customers were the same as the main character, players with unique abilities. In addition, those who most likely did not buy items from the ground. Knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist asked if they were aliens with poorly developed technology. My feet were under the table, making it clear that there would be a shipment of new goods. Suddenly, a site called The World of Second Hand appeared. There were many comments. I received a notification that there were not enough funds. The man put his hands in his pockets. There were a couple of kopecks on the table. Looking down, the guy was thinking about whether to sell him a skill book, and added that he still can't register as a player because he has aged. The eye looked forward. A telephone appeared. The man was looking at his smartphone. The light was on in the house. The main character did not show his face. Suddenly, a phone appeared. The protagonist's face was surprised. The guy took the jacket. Smiling, the young man said that it was time to begin. The building was unfinished. The workers looked ahead. The man was carrying something. The player was carrying building materials. Turning around, the man listened to the fact that he was really a strong man. The worker, looking ahead, asked where he had worked before. Closing his eyes, the main character said that he worked everywhere little by little. 3 days later, the lights were on in the building. There was a box on the table. Suddenly, a notification appeared that it would be unlocked in 9 seconds. The protagonist smiled. The guy climbed into the box. The system made it clear that the seller was unlocked, and he could put the product up for sale again. Looking out the window of the system, a person put up items for sale. Suddenly, you could see surprise in her eyes. Suddenly, a notification appeared that the player had been reported again. Sweat appeared on his face. The complaint from the buyer was vague. The young man was sitting in an armchair. The notice stated that all the goods were defective. Horror was visible in his eyes as the protagonist asked if all the goods were his, and asked what was going on. His finger pressed to read the complaint. The complaint was in a rude form. Holding his head, the protagonist stated that in this situation he did not think about batteries. The complaint about the glasses continued the previous one. The chewing gum complaint was no exception. I received a notification about a lighter of normal quality. Hitting the table, the man asked why he was so rude right away, and added that he would soon download everything. The player sat in a chair, realizing that he was again blocked for 3 days. Looking up, the guy said that if he didn't figure it out in 4 days, then remember his name. The young man sat with his hands down. The main character clenched his teeth hard. The building continued to be built. People worked. The protagonist carried materials. 3 days later, there were 3 envelopes on the table. The boxes were on the floor. The guy was sitting at the table. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man said that a person who bought up all his garbage just to slap a ban would definitely buy that too. The batteries were packed, and it became clear that it was not known how long they would last. They were old. The system window made it clear that the seller was unbanned. The player pointed his finger. Suddenly, a stunned look appeared on his face. The notice stated that all of his items had been posted. The main character was sitting at the table. The system made it clear that the complaints regarding 14 products were resolved. The notification provided information that the complaints in respect of 6 goods had been resolved. The person looked at the system. The total amount of currency exceeded 2,128,627,491 points. The guy smiled. Looking up, the young man spoke of the power of money. Glancing at the system, the salesman asked what he should sell next, a game console or an old phone. The main character smiled. Standing in front of the table, the protagonist stated that he needed to register first. A person sits at a table, making it clear that in order to obtain a player certificate, you need to undergo a 3-week training at the training center. Someone was holding a sword in his hands. The instructor looked at how his subordinates were being trained. The guy easily coped with a mannequin. After clapping, the teacher announced that Mr. had passed the test. Looking away, the player asked why he was applauding so strangely. The girl, looking at her opponent, asked if he was taking on too much, and added that he thought that because of a rare skill. In the end, the opponent said that it was true. Casting a glance to the side, the main character said that he had been doing so much from the very beginning. People were walking down the street, having worked hard, and it was clear that it was 3 weeks later. The protagonist turned when he heard someone call out to him. Smiling, the girl announced what they wanted to celebrate together, and asked if he wanted to be with them. Raising his hand, the young man said that he should agree to have a glass. Smiling, Hyunsung stated that he had things to do at home, so he needed to hurry. Looking at the back of a person, the players regretted that he would not go with them, because he had good abilities. The high-rise stood in the city. Smiling, the lady asked for a certificate. The protagonist, smiling, held out the document. Suddenly the player's ID appeared. A book of skill mastery appeared. Looking at the document, the guy thought that he could finally sell the book, and added that maybe he would even be able to pay all of his father's bills at the expense of hunting. A sign appeared about the rental of equipment. The man's hand trembled when he heard the amount of 714,801. Smiling, the seller said that he should come in again, and added that if he was late with the return, he would have to pay more. The player was in armor, making it clear that all his savings were enough only for the cheapest equipment and a sword. The blade was on the ground. The hunter took up arms. People stood together. Smiling, the man shouted that he was responsible for renting the dungeon, stating that he would guarantee safety, and continuing that they would start as soon as the right player appeared. Walking down the street, the young man said that even in low-level dungeons, the demand for tankems and healers is high. Suddenly, a sign appeared that said that the optimal level for the Horned Rabbit dungeon was from the 1st to the 5th, and it became clear that the chances of dying here were small, but it was still worth playing it safe. Suddenly, a status window appeared. Smiling, the main character stated that with his current skills, he could go to any team, however, he would not. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that the goal for today is to catch the boss alone, and added that he will pretend that he has already obtained all the skills from the skill mastery books. A gate appeared. The man, looking away, asked if he had a partner, while the young man answered in the negative. The man ran through the gate. The player looked away. The teams were separated, and it became obvious that if you go to the dungeon alone, you can die or become disabled, so it is very important to find a partner who can be relied on in case of anything. A gloved hand appeared. The soldier, holding a spear in his hands, asked if the master would allow the main character to enter. Looking up, the man said that sometimes you need to let people knock off their arrogance themselves. The protagonist walked through the gate. A drop of sweat appeared on the guy's face. A torch was lit. Someone went on. The player, looking ahead, announced that this is the dungeon. The hunter entered the dungeon. Suddenly the man glanced away. The soldier clenched his teeth tightly. A huge rabbit sparkled with eyes. Opening his eyes wide, the young man declared that it was not a rabbit, but some kind of predator. Suddenly horns appeared. Fangs were visible from the monster's mouth, and it became clear that it was better to look around here first. Without showing his eyes, the man shouted about the provocation. Fury was visible in the monster's eyes. The rabbit jumped. The rabbit's eye was black. Suddenly, panic was visible on the warrior's face. The shield was thrown far away. Looking ahead, the main character asked about what had happened. Looking to the side, the warrior told them to attack, indicating that they had just awakened and had just been trained. The team attacked the monster. The girl was treating the wounded. The man, holding onto the shield, said that he was normal. Suddenly, the man struck the monster. The rabbit closed his eyes. The team launched an attack. The protagonist continued to look forward, thinking that he somehow believed that he would succeed the first time, and added that he should not be too presumptuous. Sweat appeared on his face. A lot of weapons were sticking out of the monster's body. A paw appeared above the warrior's head. Suddenly, the man plunged the blade. The creature fell to the ground. Turning around, Hyunsung stated that it had taken longer than he expected, and it became clear that everyone needed to deal with the monsters faster, about 3 to 8 minutes. The soldier was sitting on a chair. A badge of a security officer of the Korea Players Association appeared. Looking away, the main character said that it is unlikely that you will be able to achieve anything with such allies, so there is no point in trying. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that they should not worry about this, and added that this was enough for a solo player. Suddenly, a player's status window appeared. The guy, flashing with one eye, applied the stealth mode. A fog arose. A torch was lit in the dungeon of the Horned Rabbit. The girl, holding a spear, said that they had worked hard. The guy, in turn, noticed the same. The guild commander, looking ahead, said that they were also great. Smiling, the lady announced that he would definitely appear soon. Looking down, Miss said that she hoped so. Standing with a spear in his hands, the young man said that they needed to catch him alive at any cost. The girl, in turn, said that they would definitely succeed. Without showing her face, the leader of the group wished good luck. Clenching his hand into a fist, the warrior said that she should not worry, because they would have enough strength. In the end, the lady confirmed this. Turning around, the lady asked if anyone doubted it, and added that the problem was that the monster was not coming out. Bending down, the warrior asked for forgiveness. In turn, the miss said that they did not want to upset their ally. Standing next to her friend, the girl said that it was already the 15th day. The boss rabbit appeared, making it clear that the purpose of the 4th mission is to get his head. Raising her hand above her head, the leader stated that the monster itself was not very difficult, but they still hadn't managed to complete the task, and added that it seemed to be just hiding in this damn dungeon. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that she would kill him in a second if he appeared. The rabbits were sitting on the ground. Holding a staff in her hands, the lady asked if her friend had heard these sounds, while the leader stated that she had not heard, suggesting that they were the commander of the 3rd team and the junior of the 2nd. The monsters closed their eyes. The lady looked away. The main character went forward. Making a face full of indifference, the miss said simply not to pay attention. Tilting her head to the side, the girl stated that it seemed that he had reached here alone, and asked if he had simply lost his partner. The lady's eyes were brown. There was not a scratch on the protagonist's body, because he used the stealth skill. Looking at her friend, the lady asked why he was alone then. In the end, the leader said that she could not know this. Suddenly, the man's eyes opened wide, realizing that this psycho was in rented equipment. The guy's armor began to crack. The young man reached for the blade. The warrior was walking towards the monster. There was magic around the weapons, while people reason that even with a lot of useful abilities, you need to be at the 30th level to kill monsters of this type in one hit. The rabbit's eyes were red. Suddenly, shock appeared on the girls' faces. The blade was stuck in the ground. Sweat appeared on the face of the awakened man. Hyunsung trembled. Closing his eyes, the main character asked for forgiveness, because he is also in a hopeless situation, adding that he must gather for the sake of his father, mother, and sister. The monster lay on the ground. The creatures lay dead, though nothing had fallen out of them. Looking down, the guy said that it was a fiasco. Starting to disappear, the young man used stealth mode, then used a lightning strike. The blade passed through the monster's body. The sword was in the opponent's body. Standing with the sword in his hands, the player again used stealth mode. Holding the staff in her hand, the girl turned to her friend. The leader's face was stunned. A man cut a monster, and it became clear about the rule of 20 levels, which stated that if the player's level is less than the monster's level, the latter will drop items, and the monster will gain experience. But experience and items cannot be obtained from monsters that are 20 levels lower than the opponent. An illustration has appeared showing the monster and the player. The human was the 25th level, and the creature was only the 2nd level. The rabbit was lying in its own blood, and it became clear that the magic contained in the corpses would turn into valuable items. However, the higher the level, the worse the dropped items would be, and of course, when the 20 levels difference was reached, there would be no loot at all. There was a pool of blood on the ground. The main character was holding a sword in his hands. Smiling, the girl said that this was the protagonist's first hunt. Looking at the leader, the lady asked how she thought the guy was. Closing her eyes, the lady declared that she was not sure, adding that she wanted to watch him again. The player attacked a rabbit. With a face full of interest, Miss thought that she had nothing to do at home anyway. The blade passed through the corpse again. Jumping away, Hyun-sun used a lightning strike. Suddenly, the eyes of the protagonist opened wide. A blue crystal appeared. Looking at the artifact, the protagonist noticed that this was the 5th. Sweat appeared on the man's face. Touching the window of the system, the guy asked why it took so long for him to level up. Because even if he was hunting alone, considering how many he had killed, it should already be enough to raise him to at least the 2nd level. Looking at the system, the young man asked if it seemed to him, or if the experience points were really not growing, and added that he believed that within an hour he would clear the dungeon. His hand reached for his sword. The player looked out the window of the system, and it became clear that 5 hours had passed. A status window appeared. Keeping his hand on his chin, the guy noticed that he had heard that the level usually went up in a day or two. The awakened man's eyebrows knitted, so he looked at the main character in surprise, and looked away at Jisoo and said in confusion that it was somehow awkward. Hansen, sitting on the ground, leaning back against the wall, told himself firmly that this was the end. He looked at the system window, where it was written that he had accumulated 2,269,517,551 points, and said in his head that in the past 10 days he had earned 150 million points from selling electronics and 100 points here for selling the body of one of the monsters. After that, he scratched his head in confusion. Closing his eyes and smiling ridiculously, he told himself that he needed to think positively, because this was only the beginning. Suddenly, a huge rabbit appeared behind him. The main character immediately struck a quick and powerful sword blow. Blood spurted onto his cheek. A few minutes later, Henson slung his sword over his shoulder and rose to his feet. He was standing in front of the body of a dead rabbit, and at the same time, exactly the same monsters were approaching him from all sides. The main character, seeing this, raised his sword. In the next few seconds, the 2 rabbit heads flew into the air. The guy stopped to rest. Suddenly, another monster pounced on him from behind. At the same moment, a quick sword strike fell on the rabbit's neck. The main character, having killed the monster, threw the sword over his shoulder. At the same moment, a system window appeared in front of him, congratulating the main character on his new achievement, because he single-handedly killed 300 high-ranking horned rabbits, so he was rewarded with the title of Horned Rabbit Hunter. After reading everything to the end, he leaned his sword against the wall. After that, he opened the system window with his characteristics. Horned Rabbit Hunter was written above his name, and then Hyun-seok asked in surprise what the title of Horned Rabbit Hunter was. After this question, he reached for the inscription with his finger to click on it and learn more, while saying that he had already seen such a thing on the internet once. After opening the details of the rank, he saw in the pop-up window that the rank of Horned Rabbit Hunter gives +1 to stamina, and now the main character can rise to a rare rank. After a few seconds, he continued to look at the system window and said that anyone could get this achievement. Suddenly, he looked up in surprise and said that the only problem was that everyone usually raised the level long before the 300 rabbits were killed. In the next second, he put his hand to his chin and said thoughtfully that it was not bad at all that he could grow to a rare rank. He continued to stand silently against the wall, and not far behind him were the girls. Sui, putting her hand to her mouth, laughed mischievously. She looked at the main character with a snide look and said that Henson was the most interesting guy. At this time, the main character continued to kill rabbits, piercing through one by one. Looking at this, Suchi said with full seriousness in her head that the protagonist killed the horned rabbit with one blow, adding that if it happened once or twice, then she would call it luck. Henson, his sword on his back, stared silently at the monster he had killed. At this time, 3 more horned rabbits gathered around the main character. Preparing for the fight, the guy got into a fighting stance. With one quick and strong blow, he blew off the heads of 3 monsters at once. From what she saw, surprise appeared in the girl's eyes and she said to herself that he did it with just one swing of his sword. At the same moment, a snide smile appeared on the girl's face, and she immediately said that she needed to intervene. At this time, the main character was looking at the blue crystal in his hand. He was standing with his back to the girls, wondering if he should go any further, when suddenly he was called out. Jisoo and Suhi approached him from behind. Turning around in surprise, Hyun-seok wondered in his head if they were the players. Glancing at the approaching people, he said to himself that the girls had top-level equipment, and then asked himself who they were. Jisoo suddenly raised her hand and with a smile on her face told the guy not to be afraid, because they were from the security service. Turning completely at them, the main character asked what was the matter. Without taking his eyes off the girls, he continued to say that he thought that all the employees remained at the entrance, adding that it turned out that the employees were wandering around here too, adding that he did not notice the girls, adding that they did not have employee badges. Hearing this, Jisoo smiled again and explained that they had just returned from a mission to protect the gate. After receiving the answer, the protagonist raised his eyebrows slightly, and Jisoo continued to say that Henson probably didn't notice them due to the concealment skill, explaining that they used such a skill to avoid the horned rabbit's attention. Hearing this, the main character frowned tensely, and in his head he said that he did not even hear the breathing of the girls, after which he asked what kind of hiding it was. Jisoo raised her hand, closed her eyes, and said that she had accidentally noticed Henson hunting here. In the next second, she smiled even wider and said that the boyfriend's outstanding abilities had caught their attention, after which she asked if she could find out what level the protagonist had. As soon as the protagonist heard this, drops of cold sweat appeared on his face. Remembering the system window with his statistics, he said in his head that he had only the first level, but the stats in total were 270, and there was nothing good in the fact that the girls noticed him. After these reflections, he lowered his head, continuing to look at his interlocutors from under his brow. Suhi, seeing this reaction, raised one eyebrow in surprise as her partner continued to say that they just wanted to pass by the butt. Sushi finally chimed in, holding out her hand in front of her and saying that she was interested in something, so she would still ask, adding that she was from the So Guild. Hearing this, the protagonist was very surprised and wondered in his head if it was the So Guild. He immediately introduced the large building, and so he continued to talk and explain that there is a big company in Korea that everyone knows about, So Group, adding that So is a guild sponsored by this company. With that, she smiled broadly and put her hand to her chest and said that if the protagonist revealed his status, she would gladly help Henson join their guild. Hearing this, the main character silently lowered his head, saying in his head that things were bad. After these words, he remembered the system window with his statistics and said that he had to be careful with these ladies, because there was a punishment because of which it would not be possible to raise the level in the future. After saying that, he remembered the line where it was written that he was only a level 1 player, and said that a level 1 player won with only good stats. He continued to stand with his head down and with full seriousness asking himself in his head what to do if he was beating monsters and still had no experience, adding that even though he knew that the girls could help him solve the problem. Sushi and Jisoo were suddenly surprised when the main character apologized and said that he was not interested. Henson turned abruptly and began to walk away. At the same moment, he suddenly appeared in front of the guy and told him to wait a little. Seeing the girl in front of him, surprise appeared in the guy's eyes. They looked at each other in silence. Sushi suddenly leaned over and asked with a questioning expression on her face if the guy had never heard anything about the So Guild. Then the main character smiled ridiculously and, with drops of cold sweat on his face, said that he had heard and knew about her. At this answer, Suki raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if Henson didn't want to join anyway. Putting his hand to his chin, the guy quietly said that it was so. Without lowering his hands and without taking his eyes off his interlocutor, he continued to say that for the time being he wanted to try to cope alone, adding that he did not feel the need for comrades. Hearing this, Suhi, with a drop of cold sweat on her face, asked in surprise if the protagonist had a contract with other guilds. Without lowering his hand, the guy replied that this was not the case, adding that he, for the time being, wanted to work alone. Jisoo, standing behind, was very surprised and didn't know what to say. Suki also looked at the main character with a very puzzled and dissatisfied face, who, seeing the reactions of the girls, said in his head that he seemed to be able to convince them. After a short pause, he scratched his head in confusion and asked if Souchi could let him pass. Suddenly Suhi, lowering her head slightly, said but. At the same moment, she held out her hand with a business card in it, and said that if the main character decided to join the guild, then he should contact them, adding that even if Henson only had skills and nothing more, it would not be an obstacle for them. Quickly snatching the business card from the girl's hand, the guy said that he would definitely think about it, and went on. Surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes when the girl invited him to go all the way out. With her arms folded over her chest, so he said with a smile on her face that this way Henson could avoid trouble. No, the main character replied firmly, continuing to walk to the exit. Hearing such an answer, Suhi, seeing the guy off with her eyes, said that he was rude. After that, without taking her eyes off the main character, she said that nothing terrible had happened, and Jisoo immediately approached her and said that Henson would definitely regret it later, to which she replied that everything was so, after which she suggested that she get out of here as soon as possible. After these words, the girls moved to the exit. Clouds floated across the blue sky. The main character went out into the village and said that he needed to be careful, because there were a lot of players here, and they were stronger than ordinary people. Suddenly he turned sharply. Looking at the gate, he asked in surprise if the girls had not yet come out. After a while, the guy was at a taxi stop. When he got into the car, the driver turned to the back seat with a smile on his face and asked where he was going. The main character exhaled heavily. Looking away, he slowly said with beads of sweat on his face that he just had to get off first. After a while, the car was driving along the road. On the roof of the car there was a signed taxi. Looking at the phone, the guy turned to the driver. Raising his head, he said that he needed to go to the Blood Fox dungeon. Hearing this, the driver smiled and said that it seems that the main character has finished the mission in the dungeon of the Horned Rabbit, so he congratulates him, and after a short pause, he added that he drove many players, so he knows the way well. Hearing this, Henson laughed ridiculously, and at the same moment a system window appeared in front of him, and the driver continued to say that it was a player last time. Everything that the man said afterward, the main character did not hear, because he lowered his gaze into the system screen. The status window said that he was still level 1, and then Henson asked himself if he could clear the other dungeons. After a while, he passed by a group of guys who shouted that if even one tank came, they would immediately go, and the other group shouted that they were inviting 2 healers, adding that they would double the number of magic stones as a reward. Looking around, Henson said that the atmosphere was the same. Going further, he approached a man in a suit at the table, who received commands to clear the dungeon. Holding out the card, the man asked what about the other players. The main character smiled broadly and firmly replied that he was alone. With that, he took the card and headed towards the dungeon. Inside were wild foxes, with glowing eyes and huge sharp fangs. One of them stood in front of a squad of 8 guys. With his arms folded over his chest, Henson looked thoughtfully at the troop. Suddenly he looked away. There he saw 2 soldiers sleeping and quietly said that it was wonderful. Immediately afterward, he used the concealment skill with a big smile on his face. At the moment of clearing the Blood Fox dungeon, the 2 blood foxes were slowly walking towards the protagonist. Seeing them, the young man swung his sword. To his left was the system screen, and there was a satisfied smile on the guy's face. In the next second, he rushed to attack, chopping off the monster's head. After killing the fox, he saw on the system screen that he was given 180 points for 1 kill, after which he closed it. In the next second, he grabbed the hilt of his sword with both hands. With a deft and strong blow, he decapitated the second fox. After that, he stopped abruptly. The main character threw the sword over his shoulder. Suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes from what he saw. 6 more foxes came out of the darkness. They came closer and closer, and the main character asked if it was time to start a real hunt. He looked at the monsters without a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes. 2 hours later, the whole earth was soaked in blood, and the protagonist was counting 298, 299. From the shadow on the wall, it was clear that the fox's head had been blown off the body by the protagonist's sword. After that, the guy frowned and firmly said 300, after which a notification appeared in front of him, informing him of an incredible achievement, and below it was written that Henson single-handedly killed 300 high-level blood foxes, so he was rewarded with the title of Blood Fox Hunter. Resting his hand on his side and placing his sword on the ground, he happily said that everything was as expected. At the same moment, he raised his eyebrows and summoned the status window. In the system screen, it was reported that his level was still at the first level, but there were already 2 ranks. After looking at all the stats, Henson said displeased that this time there was more strength. In the next second, he took out a sword from the ground and said that it seemed to depend on the rank. Throwing his sword over his shoulder and looking to the side, he saw a huge pack of blood foxes, each of which was looking at the young man. Their eyes burned with endless rage and thirst for revenge for their dead relatives. Looking at the monsters, the main character with a smile on his face said that an experiment should be carried out. 7 hours later, Henson thrust his sword into the ground with force. Leaning on his weapon, he lowered his head and exhaled heavily. Behind him, there was a whole mountain of dead blood foxes, and a system window suddenly appeared in front of the guy, stating that this was an incredible achievement, and below that the main character single-handedly killed 1,000 high-level blood foxes, so he was rewarded with the title of Blood Fox Killer. Breathing heavily, Henson smiled contentedly and said that the rank had improved. In his status window, it was still written that he was only at the first level, but there were already 3 ranks, and the strength stat had also increased by 1. Upon unlocking the title of Blood Fox Slayer, the protagonist saw that this title increases strength by 2, and it is also now possible for him to rise to an epic rank, and happily said that it was great, adding that it didn't end at a rare rank. After a while, the guy was already sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall. With his head down, he looked ahead and slowly said that he would have to come here again. In his hand was a blue crystal, and next to him was a bag that was full of exactly the same crystals. Suddenly, what he saw surprised him greatly. In his hand, he held a skill book. In the system window that appeared, he read that this is a passive skill book, and below it was written that the book makes bones, muscles, and skin stronger, and then a notification appeared saying that the skill had already been learned, and below it was said that the protagonist could not relearn it. After reading this, Henson gritted his teeth in displeasure and said that if he knew he could get it, he wouldn't buy it. After these words, he opened a system window on the registration of goods for sale. Suddenly, a book appeared in his hand, and the main character said that he would take it with him. A few minutes later, he came out of the dungeon with 2 books. An empty basket lay on the table. A man in a suit sat at the table and told the main character to put stones and other things received in the right basket. Without further ado, Henson put the book in the basket and began to remove the bag of crystals. The man calmly approached the basket and reached into the bag. Seeing everything that the main character put in the basket, he exclaimed in confusion, asking if there were really so many stones and a book of skills of rare quality. Seeing this reaction, Henson smiled contentedly as the man said that there had never been a rare quality skill book here. With his mouth open in shock, the man looked at the guy. The main character stood sideways to him. With a kind of snidiness in his eyes, he looked at the man and said that there was nothing strange about it. The rays of the sun illuminated the large buildings. There were blue crystals on the table. The man in the suit said that for all the stones, the main character would receive 840,000 won. There were also 2 skill books on the table, and the man said that he would contact the protagonist as soon as the skill book was sold. Henson, hearing this, smiled and replied, "Okay." After that, he turned around and began to leave. Putting his hands in his pockets, he said in his head that at this rate, he could earn about 1 million a day. From the realization of this, a wide smile appeared on his face, and the main character himself said in his head that the players are the best, after all. After a while, the main character ate sushi. Sitting on a bench, he looked at the next dungeon. Actively chewing his food, he said in his head that he needed to look for a room in the nearest hotel, otherwise it would take too long to get home. As soon as he had finished eating, Henson shook off his hands. As he began to leave, he said in his head that he would definitely upgrade his rank today. His eyes were filled with self-confidence. After a while, he was already in the dungeon of the Blood Fox, where the severed head of one of them flew into the air. Blow after blow, the guy killed one fox after another. The main character suddenly stopped, exhaling heavily. At the same moment, the system screen appeared in front of him. It was a notification of an incredible achievement, and below it was written that Henson single-handedly killed 5,000 blood foxes, so he was rewarded with the title of Blood Fox Slayer. Suddenly, another achievement appeared above, which made the guy surprised. It stated that this was the first achievement of heroic rank, and below it was stated that Henson was the first to reach heroic rank, so he was rewarded with the title of first to reach heroic rank. From what he saw, the guy's eyes turned in surprise and then he asked himself again, the first to reach the heroic rank. The severed head of a blood fox was lying on the ground, and the main character continued to say that it meant that there were other people besides him who had reached a rare rank, after which he asked if he was the first to achieve heroic. In the next second, he scratched his head in confusion and said that, in fact, he had achieved this by accident, but it was still a good thing. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and summoned a status window, which immediately appeared in front of his hand. His ranks were already 5, and the level was still equal to the first, but his stats had grown considerably. A blush appeared on the guy's face, and he said that in total, his stats had increased by 100. After that, he clicked on the title of first to reach heroic rank and a system window opened in front of him, stating that all stats were increased by 20. Without taking his eyes off the system window, Henson said that he was the first in something. This is very cool. With that, he opened the Blood Fox Slayer rank and read in the window that appeared that the rank increases strength by 4, and below it was written that it was possible to increase to legend rank. After reading, without looking away, the guy said contentedly that this was also incredible. Suddenly, what he saw caused him great surprise. Looking at the system window about the rank, he read again that it was possible to increase to the legendary rank. Putting his hand to his chin, he said thoughtfully that he thought about the fact that he could also be the first to receive a legendary rank. After that, the guy put his sword behind his back and said that it was enough for today. Staggering, he said that he could not even feel his legs. Behind him lay a pile of bloody fox corpses. 10 days later, the sign read Blood Moon Dungeon Soldiers Motel. Henson, walking down the street, was eating sushi. The dungeon was lit by torches on the walls. The main character cut off the heads of foxes with powerful and quick blows. A system screen suddenly appeared in front of him. When Henson saw him, he stopped. It was an incredible achievement notification that said that the guy had single-handedly killed 10,000 blood foxes, so he was rewarded with the title of Blood Fox Executioner, and below that, another notice immediately appeared, saying that this was the first achievement of legendary rank, and even lower it said that the main character was the first to reach legendary rank, therefore, he is rewarded with the title of the first to reach the legendary rank. In the next second, Henson threw his sword to the ground. He collapsed to the ground and barely said that it was so hard that he thought he would die, adding that it was still possible. After a few seconds, he stretched out his hand and summoned a status window, which immediately appeared. In the status window, there was the first level, and there were already 7 ranks. From what he saw, surprise appeared in the guy's eyes. Opening the rank of the first to reach the legendary rank, the main character read that all stats increased by 40. Suddenly he laughed. Raising his head, he said with a big smile on his face that it was really incredible. After that, he decided to open the rank of Blood Fox Executioner for study. A second later, a system window opened, stating that this rank increases strength by 8, and below it was said that further rank elevation was impossible. After reading everything on the system window, Henson said with a smile on his face that he could have benefited more from it. There was silence in the dungeon, and many torches lit up the entire cave from the very exit. The main character put his hand in the bag, then he put the sword behind his back. Putting his hands in his pockets, Henson said with a smile on his face that there were still plenty of hunting spots to make good money. The sign said Horned Rabbit Dungeon, and below it was written that the optimal level was from the 1st to the 5th. The main character was already in the dungeon itself, where he killed one rabbit after another. Suddenly, lowering his head, he exhaled heavily. At the same moment, A huge ferocious rabbit swooped down on him from behind. Henson struck the rabbit's forehead with the hilt of his sword. The animal flew into the wall from a strong blow. Seeing his strength, the protagonist smiled and said that he thought he could handle horned rabbits and bare hands. At the same time, the monster was growling at Henson with a wild grin and fury in his eyes. The guy looked at the rabbit out of the corner of his eye and nonchalantly said that it was time to finish. His bag lay not far away on the ground. After a while, it was late at night outside. The main character's phone received a message from the player's trading house, which said that all the goods registered at the auction had been sold, but the amount was large, so Henson would only be able to pick them up personally. Wiping his head with a towel, the main character took the phone in his hand. After reading the message, he smiled and said that he had to go there anyway, and this was the day when the money would flow to him like a river. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the trading house. The employee girl smiled broadly and asked the main character to check the amount and sign. Henson picked up the paper with all the calculations and sums. What he saw made his eyes fill with shock. The check stated that his total income was 1,725,000,000 won, and the total income tax was 724,000,000 won. From what he read, the main character turned pale and began to shake, and in his head he furiously shouted that this was a robbery in broad daylight, adding later that such money is definitely worth not selling skills for points. Clouds floated across the blue sky. Walking down the street, the main character said in his head that he needed to hunt even harder. Remembering how he cleared the Horned Rabbit dungeon, Henson said in his head that in the low-rank dungeons, he had earned 10 million with stones alone in less than 10 days, adding that he had ended up earning 100 million in 1 month. Remembering the many items for sale, he said to himself that points were accumulating quite well. After that, he remembered the last item for sale and said that at this rate, he would be able to acquire the elixir faster than he had planned. A few minutes later, he reached a bus stop. As he waited for the bus, he looked away. He saw his reflection in the glass and said that if you looked at it that way, he hadn't bought any new clothes since his father had fallen ill. There was coldness in his eyes, with which he looked at himself and thought that he could not afford it, and so did his mother and sister. Suddenly, a bus arrived at the stop. Stepping onto the bus, Henson smiled and said that he would fix it today. Night fell. Inside the workshop, work was still in full swing. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. One of the women turned to her colleague and said that she had done a good job today. The woman who had taken off her hat turned around in surprise. The sky was covered with black clouds. The workers went out into the street and began to say goodbye. A woman with long hair went home alone. Suddenly, the one who had been waiting for her all this time appeared behind her. It was the main character, who immediately called out to his mother. Hearing a familiar voice, the woman turned around in surprise, saying that this could not be. Turning around, she saw her son, who was waving to his mother with a big smile on his face and walking towards him. Approaching her, the main character hugged his mother and asked when she managed to lose so much weight. Taking her son's hand, the woman asked with a smile on her face why Henson was there. Chuckling, the protagonist replied that he was there to meet her. The woman smiled contentedly at what she heard. After that, she took her son by the arm and they walked together, saying that he had grown up a lot, and she did not even notice. Looking at his mother, Henson said with a smile on his face that he would like to have dinner with her. Hearing this, the woman lowered her gaze and asked if it was true. Despite her son, she quietly called his name. Putting her hand in her pocket, she said that she could not go home now, because she had to go to work in the canteen. The woman put a few thousand won in her son's hand and told him to go first and order his chajaman, and tomorrow morning she would make him a delicious breakfast. Hearing this, the main character, without taking his eyes off his mother, said that she herself had not yet eaten, after which he suggested that she go and eat somewhere together since they both did not eat. Laughing ridiculously, the woman replied that she could eat at work in the canteen, after which she again told her son to go home first. To what he heard, the main character with a warm smile on his face offered to go together, and he would help, to which she replied that it was not necessary, because he was also tired. Hearing this, the young man silently looked at his mother without saying anything. Suddenly he stopped and said that he had come because he had something to say. Hearing this, the woman looked at her son questioningly. Then Henson smiled mischievously and said that he had awakened. After saying that, he turned to his mother, closing his eyes. From what she heard, the woman opened her eyes wide, after which she asked in confusion what he was talking about. Then the main character put his hand in the bag. In the next second, he took out a player ID and showed it to his mother. Closing his eyes, he smiled broadly and said that he had become a gambler. After these words, he looked at his mother and said that now she could quit her job at the factory and in the canteen. The woman looked down at the ground, when suddenly she said that this was a dangerous job. From what he heard, the main character raised his eyebrows in surprise. Coming closer to his mother, he stretched out his hand and told her not to worry, because for him safety is above all, so his mother can quit anywhere, to which she replied that this is not allowed. Hearing this, Henson looked at his mother in surprise. The woman frowned and asked if it was true that players didn't make money that easily, adding that she had heard that, on the contrary, you had to spend a lot of money first. Then the main character scratched his cheek in confusion. After a short pause, he laughed ridiculously and said that he had hit the jackpot. In the next second, he handed the card to his mother and asked her to take a look. Without hesitation, the woman opened the card. Suddenly, shock appeared in her eyes from what she saw, and she asked if it was really 1 billion. Seeing such a reaction, Henson chuckled and closed his eyes, replied that while he was hunting, he had found a book of skills of rare quality and sold it, after which he added that with this money, they didn't have to worry about their father's hospital bills, and they would be able to pay off their debts, so that from today on, they would live in peace. A tear suddenly fell on the asphalt. Gritting her teeth and restraining herself with the last of her strength, the woman asked her son for forgiveness. Covering her face with her hand, she said that she was really sorry. Seeing this, Henson raised his hand and said that he shouldn't say that, after which he asked what she was apologizing for. After these words, he spread his arms and added that if it were not for his mother, he would not have been born and would not have grown up as healthy as he is now, so his mother needs to rest a little and take good care of his father. From what she heard, the woman, wiping tears from her eyes, thanked her son. After a while, they reached the Luchi Koption establishment. The woman introduced her son to her colleagues. Everyone was happy to see the main character. Putting on his apron, Henson instantly washed all the dishes to a shine. Seeing how the main character works, everyone was shocked. Henson's mother had a satisfied smile on her face. There was also a warm smile on the guy's face. After a while, going out on the street, the employees thanked the main character for helping them, because thanks to the guy, they were able to finish today earlier than usual, to which he replied that he should thank them. Scratching his head in confusion, he said that then they would go, and his mother, waving to her colleagues, said that they would see each other tomorrow. Not a single star was visible in the night sky. The girl reached out and asked if her mother had returned. The main character, being the first to enter the house, said with a smile on his face that they had returned. From what she heard, surprise appeared in the girl's eyes. Approaching her brother, she asked in surprise why Henson had so suddenly, to which he replied that he had good news. After that, they all sat down on the floor in the hall. The main character and his mother looked at the girl with a smile on their faces. Henson's sister looked at her relatives with a very puzzled face. The main character, without taking his eyes off his sister, suddenly told her that he had woken up. Hearing this, the girl raised her eyebrows in shock. The guy, handing the book with income to his sister, added that he had made good money. The girl opened the book. Drops of cold sweat appeared on her face and she screamed in shock, asking if it was really 1 billion. Looking up at her brother, she asked if it was true. Nodding his head positively and closing his eyes, the main character replied, yes, so now there is no need to worry too much and overwork, adding that he will definitely take care of everything. Suddenly, the girl's cheeks turned red, and tears flowed from her eyes. Tears began to drip onto the floor. The girl immediately rushed to wipe the tears from her eyes with her hands. Henson's mother immediately rushed to calm her daughter. Tears also began to appear in the eyes of the main character. Closing her eyes, the girl admitted that it was actually very hard. After a while, there was no light in the windows of the main character. The whole family slept sweetly. There was a satisfied smile on Henson's face. On the table was a book with the income of the main character, who said that it was time for him to go. His mother washed the dishes and asked if it would really be convenient for him to stay here, to which he replied, of course, adding that there were dungeons all over the country. Getting ready, he was ready to leave, when suddenly his mother asked what time he would return. A warm smile appeared on Henson's face. Turning to his mother, he replied that he would be home when she returned from work. Suddenly, the mother approached her son and excitedly asked if the way the main character was dressed was normal, to which he replied no, but he could rent equipment in the nearest store. After a short pause, he smiled broadly and said that he was going. After that, he opened the door and waved to his family. Night fell outside. At the entrance to the hospital, the mother of the main character was standing, who called on the phone, who answered that the subscriber could not answer the call now. Looking around, the woman asked excitedly if it was true that nothing had happened. Suddenly Henson came running in and immediately apologizing for being late. A drop of sweat was running down his face, and he himself, breathing heavily, said that there were traffic jams on the roads, so he ran. In the next second, the boy's mother hit him on the shoulder and scolded him for scaring her too much. A few minutes later, they were already at the Hengyu chamber. The father of the main character was lying on the bed unconscious. Henson himself and his mother came to visit her husband and father. There was sadness in the guy's eyes. Looking at his father, he said that he would definitely get well. 10 days later, a notification appeared in front of the protagonist, saying that this was an incredible achievement, because Henson single-handedly killed 1,000 high-level horned hares, so he was rewarded with the title of Horned Hares Executioner. Sticking the sword into the ground, the main character read the notification that popped up, and behind him lay the corpse of a rabbit. Suddenly he decided to look at the watch on his wrist. Seeing the time, he threw his sword over his shoulder, and with a snide smile on his face, said that he had 6 more hours, so he could still hunt. After a while, when he got out of the car, he thanked the driver and wondered if this was the place he had heard so much about. Looking ahead, he saw the entrance to a dungeon that had no players around. Suddenly he saw something on the wall. As he got closer, he saw that it was a poster that said it was a vampire bat dungeon, and below it said that the recommended level was between 10 and 12. Imagining a lot of huge bats, the guy thought that they were talking about such monsters usually living in packs, so it would be difficult for beginners. Putting his hand to his chin, Henson thoughtfully said that hunting was impossible without the help of high-level players. But, suddenly, a snide smile appeared on his face. A few minutes later, he entered the dungeon. As soon as he stepped inside, he used the concealment skill. 2 guards were sitting on the sidelines, talking to each other. They didn't even notice the main character who walked past them. After a while, he entered a huge cave. Bats were sitting on the ceiling. The entire ceiling was dotted with red dots, which were the eyes of mice. Looking up with a smile on his face, the protagonist took up his sword and asked if it was time to start hunting. At the same second, he used the shield skill and a small dome immediately appeared around him. Once protected, the guy cancelled the concealment. The bats hadn't paid any attention to him all this time. Then the guy pierced his finger with a needle, which caused a drop of blood to come out. Seeing this, the eyes of the mice lit up even more with bloodlust. In the next second, all the monsters rushed towards Henson. Looking around, the main character said that it seemed that a black wave was coming. Looking ahead, he saw that a black cloud of bats was approaching him. Wasting no time, Henson used the fireball technique. At this time, the bats began to beat against the protagonist's spherical defenses. Drops of sweat dripped down the guy's face. Looking at the hand in which the fireball was burning, he said that it was not easy for him to use 2 skills at the same time. The orb in his hand became even bigger at the same moment, and he added that it seemed to be a good trick. Raising his head, he smiled and said, especially in places like this, full of small monsters. After a few seconds, the guy knitted his eyebrows tensely. The fireball that had become so large, he could only hold in 2 hands. The main character slowly looked up. Forward, he suddenly shouted in the next second, after which he released a fireball upwards. There was an explosion of incredible force. All the bats were wiped out. Henson himself turned away from the explosion. A few minutes later, the fire went out. Getting up from the ground, the main character turned around. Suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes from what he saw. A swarm of bats was rushing in his direction. A ball of fire appeared in Henson's hand at the same moment, and he said with a smile on his face that it was very loud. Standing up, he began to accumulate power in his fireball. And again, he said, smiling. In the next second, the bright glow of the flames illuminated the bats. There was a powerful explosion. After a few minutes, everything calmed down and a notification appeared in front of the main character, saying that this was an incredible achievement, because Henson single-handedly killed 300 high-level vampire bats. So he received the title of Vampire Bat Killer, and the guy, after reading the achievement, said contentedly that if he tried, he could reach the legendary rank in the remaining time. At that time, an unknown magical energy was flowing through the ground. Henson, kneading his shoulder, sweat on his cheek, asked himself how many stones and objects he had already earned. Suddenly he saw a strange red glow out of the corner of his eye. Looking closely, he saw that a strong magical energy was emanating from some object on the ground. It was a black and red sword. Seeing this, the main character gritted his teeth and asked in confusion what was going on. With each passing second, the energy emanating from the sword became stronger and stronger. As he stepped closer, Henson, beads of sweat on his cheek, said in surprise that the residual magic had united. With that, he stretched out his hand towards the sword. Taking the weapon in his hands, he brought it closer to him, when suddenly a notification appeared nearby, informing him that it was a vampire sword of rare quality, which restored the user's magic and stamina by absorbing the blood of the enemy. After reading this, the guy looked away at the weapon, and said that the item was one, but there were 2 properties, adding that compared to the rest, it was an important thing. Raising his sword, he asked himself if there would be more. The main character remembered blowing up a huge number of bats, and said to himself that if you catch a huge number of monsters of normal rank at once, then an item of rare quality will appear. After saying that, he remembered how a vampire sword appeared on the ground. Looking intently at the item he had obtained, he wondered what if he caught many monsters of rare rank at once. A week later, a powerful explosion rang out throughout the cave. Ashes from burnt mice hovered in the air. Red crystals lay on the ground. The protagonist knelt down on one knee to the red crystals with the vampire sword in his hand. Knitting his eyebrows, he said that residual magic was not going to happen, adding that it had only happened once, after hunting vampire bats. Suddenly, he saw a bag of clothes in the distance, and asked himself what it was, after which a notification suddenly appeared in front of him, which said that it was a robe of vampire bats of rare quality, which was dense, elastic and did not tear. Looking at the item, Henson displeased to say that it was only of rare quality. Suddenly, with a drop of sweat on his face, he smiled and said that he was taking it. After a short pause, he began to leave, saying that he would now go to another place and earn a rank there. Kneading his joints, he slowly walked to the exit. A few days later, the warm rays of the sun illuminated the building. The mother of the main character, standing at the entrance, excitedly asked if everything would really be alright. She stared at her son and said that if Henson spent such a huge amount of money at a time to buy a house, the guy would have to work hard here and there. Hearing his mother's worries, the main character smiled broadly and said that she didn't have to worry about it, because he would do it until it became burdensome. After these words, he entered the building, and they were immediately met by an employee. Henson, standing at the door, said that they had recently called. Standing up, the man in the suit asked if it was true that the main character and his mother had come about an apartment of 105 square meters in an apartment complex, to which he firmly replied yes. Closing his eyes, the man smiled and called the customers to follow him. She looked at her son with surprise in her eyes and asked if it was too big a house. Hearing the emotions in his mother's voice again, the main character closed his eyes, and smiling warmly, replied that everything was fine, because everyone should have a room. A week later, lush clouds floated across the blue sky. Inside the main character's apartment it was clean and cozy. Henson, looking around the room, asked his sister if it was the first time she had seen the house. With a happy smile on her face, the girl, clapping her hands, said yes, and she really likes it. Seeing his sister's reaction, the main character rested his hands on his hips, and with a smile on his face, said that later he would buy an even bigger house. Turning to her brother, the girl replied with warmth in her eyes that this was enough. The mother looked at her children all this time with a warm smile and love in her eyes. There was a lot of delicious food on the table. The main character with a frantic appetite devoured one dish after another. Suddenly, Henson's sister turned to her mother and invited her to treat the neighbors to rice cake. Hearing such an offer, the woman smiled broadly and said that they would do so, adding that after moving they should greet the neighbors. The main character silently listened to his relatives. Actively chewing his food, he said in his head that it was good, adding that next time they would definitely do it. The whole family ate at the same table. Together with Dad, Henson said, looking at a photo of his family together. Another dungeon was located in the city. On the wall next to it, it was written that it was a blood red rat dungeon, and below it was said that the recommended level was from 8 to 10. Inside were crazy rats with huge fangs and claws. The main character raised his eyebrows in surprise from what he saw. At the very last moment, he jumped, avoiding injuries from the attack of rats. He left a dent underneath that the rats jumped onto. From what he saw, the guy smiled broadly. He deftly landed on the ceiling of the cave. On the ground, he raised his leg to take a step. Raising his sword, Henson said contentedly that they were faster than he had thought. The heads of two monsters were cut off by a deft blow of the protagonist's sword. Spinning the vampire sword in his hand, the young man sneered with a smile on his face. In the next second, a fireball appeared in his hand. Raising his sword, he asked himself if he should try to obtain this title as well. Suddenly a huge rat rushed at him. After a while, a bag full of red crystals was placed on the table in the trading house. Seeing so many crystals, the officer was greatly confused. The main character at this time was already leaving, waving goodbye to the employee and thanking him for his work. Suddenly, a heel stepped on the road and a woman's voice called out to the main character. Henson turned at once. The girl smiled mischievously and said that they met again, after which she asked to be allowed to officially introduce herself. From what he saw, horror and shock appeared in the guy's eyes. After bowing, the girl put her hand to her chest and said that she was the leader of the first team of the So-So-He Guild. Raising her head, she asked with a wide smile if the main character would have some time. Henson immediately recognized the girl and screamed in his head that it was the same security officer. A week ago, the man slammed his fist on the table in a rage. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted furiously, asking who this guy was. Sui, lowering her head, replied in confusion that she did not know either. On his monitor, the man looked at the identity of the main character as a player. This man was Jihan, the head of the So Guild. Suddenly he scratched his head maliciously. In the next second, he spread his arms and told Sohee to look at the number of stones sold, adding that in order to get that much, you need to kill at least 10,000 monsters alone. Sohee, raising her head, asked if the main character had any special skills. Jihan, looking down at the subordinate, replied that there was a high probability of that, adding that perhaps Henseong had the skill to circumvent the 20-level rule. A snide smile appeared on his face at the same second, and he said that they should definitely lure the main character to them. Sohee, hearing this, frowned slightly, and then said that she agreed with him. At this time, Jihan got up from his chair. In the next second, he took a step forward and said that he would send a negotiator with Suki. Approaching the window, he, looking at the night city, said that first Sohee would try it herself, since the girl was familiar with the main character. Sohee looked at the boss and told him what would be done. Suddenly, Jihan's eyes lit up, and he asked if it was true that the information hadn't reached the other guild members. Feeling the terrifying energy, Sohee was enveloped in fear, and she replied in confusion that everything was fine, adding that no one else knew except for the head, she said. The glow in the boss's eyes did not fade. Cold sweat poured down the girl's face, and she said that she would follow Jisoo. There was no emotion on Jihan's face. Suddenly he closed his eyes and said, okay. Currently, the protagonist and Sohee were standing outside. His eyebrows knitted intensely. Henson looked at the girl and wondered in his head how she had managed to find him. Suddenly he remembered how back in the dungeon Sohee handed him a business card and said that if the main character was going to join the guild, then he should contact them. Afterward, he remembered how, a few minutes later, Sohee had suggested that he should go together to avoid trouble. Leaving the memories, Henson looked at the girl incredulously and said in his head that these were the people. Suddenly, without taking his eyes off an old acquaintance, he asked how she had learned his name and how she had found out that he would be there. Suki, hearing the questions, bowed and apologized for the trouble. Drops of cold sweat appeared on Soha's face as the guy asked her if they had secretly investigated him and even bribed the dungeon staff. The guy suddenly asked. Suddenly, another man in a costume appeared nearby, who immediately called out to the main character. Henson looked away, surprised. The man straightened his tie. Closing his eyes, he smiled broadly and asked if they could talk in a suitable place if it wouldn't bother him. But unexpectedly for them, the main character passed by, coldly answering that he did not want to. Hearing this, the man adjusted his glasses, when suddenly asked if it was okay if he visited the main character at home. Hearing this, Henzona froze abruptly in place. He immediately turned sharply. The bespectacled boy also turned around and said that he had been waiting for Henson here because he wanted to be courteous. Some time passed, the sign said cafe. The bespectacled man put his hand to his chest and said that his name was Jinsen, adding that he was the head of the first recruitment team in the So Guild. Hearing this, the protagonist raised one eyebrow slightly and asked why they were looking for him. With a chuckle, Jinsen kept his hand on his chest and replied that it was to make an offer to join them. With complete indifference in his eyes, Henson asked if they believed he wanted to join the So Guild. Hearing this, the man smiled in confusion and replied that he thought it was a little rude of him, after which he sincerely apologized. After that, he raised his hand and said that, however, he didn't think it was worth getting angry about. After all, he used the same methods as the other guilds, and it was even very lenient, while the other guilds. At this moment, the main character, with a drop of cold sweat on his cheek, no longer listened to the man and said in his head that Jinsen's words were at odds with his actions. Jinseong smiled broadly and said that the So Guild is one of the 3 oldest and largest guilds in Korea. But suddenly, he frowned as the guy interrupted him. Looking intently at his interlocutor, Henson asked what annual salary he would receive and what deposit he would receive. Upon receiving such a question, Jinsen closed his eyes and replied that the exact amount would be determined after the protagonist joined the guild and revealed his skills, status, and level. After these words, the guy's expression changed abruptly, and he said in his head that in the end, he needed to reveal all the cards first. Suddenly, Jinsen, without any emotion in his eyes, said that he, however, guaranteed a deposit of at least 10 billion and a salary of 1 billion. From these words, drops of cold sweat appeared on the guy's face and he asked in confusion what he said again, at the same time saying to himself that it was strange. He looked at Sohee stirring a cocktail and said in her head that no matter how highly his abilities were valued, it was a very large amount, and then asked himself if the guild wanted to make him a representative of the guild, adding that even if it was some rookie with potential top abilities, there was no guild that would take the risk and invest 1 billion won. The main character, after realizing this, frowned tensely. He suddenly imagined a girl with pink hair and said to himself that the above words did not apply only to Hannah, who was the only buffer in the country, because with that girl it was possible, since Hannah was an example of a successful buffer for the whole world. After leaving his performances, he lowered his eyes and rubbing the handle of his mug said in his head that he did not yet have proof, nor did he have such outstanding skills as a buffer. In his stats, he remembered that his personal skill was selling and buying, and the active skills were strength, fireball, and 5 more, while the passive skills were body enhancement and 4 more, and he thought that he certainly had the skills of selling and buying, but he couldn't talk about it. Jinsen was smiling in confusion, his hand behind his head. The main character suddenly remembered the moment of receiving his certificate in the association. Looking at his ID, there were no skills written there other than rank. Suddenly, there was a shock in his eyes from the realization. Looking intently at the interlocutor, he asked himself, what if? Jinsen, seeing such a look on himself, raised his eyebrows in surprise. Henson frowned and asked in a menacing voice if it was because of the rocks. Surprise appeared in the man's eyes and then he asked what he was talking about. At the same moment, Suki stopped stirring his cocktail. The guy immediately noticed this and asked himself if it was really so obvious. Suki herself stared intently at her colleague. A view of a white mug for drinks opened. Hyunsung lowered his eyebrows sternly. Drops of sweat were dripping down Jinsen's cheek, and the main character assumed that this man had no idea about his abilities. So he wrapped her fingers around the straw in the drink glass, while the guy said in her mind that she guessed. Shifting his gaze to the side, the hunter thought that it couldn't be that the So Guild would just pay attention to his stones. The protagonist put his hand on his knee and did not understand whether they thought that he had special skills or possessed some information. The glare of light was reflected in the glasses of the head of the first recruitment team, when suddenly he wondered what the young man was thinking. Suddenly, the awakened man looked up at his interlocutor. Holding his chin, the man clarified whether it was true that he had nothing to lose. The main character bit his lips in confusion. Grabbing a mug of coffee, the guy replied that he was not sure about it. The girl rounded her eyes in surprise when the hunter asked if it was a loss for the player to light up their status window to strangers. The recruiting manager's pupils had noticeably shrunk in size, while the protagonist noticed that Mr. Jinsen had not promised him anything specific. Stretching out his hand forward, guild members so clarified that it wasn't. As soon as he showed them the status window, they would be right there. Bringing the cup to his mouth, the young man said that if it was true, then they should pay him 100 billion won as a deposit. Tilting his head forward, the awakened man declared that in this case, he would reveal all the secrets with peace of mind and join the guild. Drops of sweat ran down the cheek of the head of the first recruitment team. Hyunseong lowered the corners of his lips when the man said that they also needed to make sure first. Lowering his jaw, the main character said that he had nothing more to talk about with a person who was imposing a one-sided lucrative offer on him. It seemed as if the guy was taking step by step down the street. Carrying the bag on his shoulder, the hunter muttered that, as he thought, it would be better not to get involved in this. It was clear that there were red crystals inside the briefcase, and the protagonist decided that he also needed to keep an eye on the number of stones. In the past, a woman's shoe stepped on the ground, and then the young man realized that he stood out too much. With a sly grin, the girl noticed that they had met again, and the awakened man said that information about him had already leaked. A hidden subscriber's number appeared on the phone screen. Lowering his chin, the main character did not understand who it was. Bringing the smartphone to his ear, the guy answered the call, and the interlocutor said that it was Jinsen from the So Guild. Suddenly, the protagonist decided to press the button to end the conversation. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the young man began to talk about these people. A view of two residential buildings under the night sky opened up, when suddenly a loud notification was heard from the application for communication in Korea. The awakened man thoughtfully shifted his gaze towards the phone. A message appeared on the screen from the head of the first recruitment team, who wrote that he had contacted him because he wanted to apologize, because he thought he had said too much, and then added that if he had time next weekend, he would like to have lunch with him and discuss joining the guild. Hyunseong's eyes widened in alarm. A moment later, the main character sat down on the bed. A notification appeared that the subscriber was blocked, as well as a request to confirm this action. The player seemed to be running quickly through the cave. Behind him, monstrous monsters could be seen. Stars shone brightly in the night sky. A man in a business suit was walking towards the guy. At the same moment, the man bowed in greeting. Despite this, the hunter walked past him. A moment later, a magical portal appeared in space. Small, sinister monsters stuck out their long tongues from their mouths. There were glints of light in the eyes of the undead. The protagonist thrust his sharp blade forward. A dusty haze shrouded the silhouettes of his opponents. Lowering the corners of his lips, the user breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the system screen, the young man noticed that he had already accumulated enough points. Smiling broadly, the awakened man said that with this he would quickly be able to buy an elixir. On a large map, there was a note about the location of the Redford Wolf Dungeon, in which the recommended level is from 15th to 20th. The heroes wandered through the forest near the magic portal. The eyes of the enraged monsters glowed red. The swordsmen tightly wrapped their fingers around their weapons and began to shout loudly. Hyunseong stood in front of his partners and talked about how compared to the lizards he had hunted yesterday, these definitely seemed to be stronger. Grinning happily, the main character noted that in any case he would deal with them in one go. Raising his palm up, the player decided to open the status window, and after studying the information provided, he said that if he went like this, he would be able to deal with the monsters of the 6th or 7th level in one go. Twisting the blade in his hand, the guy said that today they would start with the title of Red Fur Wolf Hunter. Looking up, the protagonist suggested that we start. The bloody floor in the dungeon appeared. The shadow of a sinister monster was reflected on the wall. Looking up, Changsu exclaimed that this was incredible. The two-headed beast squeezed the player between his jaws. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, the guy cried out that he was terrible. Suddenly, the undead bit off the user's hand. Small drops of blood appeared on his cheek. The huge monster put its paw next to the sitting youth. The knight resolutely lifted his heels from the ground. Gripping the object tightly with his fingers, Chansa thought about the monster. Looking away in alarm, the guy realized that it was not too late. The user stepped on the ground with his shoes. Holding on to the severed limb, the young man began to run away. At the same moment, a black body appeared in front of his face. A moment later, the monstrous monster decapitated him. On the ground, a pool of blood could be seen spreading under the body. A man in a black cloak appeared, and someone was heard suggesting that this was a very popular dungeon. Talking to each other, the guys smiled broadly. There was a glint of light in Hyunseong's eyes, and at the same time, he noticed that there were usually not many people at the entrance. Lowering his eyelids, the main character muttered that he was worried. A magic portal was visible when the player suddenly revealed that after the natural cataclysm, the number of interdimensional gates had been increasing endlessly for 10 years. But since the appearance of heroic rank gates 9 years ago, their number had not increased or decreased. The knight took a confident step forward. Magic particles hovered in the air above the team of players, and the guy noticed that there were more and more of them every year. Swinging his paw, the red-furred wolf cried out loudly. Suddenly, the hunter lifted his heel off the ground. Jumping high, the user chopped off the enemy's head. At the same moment, the protagonist shifted his gaze back. 4 monstrous monsters had already gathered under his feet. A satisfied smile appeared on the young man's face. A bright glow enveloped the young man's palm. The main character threw a fireball, which caused a powerful explosion. The player began to move decisively towards his opponents. The crowd of undead grinned furiously. The hunter abruptly shifted his gaze to the small shield. A joyful grin could be seen on the guy's face. A moment later, the protagonist hit the monster on the head with his fist. The red-furred wolf closed his eyes sharply. The sharp blade quickly swept through the air. The severed head of the beast flew high into the air. Putting his hand forward, the main character decided to fire a magic projectile. The attack of the energy beam pierced the neck of the monstrous monster. The decapitated undead collapsed on the floor in the cave. Grinning, the guy suggested that the enemies attack. Suddenly, the player lifted his heel off the ground. The enraged animals began to run in his direction and roared loudly. The hunter abruptly fell in the direction of his rivals. Particles of blue magic hovered over the red fur. There were blue crystals lying on the ground when suddenly there was a notification of an incredible achievement. Because the protagonist single-handedly killed 300 high-level wolves with red fur and received the title of Hunter as a reward. And then he said that he was done with it faster than he expected. The user gripped the blade tightly with his fingers and noticed that the ability of this sword was indeed good. Suddenly, the awakened man looked back. Standing near the wall in the cave, the young man assumed that he was done here. Taking hold of the handle of the bag, the awakened man decided to leave. After a while, the main character came around the corner. At the same moment, the player lowered the corners of his lips in bewilderment. He had a view of the team that was fighting a red-furred wolf. The boy's black cloak fluttered in the wind. The swordsman swung his weapon with a loud shout. Turning his head to the side, the hunter muttered that it was busy. Standing behind the knights, the protagonist said that there were already players here. Scratching his head, the user began to laugh. Turning around, the young man realized that he would have to go to another dungeon. The awakened man was walking with his chin down, when suddenly a loud cry was heard. Hyunseong turned his head back sharply. Behind him, the half-severed bodies of people could be seen. The claws of the monstrous monster were stained with blood. The main character looked up uncertainly. Running away, the girl did not understand what kind of monster it was. The huge beast slammed its paw on the ground with a crash. At the same moment, the lady's head flew high into the air. The player's pupils noticeably decreased in size from what they saw. After a while, the guy came close to the purple hair. Realizing that he was unwell, the hunter covered his mouth with his palm. In the shadows, the bright red eyes of the sinister monster could be seen. The protagonist saw a huge beast with 3 heads. The user's eyes bulged in alarm. Sharp fangs were visible in the mouth of the enraged animal. The young man suddenly jumped high into the air. The awakened one landed near the enemy. Lowering his eyebrows, the main character realized that things were bad. The enraged beast grinned menacingly. The undead rushed forward while the player used the concealment ability. The guy quietly hid behind the wall. At the same second, the monstrous monster slammed its paw into the cover. Shifting his gaze to the side, the hunter was surprised that he could see him despite this skill. A moment later, the protagonist flew up sharply. Fragments of stone scattered in different directions, and some hit his body. The user's pupils instantly shrank in size from fright. The young man clutched his cloak with his fingers. The awakened man clenched his teeth tightly in pain. The beast's wide mouth approached its head. Hyunsung began to raise his hand up. The main character instantly put a stone shield in front of his face. The sinister monster struck the equipment. The enraged beast frowned menacingly. The player looked down in fright. Suddenly, the guy threw the bag on the ground. Near the backpack lay stone fragments. Yellow flashes formed on the hunter's palms. At the same second, the protagonist fired a triple strike of fireballs. The monstrous monster closed its eyes sharply. Sparks flew near his face. Grabbing the bag in his hand, the user muttered that he almost got into trouble. While running at high speed, his cloak rose up. Gritting his teeth tightly, the young man noticed that it had done him little harm. In the shadows, the silhouette of a sinister monster with 3 heads could be seen, and at the same time, Hyunsung wondered where such an incredibly strong creature came from. Looking back, the main character shouted that this is a dungeon for players from the 15th to the 20th level. A flash of flame appeared on the palm of the guy's hand. The hunter released 2 fireballs forward. The protagonist's attack struck down 2 of the opponent's heads. Gritting his teeth tightly, the user began to talk about what would happen to mana at this rate. Suddenly, the huge living creature frowned menacingly. Stretching out its paw forward, the 3-headed undead began to roar loudly. The enemy sharply pushed the young man in the back. A drop of sweat ran down the cheek of the awakened man from anxiety. At the same second, the main character collapsed to the ground. Tilting his torso down, the player began to grunt. Covering his body with a stone shield, the guy said that he had survived, when suddenly the system reported that the robe of vampire bats of a rare rank was dense, elastic and did not tear, to which its owner said that it was stronger than rented equipment. A shadow fell on the hunter's face. The paw of the monstrous monster hit the surface with a crash. Pressing his hand to his leg, the protagonist decided that he would not be able to go far this way. The system screen began to shake, and the user noticed that his lives had decreased. The evil spirits with 3 heads were quickly approaching the target. The hologram showed a deal for the purchase of a speed pill, which the young man was very happy about. A moment later, the awakened man squeezed the medicine between his teeth. 20 minutes later, there was a view of the burning torch on the wall. Hyunseong resolutely stepped on the ground. Chewing the pill, the main character stated that it was excellent, after which he added that the assimilation was complete. While the player was connecting skills, a sinister monster rushed after him. Flames appeared near the guy's fingers. A fireball flew into one of the opponent's heads. Opening his mouth wide in pain, the wounded enemy screamed loudly. Smiling, the hunter said that it was wonderful. Looking up, the protagonist said that even if it took 100 days, he would catch him. Hot sparks enveloped the user's palm. The vicious beast spread its heads to the sides to avoid colliding with the fireball. Sharp fangs were visible in the mouth of the monstrous monster, when suddenly the young man shouted that he was releasing another one. The dark creature sharply thrust its paw forward. A powerful explosion appeared near his body. The opponent lost a finger and began to shout loudly. Smiling broadly, the main character said that if he went like this, he would definitely be able to catch him. Suddenly, his pupils noticeably shrank in fright. The opponent's claws were slowly recovering, and the player did not understand what was happening. The third head of the monstrous monster was almost healed, and the guy was surprised that this was regeneration. Lowering his eyebrows in displeasure, the hunter said that the fireball was powerless. At the same second, the protagonist put his palm on the system screen. The eyes of the enraged beast emitted a bright red glow. Hyunseon gripped his bag tightly and said that the fireball was powerless. Running fast, the main character asked if there was anything better. Suddenly, a terrible monster appeared. The protagonist's expression was surprised. On the screen you could see a fiery spear and its price, after which the guy said that it was expensive, but he thought that it would go. The young man held a book in his hand. Turning his gaze to the side, the teenager said that at first he would survive, and then he would see. Suddenly, the hunter slid across the ground. Then the awakened man frowned seriously. A magic weapon appeared near his palm. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth and screamed loudly. The player aimed towards the opponent. Through the sweat on his face, the user hoped it would work. Hyunseon gripped the fire spear tightly. After a second, the main character looked away. The magic arrow quickly cut through the air. A moment later, a projectile struck the head of the undead. Smiling, the protagonist realized that he was hit. The guy took one of the 3 heads from the monster. Then the monster snarled, frowning menacingly. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man decided to try again. The magic arrow quickly approached the evil spirits. A fiery spear could be seen flying past. The teenager threw down his bag. Magic projectiles could be seen in his hands. Looking ahead, the hunter decided to see who would win. The awakened man lifted his heel off the ground. His opponent was able to dodge the attack coming at him. Suddenly, the player jumped high. Suddenly, a fiery spear hit the monster's head. There was a powerful explosion. With his mouth wide open, the user announced that he would catch him. After a moment, Hyunsung raised his eyebrows in disbelief. The main character ran his finger along the status window. Looking at his stats, the protagonist realized that mana was running out, and everything was fine with stamina. The awakened one cut off 2 of the monster's heads. Through the sweat on his face, the hunter noticed that if he held out until the mana was restored, then victory was his. Suddenly, a broken sword appeared. The guy turned his gaze to the side, confused. The warriors could be seen moving their feet rapidly. The guy was holding a phone to his ear. On the ground lay the severed limbs of the swordsman. The young man, opening his jaw, explained that he had been attacked here. One of the players, standing not far from the guys, asked them to look at the remaining tracks. The user, being near the imprint from the paw of evil spirits, said that this is definitely not an ordinary monster. The girl, turning her gaze to the side, asked if they needed to walk on them. The teenager, holding a spear in his hand, asked if she was proposing to do nothing, after which the guy said that they could not contact the security officers who guard the entrance on this side of the gate. The young man squinted sharply when he heard what it meant that they had suffered from the owner of these tracks, and if there were any other ideas. The armor of a warrior appeared. Looking to the side, the hunter said that in any case they could not stand aside, and then offered to search everything. Crossing his arms, the player said that then let him go alone. The user, turning his head, explained that he did not want to die like a dog, doing his duty. The swordsman, frowning angrily, wondered what to do with the players who were now inside. Opening his jaw, the guy asked how he knew this. The warrior's expression was confused, and at the same time, the youth exclaimed that he was not here to fight such a monster, and his ally clarified whether he had said everything. Lowering his eyebrows, the teenager replied that he had said everything, after which he asked what was next, and the girl asked them to calm down. Touching the hunter, the player noticed that now was not the time to argue between them. Suddenly, Hyunseon, looking ahead, said that mana was being restored little by little. The monster frowned menacingly, and the main character said that he would not get tired in any way. Opening its mouth, the monster screamed loudly. The flesh of evil spirits was visible, and then the protagonist wondered if he could be like the Hydra from the myth. Standing in a fighting stance, the hunter decided that he had to try to win before his head recovered. A fiery spear appeared near his palm. Through the sweat on his face, the awakened man said that if he missed, he would become a corpse. The guy lowered his eyebrows menacingly. His opponent was glaring ahead. The monsters' heads could be seen slowly recovering. The young man was standing in front of his enemy. Throwing the dagger aside, the teenager noticed that in any case, a protracted battle was not an option. Hyunsung gripped the magic arrow tightly. Smiling slightly, the main character exclaimed that he would try to finish everything. Squeezing the magic projectile, the protagonist said that this was madness. Then the guy closed his eyes. The undead expression was serious. The young man took a fighting stance. The teenager furiously lowered his eyebrows. The monster's sharp claws could be seen. The monster's gaze was confused. Suddenly, the hunter was over the enemy's head. The awakened man tried to attack the enemy. The player clenched his jaw sharply. Suddenly, the paw of evil spirits appeared. The user was holding a fire spear behind his back. Hyunsung quickly dodged his opponent's shot. The monster opened its mouth in displeasure. The main character frowned thoughtfully. The monster looked at the protagonist angrily. After a second, the guy narrowed his eyes menacingly. It seemed as if the young man slid across the surface. Suddenly, the ground under the teenager's feet began to crumble. The hunter waved his weapon. The awakened man's cloak fluttered in the wind. The ear of evil spirits was visible. A deep wound appeared on his face. The monster frowned in displeasure. The monster pressed its paw to the ground. The player lowered his eyebrows angrily. Suddenly, the undead swung its limb. A second later, the user cut off the opponent's finger. In pain, the monster opened its mouth. Hyunseong turned his gaze sideways. The monster could not stand on its feet. The main character abruptly jumped on the back of the enemy. The protagonist struck at the opponent. Then the guy jumped high. Suddenly, the young man pierced the head of his opponent. Bright particles were flying in the air. The teenager gripped the magic arrow tightly. Opening his mouth wide, the hunter shouted loudly. The awakened man could be seen standing on top of the decapitated monster. Smiling slightly, the player said that this was the last one. Suddenly, the monster raised its paw. Through the sweat on his face, the user was very surprised. Evil spirits broke the shield of the main character. Hyunsung clenched his jaw in disbelief. It seemed as if the monster's heads began to recover. Then the protagonist descended to the ground. Parting his lips, the guy noticed that he was quite strong. The magic projectile glowed brightly. And then the young man exclaimed that now it was indeed the last blow. The teenager was holding a fiery spear in his hand. The hunter lowered his eyebrows sharply. A moment later, the awakened man thrust a magic arrow into his opponent. The player could be seen standing on top of the newly decapitated monster. The user gripped the unusual weapon tightly. A second later, Hyunsung cut off the enemy's leg. The main character looked away. The magic projectile quickly cut through the air. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The protagonist then jumped to the ground. A view of the defeated monster opened up. A blue screen appeared in front of the guy. The young man's palm appeared. Sweat was dripping down his cheek. The teenager was standing in front of the corpse of the undead. After a moment, the hunter looked at the system's notification, which said that this was an incredible achievement, because he had single-handedly killed a three-headed monster, namely a named monster of rare rank. Parting his lips, the awakened man wondered if the creature had a name. The player then looked at the second screen in surprise. Lowering his gaze, the user wondered if this was another rank, after which the artificial intelligence reported that he single-handedly killed a high-level named monster, the difference with which was more than 100 levels. The main character appeared from afar. Holding his chin, Hyunseong said that it was good that he had received 2 titles, but compared to the effort. After a second, the main character looked away. The monster's body began to turn into small particles. An unusual book lay on the ground. The protagonist opened his jaw in surprise. A magical aura flew near the textbook. The boy's expression was serious. After a moment, the young man took the artifact in his hand, and at the same time, the system wrote that it was a book of immortality, and it was uniquely rare, and also added that it was a passive skill, and he would not die until his head was completely destroyed, and in case of avoiding death, the slow recovery of all wounds. Looking at the screen, the teenager wondered if he would die until his head was completely destroyed. Standing on the skulls, the hunter wondered if he did not die immediately, then whether his wounds would be slow to recover. Lowering his eyebrows, the awakened man asked if he would become invulnerable if he defended his head well, and at the same time he said that there was a guess what it meant to be slow. In the past, the player would look at the system notification in surprise. Sliding his finger across the screen, the user said that he had never seen a uniquely rare skill with the possibility of development either on sale or in real life. Smiling slightly, Hyunsung noted that the tanks would definitely fight over this. Then the main character lifted his heel off the ground. Folding the dagger, the protagonist explained that this item is rare, but equivalent to a legendary or even heroic rank. The guy could be seen holding his bag tightly. Looking at the book, the young man said that the most important thing was that it was unique. Parting his lips, the teenager added that she was alone in the whole world. After a moment, the hunter narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, and the artificial intelligence clarified if he would like to study the book of immortality of a passive skill, and a uniquely rare rank. The awakened man touched the screen. Suddenly the book turned into small particles. The system showed the player's active and passive skills. Clenching his fingers, the user realized that the wound was healing. The injured hand of the main character appeared. Sweat was dripping down Hyunseong's cheek. Looking at his palm, the protagonist noticed what it meant to drain stamina. Closing his fist, the guy said that he had enough of it. The young man then directed his gaze to the screen, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence reported that the first-level destroyer increased each stat by 5 points. Raising his eyebrows, the teenager was very surprised and exclaimed that this is an ordinary rank, and there will be a double increase at a higher rank. Suddenly the hunter turned his head. Stretching out his hand, the awakened wondered if it was the same thing, and at the same time, the system wrote that a rare rank increases stamina by 3 points. Closing his eyes, Hyunseong said that the three-headed monster was glorious. The back of the head of the main character was visible. The protagonist, shuffling his legs, said that it was time to return. Suddenly, the armor of a warrior appeared. The players quickly ran through the dark cave. The expressions on the faces of the members of the assassination team were serious. Opening his jaw, the guy shouted that the players had been discovered. Then the swordsman slammed his foot on the ground. The girl, parting her lips, explained that they came from the Players Association. The user turned his gaze to the side in surprise. The hunters approached the guys. Yuna lowered her eyebrows and said that they had been informed of a high-ranking monster in the Red Wolf dungeon. Looking ahead, the leader of the killing team asked to leave the dungeon as soon as possible, and added that it was already known about the 2 dead players. The players' eyes were confused. With her mouth wide open, the lady asked if it was true. The awakened woman, parting her lips, answered positively. A team of assassins appeared from afar. Magic lines appeared under the warrior's palm, and at the same time, the question was heard if there were still monsters that were considered high rank. Closing his eyes, the guy said that only red-haired wolves. Crossing her arms, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. Sweat ran down the young man's cheek. Suddenly, the swordsman reported that he had found the players, causing the boys to look in his direction in surprise. Yuna, turning her gaze to the side, asked in what direction and how many of them there were. The leader lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment when he heard that it was one person. Hyun-sung could be seen lifting the corners of his lips. At the same time, the team of assassins quickly moved their legs. The protagonist's expression was confused. The girl's hair appeared. The warrior closed his eyes, and then a question was heard if they were really here. The protagonist was in a dark cave. The guy turned sharply. The young man looked attentively ahead. The swordsman clenched his fist, and the teenager was surprised by these people. Members of the Players' Association appeared. Sweat quickly flowed down the guy's cheek. Standing in front of the guys, the hunter realized that they were high-level players. The soldier gripped the handle of the weapon tightly, and then the awakened man thought that they were somehow too pretentious. Small particles flew near the user's body. Yuna, looking ahead, asked if he was okay. Opening his jaw, Hyun-sung replied that everything was fine. The main character held his bag with his hand, and then the lady noticed that he looked shabby, and also clarified whether he happened to meet that monster by chance. The protagonist's pupils narrowed sharply. Parting his lips, the hunter asked again about the monster. Smiling slightly, the girl explained that a high-level monster had appeared in the red-haired wolf dungeon, which simply could not exist here. Through the sweat on his face, the awakened man muttered that he had killed him. Squinting, the guy wondered if the association knew about the existence of the monster. After a moment, Hyun-sung opened his mouth. The leader of the assassination team raised her eyebrows in disbelief when she heard that he had encountered the undead. Coming close to the main character, Yuna asked where he was now, and where nearby. The protagonist could be seen taking a step back. The high-level player opened his jaw in confusion. The hunter lowered his gaze, and at the same time the girl said that she did not want to frighten him. Touching the palm of the awakened man, the lady said that she was too assertive towards the one who miraculously survived after meeting him. A small container with a red liquid appeared in the guy's hand, after which the leader of the killing team asked to take it and added that it would help with the wounds. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Hyun-sung wondered if it wasn't an expensive item, and then the system reported that it was a rare healing potion that healed wounds quickly. Happily closing his eyes, the high-level player said that he needed to apply it directly to his injured arm. After a second, the main character lowered his palm. His expression was confused. Looking ahead, the protagonist noticed that he had something to tell them about the monster he met. A member of the Players' Association, with his mouth wide open, said that he was listening to him. A terrible monster appeared, and the hunter explained that it was a huge three-headed panther with black fur. Looking down, Yuna said that she had never seen such a monster. The girl brought her hand to her mouth. The guy could be seen shaking his head. The lady turned her gaze to the side in surprise when she heard that it was the size of a house. The awakened man sharply stretched out his index finger. Pointing to the side, Hyun-sung reported that he had walked in that direction. The leader of the assassination team, smiling contentedly, thanked him. In a second, the members of the Players' Association rushed from their seats. Raising his eyebrows in bewilderment, the main character noticed that they are very fast. A dark cave appeared, and at the same time, the protagonist added that it was good that he killed him. Shuffling his legs, the hunter said that if he hadn't been able to, he would have smashed everything here before the reinforcements arrived. Looking ahead, the awakened man said that the reward was decent. Stretching his hands, the guy said that those people would have to try a little harder. The swordsman could be seen to stop abruptly. The guys, standing near the magic portal, noticed that it seemed that they were done here. The guy turned his head and asked if he could go back through the portal. Looking sideways, the girl replied that it was likely, but then everything would become a little more serious. Parting her lips, the lady added that that monster had already tasted blood, and so no one ever knew when it would reappear and attack. Yuna seemed to be shuffling her legs. Frowning seriously, the high-level player explained that he had to report it to the association first, after which the warrior said that he understood it and would pass it on. A moment later, the swordsman rushed from his seat. The leader of the assassination team bit her lips thoughtfully. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise, and then the girl asked if they thought the guy had made it out safely. The warrior, looking ahead, listened to what he thought that he had lost all his comrades and miraculously survived himself. At the same time, Hyun-sung was looking at a healing potion. The lady, opening her jaw, said that she had to go. The woman's heels moved resolutely forward through the cave, and she was heard ordering the others to wait here. The guy looked in her direction in confusion from behind the hood. The player lowered his jaw and asked where she would go. A spear could be seen behind Yun, and she explained that she was worried about someone who had been left completely alone not long ago, so she wanted to find him. Folding his hands in displeasure, the knight declared that he would be all right. Lowering her chin, the girl muttered that he was alone there. Squinting her eyes, the leader of the assassination team remarked that it could be dangerous. Bulging his pupils, the young man exclaimed that this was true. The soldiers pressed their hands to their legs, when suddenly one of them said that in this case they would wait for her here, to which she thanked them. the lady's heel lifted off the ground. In the distance of the cave was a dark corridor. Near the walls of the dungeon there were dim torches. The member of the Players' Association stared to the side. There were dark spots on the stones. The user moved forward decisively. Suddenly, the lady lowered the corners of her lips. A high-level player took one step at a time. A view of a magical portal opened up in front of her. Resting her fist on her side, Yuna muttered that he was already gone. Raising her eyebrows in alarm, the girl wondered if it was true that he was safe. 2 multi-story residential buildings appeared. Examining the palm of his hand, Hyunseong noticed that the effect was better than he thought. Lowering his jaw, the main character said that it restores slowly, but together with the healing skill, the effect is good. Suddenly, the player lay down on the sofa. Closing his eyes, the guy admitted that he was tired as a dog. At the same moment, the hunter looked away. Smiling broadly, my mother noticed that he was early today. Standing in the middle of the living room, the woman clarified what was wrong with his face. The protagonist looked sideways, when suddenly the purchase of a fire spear and its price of almost 400 million points appeared on the system screen. And then the user realized that he had spent a lot. Raising his eyebrows in alarm, the young man replied that nothing of the kind had happened, he was just a little tired today. The lady closed her lips in confusion when her son asked if they had anything to eat. Lowering her eyelids, the parent asked what he was doing at all, that he had even missed lunch. Standing near the kitchen stove, his mother asked him to wait a little, after which she added that she would quickly cook something. A drop of sweat flowed down the cheek of the main character, and he thought about the fact that he had a severe headache. There was a glint of light in the player's eyes, and then he decided that if he lowered his glasses so quickly, it would not end well. Holding the phone to her ear, the woman greeted her daughter and asked if something had happened, because she was supposed to be at work, and then said that Hyun-sung was at home. The protagonist turned his head to the side in bewilderment. Pressing her hand to her body, the lady clarified what kind of incident it was, what happened, and how many people died. The parent rounded her eyes in alarm. Drops of sweat were running down the user's face, when suddenly there was hot news that there were victims in the dungeon of wolves with red hair, and then the young man assumed that the missing were identified using identification, namely, they checked who entered and who was able to get out of there, but did not understand whether the information had been updated yet. The awakened man put his hands to his knees, while his mother said that she understood everything and thanked her daughter. The woman lowered the corners of her lips in frustration. Standing opposite her son, the lady remarked that this was why he had come so early today. Closing his eyes, her son asked her not to worry, because he did not even manage to see that monster. The main character raised his eyebrows in confusion when his parents said that, as she thought, this is a very dangerous job, after which she added that he was risking them in vain. Mom put her hand on Hyunseong's shoulder, and Hyunseong explained that he enjoyed doing it. Smiling broadly, the player said that he was having a good time, and then added that in the dungeon he kills monsters and becomes stronger. A wooden plaque showed an announcement that the red-haired wolf's dungeon was temporarily closed. Players were in the dungeon talking to each other. The guy could be seen moving his legs, and at the same time it was heard that 2 members of the security department had died without being able to resist him. The young man stretched out his palm and reported that there were also traces that showed that the monster had come out of the space gate. Touching the wall, Dong-soo added that there was no sign that he had come back. Yuna, with her mouth wide open, asked if he wanted to say that this monster was still roaming here, and at the same time, she explained that they had searched everything thoroughly. The man looked thoughtfully ahead. Holding his chin, the monster tracker said that he didn't know what had happened here either, so he would try to follow the trail first. It seemed as if the girl lifted her leg off the ground. Frowning seriously, the lady said that she would go with him. The leader of the assassination team followed the investigator. The young man, closing his eyes contentedly, thanked the high-level player, and said that he was glad to have a reliable person like her accompanying him. Turning his gaze to the side, the member of the Players' Association replied that it was not worth it, because it was her job. After a moment, the young man placed his palm on a hard surface. Looking ahead, Dansu reported that he had attacked hunting low-level players here. Lowering his eyebrows, the monster tracking specialist added that he then headed in that direction. The investigator's pupils were glowing blue, and he noticed that this was rather strange, after which Yuna clarified what he meant. It was seen how the main character rushed towards the monster, and the guy explained that the monster attacked the player, but he did not die, but resisted and, after a fierce struggle, ran away. Suddenly the young man took off. Through the sweat on his face, Dong-soo said that they continued to exchange blows and a battle ensued. It seemed as if the protagonist stretched out his shield. The girl's expression was thoughtful, and at the same time, the monster tracking specialist exclaimed that the player who was fighting here was alone. Torches were placed all along the way. The man said that he still felt the remnants of fire magic. The hunters ran forward. Dansa put an aura in his eyes and stared intently ahead. It seemed that the player's agility was well upgraded. He assumed that the player who fought the monster belonged to the class of magical swordsman. Yuna looked at him in disbelief. The couple stopped near the deep footprints. The man stretched his hand forward. He put his fingers to his nose and concluded that the monster had been seriously injured and had lost a lot of blood. At that moment, the player was carefully looking around. She frowned. The security personnel were powerless. But the monster had been seriously injured by some nameless player? She plunged her weapon into the ground. I looked ahead. The specialist concluded that this is a player of the magic swordsman class, but an alarm appeared on his face. He said that it could just be a player magus with a high level of agility. He imagined a battle with a creature. Sweat rolled down his face. The player used a very strong magic skill. The couple continued to follow the trail forward. Dongsu stopped and looked ahead. The girl caught up with him. The man said that everything happened here. The specialist looked up seriously. He was sure that the case was related to a magician. His eyes noticed something. He stopped the train of thought. He imagined the player cutting off the creature's leg and saying that they had a close fight here. And then the monster was killed by some kind of magic skill. The man continued to explore the cave and again said that it was a magical swordsman. Most likely, the monster's residual magic has turned into a magic item or mana stone, so they can't find the body. The player was surprised. It was incredible. Any player of the magic swordsman class, with the exception of some personalities, can be called a universal soldier. Because of this, they cannot adhere to any one specialization. And he fought a monster whose level is much higher than the level of the dungeon alone. And what is the result? She looked around excitedly. Dansu said that judging by the tracks, the level of the player fighting here was somewhere around 24. But something didn't add up here. He noticed a badge on the ground in the middle of the blood. The player is not even a security officer. He looked at the remains of the bodies and concluded that those two who were watching the space gate had been killed instantly. Security officers working on the border from the land side. They didn't try to catch the monster until the assassination team arrived. Luna thought for a moment and said that this was not an ordinary player. The man turned to her and asked if it could be a person who had not yet renewed his player ID, because it had to be renewed every 2 years. Yuna thought for a moment. Dongsu was surprised. The leader of the group agreed with him and said that it was still strange. She looked away. How much you can raise the level before renewing the license? At best you will be a little more than the 50th level. She sighed, and no one among the players hunting in the dungeon that day received support from the guilds. Dansu began to take off his gloves and agreed that it was strange. He put them in his pocket and said that even if it was true and a high-level player had actually dealt with this monster, there was simply no reason for him to hunt in such a low-level dungeon. The player took a few steps forward. She looked at the man and asked, couldn't the specialist track down the player who was fighting this thing? Dansu turned away in embarrassment. He put on gloves and hesitantly said that he could try. His eyes filled with mana. He put his hand on the ground. Immediately after the end of the battle, the player's traces are lost. He smiled and suggested that it would not be so easy to track down this player, and the landscape of the dungeon was not conducive to this. Yuna looked at him in surprise and asked if he could find traces of the player's fight with the monster. Dansu looked away and said in confusion that the oversized monster simply couldn't help but leave traces. They led forward. No matter what a monster of this size does, it will leave massive footprints that are easy to track, and a light player leaves almost no traces unless fighting. The man scratched his cheek nervously and added that there were also no signs that the player had used any skill after the fight. He wiped the sweat on his face. If the player used anything, he could track it by the remnants of magical energy. Yuna looked at him knowingly and decided that she had asked him to do the impossible. She bowed and asked for forgiveness. Dongsu bowed back to her and apologized for not being able to tell her anything earlier. The girl offered to return. The guy nodded in confusion and said yes. The dungeon outside was sealed. Specialists left the portal. After a while in the Players Association, Yuna placed her suit and weapons in the capsule. She reported that it was necessary to study in more detail the list of players who entered the dungeon that day. In front of the girl was a table with her name. Of course, there was a strong player who had killed a 100th level monster and had not renewed his ID since 2 years had not passed. Yuna looked at the report page and said that if there was such a player, he must definitely be a member of the Players Association, and they couldn't give a talented player to other guilds again. The Players Association is controlled by the state. Guilds, on the other hand, are private organizations. In the first years after the disaster, the influence of the association was great. Its staff consisted of an unthinkable number of players with the same outstanding skills, but as time went on, the association's influence weakened greatly. On the other hand, the influence of the guilds was becoming stronger. Without proper understanding and knowledge of players, monsters and their habitats, politicians appeared who took high positions in the Players Association, hiding behind patriotism. They began to work for a pittance, while guilds sponsored by large enterprises could provide the best conditions for the development of players. They began to promise players a decent payment and a high deposit. In order to attract players, the association began reforms in the internal structure. Politicians began to be removed one by one, and ordinary players began to be hired as employees for the vacant positions. After these reforms, players in the association began to receive the same pay as players in private guilds, promising support and decent fees. They began to compete for players. After a while, she managed to clear her good name. Today the association has flourished, but in terms of quality, it is still far inferior to the guilds. Yuna frowned and revealed that he was definitely a rookie with a lot of potential to match high-level players. She looked at the hero's profile and decided that there was no way she would miss him. A new day came. Next to the couch were the collected things. Hyunseong had to finish hunting wolves. He had already visited all the dungeons located near the house. The guy sat down on the edge of the bed and took out his phone. Fortunately, the dungeons of red-haired wolves are not only here. He arrived at the airport. The suitcase rolled behind him and tapped its wheels. A system window opened in front of the hero. He asked how he could increase this skill. There was no information about this on the internet. He stopped and began to think, doesn't he just need to use it all the time? But it's just a passive skill. Sweat appeared on his face. Hyunseong knew that he could not harm himself. In the evening, the player reached the hotel. He jumped on the bed and began to think about how to hide the amount of stones received in the dungeon. The guy threw his hands behind his head and stared at the ceiling. He couldn't trust the employees of the association. Now he needs to avoid their gaze. What is the reason for checking personal belongings? To prevent dangerous things like monster eggs or plant seeds from being taken out. Although they say that this is exactly what it is, but the real reason is to prevent players from evading taxes. So you need to do everything right. Obviously, the Players Association and the large guilds were a kind of cartel. Hyunsung opened a new window. He sat down and began to leaf through it. He tried to find a way. His finger flipped through the list of forums. The player tried to find the right one. Suddenly he froze. The desired forum was displayed on the screen. The price of the desired item was 10 figures. The hero frowned and said that it was too expensive, but he needed a skill book. He clicked to buy it. The screen disappeared, and the necessary book appeared in his hands. The system offered to learn a new skill. Hyunsung just chuckled. He moved his wrist, and he clenched his fingers. Then he stretched out his hand. Used subspace. He smiled and said that it was gorgeous. A purple spot began to hang in the middle of the room, throwing out small sparks. The hero pondered. He looked inside the empty cavity through the stain, and noted that it was more spacious than he had thought. The size of the Kashawan he used to live in. He pointed his hand at the spot and closed the subspace. A daring smile appeared on his face, and the thought of going hunting. When he reached the portal to the dungeon, it was already dark. He held his pass in his hands and asked if everything would be fine. The guy put on a mask on his face. His eyes looked around attentively. Next to the guy was a player in iron armor. In such an outfit Hyunsung would look like an aristocrat. Ahead of him, he noticed a strange eccentric and decided that there were quite a few of them among the players. He approached the terminal and showed his pass. The guard took it and asked to wait. He stared at the cloaked man and asked if he was Hyunseong. After a while, the hero nevertheless descended into the dungeon. He took out a knife. And with movements imperceptible to the eye, they began to chop the wolves into pieces. After a while, a window of the system appeared in front of his face. The hero happily pulled the mask off his face and said that everything went smoothly. On the way out, he was warned about the fingerprint check. Hyunseong smiled and remembered that he was also allowed in without any problems. He discovered subspace. There were mana stones on the ground. All of them began to be sucked into the hole. The guy took one of them in his hands. I put a few of them in my bag. Meanwhile, in the association, the gentleman put his hand to his chin and asked, was there a newcomer that Jehun was interested in? The guy scratched his head and said that it was very difficult to get information, since they carefully hide everything. The head of the second guild team, Sotone, withdrew his hand and said that he thought they had to intercept him first. The boss smiled. He stretched out his hand and asked me to tell him. Tone began its history. He was actively gesticulating and trying to portray something. The deputy head tapped his finger on the table and laughed contentedly. He smiled again and asked if the boss was saying that the newcomer had already been to a tier 15th dungeon of the 20th level, even though it hadn't been 2 months since he had woken up, and besides, he had done it alone. But that wasn't the most important thing. Tone stared at him and said that a player named Hyunseong. He thought that the hero had bypassed the 20-level rule. The deputy was distorted by what he heard. He dropped his hands and asked if it was true. Dian looked away. He couldn't say for sure, but the probability was high. The man smiled nervously and asked if the head of the team was sure that the hero had not yet been poached. He reported that they had reached an impasse during the negotiations. Sunwoo looked at him with interest and asked how much. The subordinate replied that it was about 100 billion won. The men looked at each other, and there was silence. The deputy sighed and said that the hero was crazy. What child asks for 100 billion won? Tone laughed nervously and agreed, because such an amount goes for a high-level player who can do anything. The boss frowned and decided what if it was true. He smiled and said that it was not even about the amount itself. The real problem is the positions of the two sides. Hyunsung is only willing to open his status window after making a deposit, and Jihoon wants to verify his status first. He laughed and said that Jihoon was still stupid and indecisive. The subordinate smiled back and added that people don't change so easily. Tone was confused. The deputy said that because of people like him, he had already lost outstanding players like Han. But he would not make such a mistake again. He took out a pen and said that the hero was just a recruiter, not a dungeon clearing leader or a guild leader. The gentleman began to fill out the document. First he decided to pay a deposit and look at the status window. If there are any problems, then you need to catch him in mistakes and you will need to withdraw the money. Sonu picked up the document and began to read. He smiled and asked the boss to go to Hyunseong in person. As soon as he signed the document, they would immediately pay him 100 billion won. Dian looked at him in surprise and asked if it was really true. He accepted the sheet. The boss replied that if everything goes well with the contract, then when problems arise, they will be able to return all the money in full. The subordinate left and the deputy was left alone. He propped his head on his fist and smiled. He laughed into the void and said that if he solved this matter, he could become the head of the guild. After a while, Hyunsung looked ahead in surprise. The employee began to check his bag at the exit. He looked at the couple of crystals inside in confusion and said that everything was checked. The hero smiled at him and thanked him. He clenched his fists happily. Now he could avoid the interest of the Soul Guild. A few days later, the player finished the raid again. There were mana crystals on the ground. The system reported that the hero had finished off the achievement of the legendary level. The guy sheathed the knife and decided that it was worth finishing for today. He needed to put his equipment in order. A book was in his hands. He threw one into subspace. He looked at the second book in his hands, and I was surprised. The system said that he had a passive skill book in his hands. It was popular. It was used not only by players, but also by ordinary people. His finger pressed the study button. This time he didn't get anything out of the ordinary. Small green lights appeared around the player. A system window appeared. It reported that the skill book could not be read. Hyunsung was surprised. His hair rose at this moment. He still could not understand why. He had never heard of this. The system showed new windows with information. The hero looked around and asked himself, how could this happen? His hand reached for the windows, but nothing changed. However, it was definitely stated here that his skill was evolving. Hyunsung scratched his cheek. It turns out that it absorbs skills that contribute to recovery. But how much has this skill grown? His hand reached for the knife. The guy carefully cut his finger. A trickle of blood flowed down. The hero looked at her attentively. In a moment, the wound healed. The player was embarrassed and said that there was no difference in this. He frowned and asked, how many books do you need to absorb for the skill to improve? But it was an expensive book, worth 30 million won. Hyunseong chuckled. He knew that this was a very unprofitable investment. The player has left the dungeon. He was heading home through the technical area. In his hands was a phone that booted after disconnecting. The guy slowly walked across the road and waited for the moment to turn it on. He received a call from an unknown number on his phone. Hyunsung shrugged his shoulders and replied. They greeted him politely. The player did not understand anything. He looked warily at the screen and asked himself, who was it? Tone smiled and introduced himself as the head of the second recruitment department of the Soul Guild. Hyunsung frowned in displeasure. The guild member smiled slyly, the player reminding them that he had told them not to mess with him unless they were willing to accept his demand. The man reached for the mug and asked if he meant the price of 100 billion won. He leaned back in his chair with her and said that they accepted this offer. He offered to meet in person and immediately signed the contract. Hyunseong looked at the screen in surprise and began to ask again. The boss put his hand on the contract and added that in a deal with such a lot of money. A sly smile appeared on his face. He himself said that there was no place for lies. The hero was silent. He began to say something in confusion. His eyes rolled back at such a suggestion. He said that he was now on a hunt, and it would be difficult for him to come. Could the guild send him a contract first? Tone smiled and calmly replied that he would send him right away. Hyunseong froze dumbfounded. He looked ahead and with excitement in his voice, promised to contact the guild after checking the contract. He pressed hang up, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The player shuddered. The necessary document came in the message. The guy shook his head and said that he had no peace. Night fell. The hero went to the lawyer. Yanchul flipped through the document and said that it was a contract with a very good offer and also very profitable. He carefully studied every detail. The hero looked at him intently and waited for an answer. The lawyer said that there are several points that in case of unforeseen circumstances, some things will be taken back. The player looked at him with displeasure and asked, what are these points? Yanchul sent the document to be printed. He approached the guy and wanted to show him the right part. He put the document on the table and read that if a guild member damages the guild's image, then the contract can be terminated. In fact, the decision on this part is from the top leadership of the guild. Hyunseong thought about it. The lawyer said that it was all a little unreasonable. The man looked at the sheets again and chuckled. I went through a few and read that the contract can also be terminated if the abilities and character of a guild member do not correspond to the level of the guild. This clause is the same. Yanchul did not know what the deposit was, but the penalty is quite high. Hyunsung shuddered. The lawyer sat down opposite and said that if the contract was terminated through his fault, he would have to pay a penalty in the amount of 10 times the deposit. The player gritted his teeth and cursed to himself. The man calmly finished reading the contract. In his opinion, if the hero adjusts the amount of the penalty to the amount of the deposit and asks to exclude those absurd clauses, then it will be possible to sign. At that moment, the hero received a call. He looked at the contact's name in surprise. It was Jinsun from the Soul Guild. A cunning smile appeared on his face. The hero said that they definitely needed to talk. He got up and said that he would answer the phone and return. Hyunsung went out onto the roof and answered. Jinsun asked how the player was doing and explained that he was calling about the contract. The guy sat down. The employee asked if the hero would agree to the amount of 50 billion. Hyunsung only smiled in response. He walked to the edge and asked if his demands were really that high for them. Jinsun laughed. The player explained that he asked for a deposit of 100 billion, and not half of this amount. This was well known to the employee. In his thoughts he said that the hero had to think realistically. He coldly looked ahead and said that even though the Soul Guild was a top guild, it would be problematic for them to pay such an amount. The hero looked at the night city with a smile. The man said that there was another reason. Hyunsung looked at the screen. The amount he had barely gotten permission from the management was a maximum of 50 billion. The guy promised to think about it. Jinsun turned in his chair and asked if the gentleman was serious, and the gentleman replied yes and asked if he could look at the contract. His fingers ran over the keyboard. The hero began to walk on the roof. The guild employee promised to send the contract now. A few minutes later, the guy went down to the lawyer's office. He opened a new contract on the phone, and I began to study it. Yangcha looked at him and asked if everything was okay. The player smiled back and said it looked like he had asked if the gentleman could take another look at the new copy of the contract. The lawyer smiled and suggested that the hero was indeed a player with outstanding abilities. He agreed. I took the phone in my hands and sent new documents for printing. He took warm paper from the printer and began to read. A few minutes later, he put the documents on the table. He looked at the hero seriously and said that this contract was made by the same guild as the previous one. Hyunsung looked at him in amazement and asked how he knew. The lawyer looked down and said that in general, the content of the contracts is the same, but some often differ. He pointed to the sheets and explained that there are fewer strange points. But in general they are similar, and the fine for violation here is only 5 times, which is somewhat more reasonable. Hyunsung looked at the man tiredly and asked, did he happen to know why one guild would send different contracts? The lawyer thought that there was some kind of internal conflict going on in the guild that wanted to hire him, and a very serious one, since they had sent him contracts separately. Yangcha laughed and remarked that it was beneficial for the player. If he acted wisely, he would be able to choose the contract with the most favorable terms. Hyunsung thought for a moment. He looked at the documents and asked if his friend could make a new contract based on the first option, but excluding all unfavorable conditions. After a while, the guy returned to his hotel room. I began to look at the bulletin board and say what a mess it was. Hyunsung was lying on the bed and scrolling through his phone, reading that Guild Master Jihin and Deputy Head Sunwoo. He smiled, started the call, and decided to play a little. Tone picked up the phone and introduced himself. The hero gave his name in response. The officer immediately became agitated and asked if the gentleman had decided. A short smile appeared on his face. The man almost jumped off his chair. The hero said what he had thought, and it seemed that the deposit was too small for him. He asked if the guild could pay him 200 billion won. Tone pressed the phone closer to his ear and warned him that he couldn't give an answer right now, but he thought it was possible. He stared warily at the screen. The player brazenly asked, shouldn't we go to 300 billion won? Hyunsung closed his eyes and smiled. The officer asked in confusion if the master was joking now. The guy laughed and said that he was also contacted by Jinsun, the head of the first team. He had heard that Thun didn't get along well with him. At that moment, the man gritted his teeth in anger. The hero calmly looked ahead. The head of the second department replied that they would definitely provide them with much better conditions. The player dropped the call and concluded that the two bosses hated each other. He began to dial Jinsun. Hyunsung introduced himself. Jinsun smiled warmly and asked if the hero had already read the contract. He replied that he had carefully looked at everything. In fact, he was going to call him to sign the contract. The man smiled contentedly and offered to meet right away. The player broke into a smile and snidely said that it seemed to be no longer necessary. Jinsun looked ahead in surprise and asked what the gentleman was talking about, who replied that he had recently sent them a new contract. To begin with, he asked to see it so that they could continue the conversation. The head of the first department displayed the document on the screen and asked to wait a little. He began to study the contract. Hyunsung looked at the screen and asked if the employee had studied the document. Ji-sun looked ahead in fear. The hero asked him, next time, to solve his internal problems and send him one contract, and after thinking carefully, the hero decided that 100 billion won would be too little. The boss looked anxiously at the phone and asked what the player was talking about. The man frowned angrily at what he heard. Hyunsung demanded 300 billion won. The guy calmly waited for an answer. Jinsun asked if the player was mocking him now. Hyunsung smiled and replied that if they didn't want to, then they didn't need to. He pressed hang up, smiled and noted how easy it is to edit voice files in their days. The phone was thrown aside after sending. The hand froze in a throwing position. The phone was now in the trash. The player thought about changing the phone. At this moment, the two heads of the department sat in shock. So a month passed. Sonu tapped his finger on the table. He looked ahead in displeasure and asked, where did this Hyunsung go? Tone looked at him guiltily and reported that the hero was not even in the hunting areas they were in charge of. He put his hands together, said that they were looking for a hero, but... The chief looked at him angrily and asked if Taeun couldn't even cope with this. He shouted and demanded to find him at all costs. The subordinate only looked sadly at the floor. After that voice file that the hero sent a month ago, the head and the deputy are constantly fighting and the guild is divided into 2 camps. Before that, he miraculously obtained the entry record book and found Hyunsung. No matter how big So's guild is, they can't view these records every time they feel like it. Due to the fact that it is difficult for So to share information with each other at the moment, it also makes it difficult to find it. But this is not a problem now. He clenched his fist tightly, because he knew that the problem was that Hyunsung himself had fallen through the ground. The head poured himself alcohol with ice. Tone came to him for a report. The boss asked if the hero could enter another guild. The subordinate looked down anxiously and said that he didn't think so. Sonu slammed his glass on the table in a rage and asked if the head of the department was really telling him. He looked at him intently and shouted that he did not want to see him and told him to get away. The subordinate left the room in fear and slammed the door behind him. The employee looked anxiously at the chief. Sweat ran down their faces, they greeted the chief. The man walked forward menacingly. He cursed to himself and gritted his teeth. I grabbed the back of my chair and thought it was because of a damn fabricated file and a contract. He sat down at the table, realizing that most of the people had sided with Jihan. He squinted and thought that he needed to be found as soon as possible. Hyunseong said that the points he gets on the hunt will also come in handy. He swung his dagger and said that he was earning about 600,000 in a day alone. He looked at the window of the system with satisfaction, said that if you collect it bit by bit, you can gain a lot. The system reported that the hero had made a sale. He pulled his finger forward and noticed that the batteries were also selling well. He picked up the object and said that if everything went like this, he would only be glad. A purple cloud appeared next to the window. There was one problem. The hero looked at the sale window. It was too small. He poked at the interface and said that every time a product is sold, it needs to be re-added and registered. He swiped down, wanting to add and log everything in huge quantities, just like in games. He glanced away. The indicators have changed. He said that he could not even remove other electronics from the sales window. Hyunsung put his hand to his face. He wondered if he raised the level of his personal skill, would anything change? He had heard that other sellers could register hundreds, if not thousands of items. Hyunsung fell silent. He was looking at the goods of Rikamos selling medicines. However, accumulated points appeared. The hero said that he needed to accumulate 10 billion points to level up, and now he has a little more than half of the necessary points. Behind the hero, someone appeared while he was saying that he needed to hunt more. Hyunsung dodged the arrow that had been fired, and he kicked the frog. He dodged in the air. The enemy was already lying. A magic projectile began to appear in the hero's hand. He threw it at the monster's head, and it shattered into pieces. The corpse fell at the feet of his relatives. Hyunsung smiled awkwardly. A bunch of pumped-up frogs looked at him. The hero said that this is really a difficult opponent. Saliva fell from the frog's tongue. She plopped down on the ground until the hero realized why people didn't hunt here. The saliva evaporated. The frogs jumped into the attack. Hyunseong cast a fireball, and there was an explosion. Yellow eyes flashed in the veil. Hyunsung looked ahead gloomily. The frogs began to swing their spears. Hyunsung stepped back. He thrust his dagger forward and told him to attack. He ran forward. Enemies fled at each other. The frog stuck out its tongue and screamed. A dagger pierced her head, and calmly demolished it. Hyunsung looked to the side. The rest of the frogs were cut into pieces. The dagger blazed red. Green shards fell to the ground. Hyunseong opened the sales window. He laughed and said that all he needed was one blow. He turned sharply. The notification informed that someone had bought batteries. Hyunsung began to study the information. The system reported a complaint. Hyunsung broke into sweat and said that he had a bad feeling. He touched the screen and decided to read the complaint first. The complaint contained a demand to sell 2 batteries for half the price, otherwise the hero would regret it. Hyunsung began to slide his finger across the screen, not understanding. He opened all the complaints. They were the same. A list of sales appeared in front of him. Hyunseong frowned and called out Crow's name. He looked at his goods. They were different. The hero frowned, and I saw that he bought only batteries from him. Hyunseong would understand if he bought unpopular and quickly discharged goods such as Tamagotchi, Polaroid, or electric shaver. Hyunseong took the batteries in his hand, said that Crow only bought batteries, which he loaded each time and wrote a complaint each time. He pointed at the screen, asking if he was still offering to sell them at half price. Pairs of batteries jumped out of the portal. The hero was surprised that the guy sets a time frame. He caught them. He looked angrily ahead and asked why he was frightened to do this. He poked at the screen. The system reported the successful registration of the goods. Immediately I received a message about the purchase of goods. Hyunseong smiled and said that he knew it, but suddenly he shuddered. He received a message about the complaint. Hyunseong stared at him uncomprehendingly. The windows shook. Hyunseong smiled and realized what Crow wanted: to be blocked. He caught a pair of batteries that had flown out. I opened the screen and decided to try something. There was a pile of batteries in the bowl. Crow folded his legs. He looked at the screen with a smile and asked how long the hero would be able to withstand this. He sneered and asked if the hero really thought he could defeat him. For beginners, the skill of selling and buying was something of a blessing. And thanks to this skill, he quickly became stronger as a result. He became the absolute ruler of the planet on which he lives. But even if someone has a special skill, a shard of sword flew into the air. The man was lying on the ground, and Crow said that not everyone could get to his position, and no matter how many points a person collects, they have always been insufficient. The white-haired man smiled slyly. Crow said that the points were spent very quickly and easily. The frightened guy put out his spear. The white-haired man cut it in half. Crow said that it was too hard to accumulate points. Crow looked at the sales window and said that as a rule, beginners spend points collected on hunting on medicines and skills to become stronger. He frowned and said that sometimes there were funny creatures. He looked at the list of products and said that they earn points by selling products that are only on their planet. No matter how inveterate a monopolist you are, in front of overwhelming capital, you have no choice but to kneel. Crow held the batteries in his hands with a grin, and said that for him it was just a race for points. He looked at the mountains of goods and said that he was buying up all the good goods laid out by the newcomers. After that, he immediately complains about them, until he receives a decision to suspend activities for 3 months, and after that everything will become much easier. he said that after 3 months. Crow smiled and told him to do it all over again. He looked at the pile of batteries and said that no matter how resilient you were, you would still give up. Crow threw his head back and laughed, saying that in the end there was nothing left to do but sell goods at a fixed price at a certain time. Crow smiled contentedly, and said that he himself would become a monopolist if he decided to rebel. Crow took the batteries and decided that then he would file a complaint about the suspension of activities again. Crow looked at the sales screen questioningly. He saw that all the batteries had run out. Meanwhile, the hero's portal opened. He scratched his head. He smiled and said that everything was sold out and decided that he would have to stock up more. Meanwhile, in the supermarket, the cart was full of purchases. The hero ran forward and wished no one to get sick. At the motel, Hyunseong said that Crow was trying to scare him by suspending activities. There was a pile of goods in the room. The hero said that during this time he had already sold a lot, so he took a pack of batteries in his hand. He smiled and said that Crow would have a hard time. A window for loading goods has opened. Crow and Hyunseong smiled. The hero said that they were starting the second round. After a while, Hyunsung would upload the goods to the market. Crow cheerfully bought them. Hyunsung turned around. He looked at the sales window and said, since there are no other complaints, it seems that other players have also started buying. But he chuckled and realized that Crow would buy even if he charged twice as much. Another complaint came. Sweat flowed down the hero's face. He realized that at this rate, Crow would devour him with the guts. Hyunsung reached for the screen. He decided that if he got the profit anyway, he would triple the price. Night fell. The system reported that the hero has accumulated more than 10 billion points, and now he can buy heroic class items. The list of items that he can purchase has expanded, and the sell window has increased. Hyunsung looked ahead. His eyes were wide open. He looked at the results, and said that at first he did not like all this. He smiled and said that he was really grateful for this battle. He looked at the batteries, said that it was dangerous to raise the price even more, and all because the number of complaints was almost equal to the initial number of sales. Hyunsung walked away. He opened the box and said that he should start adjusting the quantity by changing the name of the product. He took out a crate and said he wanted to see if he would buy it. Meanwhile, Crow stared at the pile of batteries and exhaled. He looked at the sales window and hoped that now the hero would definitely give up. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and decided that it would be a good idea to take a break and recover. He took the batteries and said it would take a long time for the deficit to become a surplus. He looked at the pile of batteries and said that in the end, when the price quadrupled, he gritted his teeth and said that it really him off. He ruffled his hair, knowing that it would be a bit difficult if he continued like this, but he could endure a fourfold increase in price. Crow smiled and said that Hyunseong was already at his limit. His eyes opened. He poked at the sales screen, and when he saw the new products, he immediately decided to buy them. Crow clutched his head in horror. He looked ahead and asked, did the hero really have such a technique? He looked at the shopping list, realized that the hero had registered more than 70 batteries, and if he bought them all, it would be about 2 billion points. The guy's pupils began to spin. He began to fear that after the purchase, the hero would load more. The guy began to look thoughtfully at the screen. He asked himself, is it worth spending so many points again? He bit his finger and thought that if he was sure of success, he could invest not 2 billion, but 100 times more. He stared at the screen and said that there was one problem. The list of goods stretched. Crow did not know how far the hero could go. The guy tucked his legs up and looked at the screen. He turned it off. I sighed and decided to end it. The system reported that the registered goods had been sold. Hyunsung stared at the missing screen. He threw up his head and thought that since there were no more complaints, he must have given up. He pointed his finger at the screen and assumed that the high-capacity battery was bought by those who had already purchased something from him. Hyunseong noticed something in surprise. He looked at the Crow batteries, laughed, and asked, who would buy them now? Hyunseong scratched his ear and said that because of this guy, he had to put up a trump card for sale earlier than he planned. Night fell. Hyunseong walked down the street. He looked up and said, as ordinary goods are becoming more and more popular. There was a supermarket in front of him. The hero decided that he would need to buy more. Meanwhile, in another dimension, the demoness was curiously examining the sales list. She was interested in a home arcade machine and a cartridge. She glanced away. I took the console in my hands. She clicked on the screen. She didn't know how good it was, but I looked at it and decided to try to buy it. Meanwhile, the motel. Hyunsung stared at the sales window contentedly, wondering how different the new skill level was from the original one. The system reported a large number of accumulated points. The hero was surprised. The system said that he needed to score 1 trillion points to raise. Hyunsung stared at the window uncomprehendingly and asked why the difficulty level had jumped so much. He grinned, said that his path was far away and difficult. He pointed at the screen, looked at it. He looked at the blocked goods as he thought. Hyunseong said that he would only be able to purchase the elixir after he increased the skill level to heroic. He poked forward and began to look for something else, in addition to the fact that now he can add up to 100 positions. He looked around and saw the reviews. He opened a window with reviews of the game console. Negative reviews of the electric shaver. He poked at the screen and asked what was written under other goods. I saw positive feedback on the increase in strength stats. I thought that Bardic from the reviews is omnipresent. Hyunseong wondered if he had left reviews for new products. I opened reviews on the battery and faced harsh reviews. Sweat ran down his face. Although there are goods that can be used all the time if you use a magic stone as an electric drive, the cost of such a thing even on Earth turned out to be exorbitant. Hyunseong smiled and said that he couldn't sell it. He looked at the bed and said that the reaction to the slot machine was not so bad. Hyunsung lay down. I opened the sales window and decided to look at the products. Clouds floated across the sky. Hyunsung chuckled. I began to look at the huge price tags of pets. He opened the reviews for the red dragon egg. The hero decided that for them pets act as a luxury item, which is of practical use. He stretched his arms and went to bed. He opened his eyes and was afraid to imagine how expensive a legendary rank elixir was. The phone rang. Hyunsung stood up and asked what had happened if he was getting a call at such an hour. The hero answered. The hero's mother smiled and asked if he knew Tone from the So Guild. Hyunseong looked to the side and said that he wasn't sure. His mother said that he was the head of the second recruitment team of the So Guild. Hyunseong's eyes widened. Tone smiled and introduced himself on the phone. The hero remembered. He was tensely silent and asked why his mother was talking about him. Tone was standing in front of the door. His mother said that he had come to their house. The hero shuddered and asked again. Mom asked in confusion if she should let him in. Hyunseong said that he would call him himself now. Mom looked at the cabin. The hero once again asked not to open the door for him. She looked at the screen and asked if he had come with good intentions. The hero laughed and said that he would explain everything to his mother later. He clenched his fists. His mother said that she understood him and asked him not to overstrain because of them. Hyunseong smiled again and said that he would solve everything, so he asked not to worry. Mom nodded and said good. Meanwhile, on the flyover, Tone stood motionless. He answered the phone. The player looked ahead and introduced himself. Ten smiled and said that he had been waiting for his call. Hyunseong looked angrily ahead and asked what he was doing. He asked why they came to his mother's house. Tone laughed and said that the hero was very excited and asked to calm down first, because he came only with good intentions. He looked at the door and said that they were aware of their father's condition. He assumed that it was hard for the hero to handle everything alone, so he just wanted to tell his mother the truth. Hyunsung angrily looked ahead and said that they didn't want to sign with his mom, but with him. Tone calmly looked ahead and said that this was true, but such a serious decision was best made after consulting with his family. The guys fell silent. The hero looked up and said that it was not his business. Tone smiled slyly and said that the hero was harsh. He added that they would offer him the amount he wanted, so why would he be stubborn? The guy looked ahead and asked how dare they ask after sending a contract like this. Tone smiled and asked if the hero was outraged by something. Hyunsung asked if they really didn't know. He said that he had consulted with a lawyer, and it was not just about some minor inconsistencies. Jaehyun tensed up, trying to justify himself. The main character remained calm. The young man was surprised when he heard that this was just insurance against unforeseen situations, and if he was really the talented player they needed, then there would be no problems. The guild master flinched when Hyunsung retorted that if he wasn't who they thought he was, then his status window would be opened in vain. The man smiled nervously, and asked the other person to think again, since he represented the So Guild. The soldier remained silent, holding the phone to his ear. Jaehyun waited tensely for an answer. The guy took a step forward. He waited silently for the continuation. The hunter, without changing his face, thought that if there was no clause in the contract about the open status window, he would have signed it, but it seemed that the guild would never be able to accept it. Hyunsung sat down on the bed. The guild master was also waiting for an answer. With a sweet smile, the young man said that if this was all they wanted, then he would disconnect, and immediately after that he would change his phone number. The man squinted at the phone when he heard that he would no longer be able to reach this player. He did not move when the awakened man threatened that if they disturbed his mother again, they would not get away with it. Jaehyun's hand trembled around the phone. The head looked angrily in front of him, and called the protagonist a self-confident youth. His finger touched the phone screen. His eyes narrowed. The voice of the secretary came from the phone. The man was sitting at the computer when he was asked if he was able to locate Hyunseong, and he replied that he was. The director shuddered when he received the data on his smartphone. When the guild master found out that this was Ozeong's guild territory, he was asked what they should do, and he ordered them to contact the Woohyun guild and tell them that they were starting. Jihyun completed the call. With a mad look, the guild master muttered that they would not kill the impudent man. With a dangerous squint, he added that they would just scare him hard, and he would run to them himself. At the same time in the shopping center, the young man took the handle of the cart, reminding himself that he needed to buy as much as the sale window now allowed. With a quick step, the protagonist went deep into the building. He looked at the rows of telephones. The cart was filled with purchases. Here the hunter froze, noticing something. The player stopped at the Gucci sign, to leave the store with a couple of branded bags. The staff saw him off with bows. With a calm face, the guy decided aloud that this was enough. That evening, he went to the portal. The awakened man warmed up and sighed that it was time to hunt. The spear-wielding monsters spotted the man, and they rushed at him shouting. Hyunseong took out his dagger and swung it, and he rushed into battle, cutting off the heads of his opponents. The young man turned the dagger over in his hand. Another enemy was cut in half. While the others were trying to figure out what was going on, the protagonist pointed a fireball at them. Then he jumped away from the explosion. 5 hours later, there were many crystals lying on the sand. The hunter opened the status window, glad that he had completed the legendary achievement. He smiled as he admitted aloud that he had finished sooner than he thought. The awakened one left the dungeon in the dead of night. The guy looked thoughtfully at the phone. The player muttered that he would still have time in the goblin dungeon today. Hyunsung walked on, looking at the screen, and he did not notice the personalities following him. One of the pursuers stood up when he recognized him. The second grinned, confirming the guess. The leader put the dagger behind his back and offered to quietly follow his target. The young man stepped into the dungeon and shuddered in surprise. He saw the sun setting over a huge forest. The hunter, looking at the area, admitted that it was the first time he had hunted in such a large forest. A couple of guards were sitting at the entrance. The awakened man cast a glance at them and decided to go there secretly. The guy commanded stealth, and he entered the portal unnoticed. The player got to the goblins in the depths of the forest, deciding that they could no longer track him here. He raised his hand, which lit up, and decided that it was time to begin. The monster's face took on an expression of surprise. The protagonist pierced nearby enemies with a magic projectile, but the goblins continued to advance. Hyunsung raised his eyebrows. Then he blew up the rest with a fireball. The young man frowned. Monster footsteps were heard from the side. The player glanced to the side to see enemies running. The hunter smiled and lit a flame in his palm, noting that the opponent was smart. A series of fiery flashes shook the forest, but the goblins continued to run at the man. A magic projectile blew off the head of another one. More and more monsters fell to the ground. The protagonist smiled contentedly. Suddenly, a dart flew in his direction. The guy repelled the shell with his blade. He turned around and saw two more goblins on the other side. A few more darts flew at the awakened man, but he deflected them with his cloak. The player rushed forward, blowing off the monsters' heads, admitting aloud that the cloak was indeed strong. Hyunsung jumped onto a branch. Then he turned around on the battlefield. The young man looked at the remaining enemies and said that he was done for now. The hunter's palm struck the monster's face, and he threw his head to the ground. Several goblins squealed angrily, but the awakened man with a calm face pierced him with a dagger. Then he finished off the latter with one blow of his blade. The guy looked at the dozens of crystals and announced that everything was ready. He stretched out his palm to open the inventory, but then he heard footsteps that caught his attention. The protagonist prepared to use magic and asked if there was anyone left. The stranger shouted indignantly that some fool had made a mess in someone else's territory. A group of players came out to meet Hyunsung. The protagonist looked at the strangers in surprised that he had met other hunters. One of the guys pointed at the awakened man with his finger and said that it was him. The young man froze dumbfounded. The man's face expressed anger, and he wondered why the protagonist was hunting in their territory. The guy frowned and reminded that he paid the same entrance fee as they did, so why was it their territory and not his? The stranger took a step forward and said that they hunted here every day. He continued to look at Hyunsung angrily as he added that this was why this was their place, and since he was hunting in their territory, he would leave all the stones to them. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, deciding that they were just psychos. He watched them directly, and thought he had read about such cases on the internet, but never thought that he would get into such a situation himself. The awakened man announced with a frown that they had made a big mistake. The scoundrel grinned, and decided that the guy did not understand the good thing. Of course, modern weapons such as pistols or bombs were used in the dungeons, but the electronics did not work here. Therefore, if there were graders between players in such places, it was usually necessary to rely on the testimony of other players. The death of hunters in the dungeon was common. As a rule, such incidents were considered accidents that occurred due to the negligence of players while fighting monsters, and there were those who took advantage of it. Hyunsung looked at the villains gloomily, remembering that criminals who took other players' items and equipment could even kill. The bandits looked at the young man menacingly. The hunter frowned, trying to understand. Why do these guys continue to run into trouble, even seeing all this carnage? The protagonist shuddered when he heard the villain's words that he did not understand anything and they were ready to show. The man took up his sword and commanded his men to begin. The hunters rushed into battle on order, but the awakened man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then he closed his eyes. With a sigh, Hyunsung stated that they were slow. From the first attack of the spear, he simply took a step to the side, and the tip stuck into the ground. The young man frowned and cursed. His hand grabbed the dagger as he was attacked. With a confident movement, the hunter repelled the attack of the villains. He sent one of them flying with his foot, and he dropped the broken sword. The protagonist's dagger collided with crossed blades, but this was followed by a punch to the jaw. The awakened man looked sternly at the enemy. The bandits who remained on their feet looked confused. Their leader became furious and yelled at Hyunsung. They rushed at the guy, wishing him dead. But the protagonist remained calm. The enemy rushed at him with a blade in his hands, but in the next moment, his weapon fell in half. This was done by the young man with one movement of his dagger. Then he broke the villain's nose with an elbow blow. He fell to the ground. Immediately the hunter noticed that they were approaching him from the side. He responded to the attack with a swing of his dagger. The tip of the blade froze in the bandit's face, but the protagonist unfolded the blade and cursed through clenched teeth. As a result, the guy escaped with only a shallow wound on the shoulder, but immediately he felt the palm of the awakened man on the back of his head. Hyunsung knocked him face down on the ground. The young man gritted his teeth again and cursed at his enemies, but he immediately noticed that the remaining enemy forces were approaching him from behind. The hunter put the dagger away. He opened the inventory, deciding that he was left with no choice. A shield appeared in the hands of the protagonist. The awakened man smirked, and the sounds of battle filled the forest again. At this time, the warrior watching in the bushes sneered. The leader of the gang noticed that his guys were doing well, and with a smirk, he added that it would be easier if they were ordered to just kill the impudent man. He glanced at his sword by the tree, reminding himself that they would have to limit themselves to only one leg. After that, the villain entered the battlefield. Hyunsung looked at the new face and asked if he was a member of the security department. The hunter looked at the young man in surprise, and then he frowned. The protagonist's gaze expressed disappointment when the rest of the opponents turned to the new man as a boss. The guys began to rise from the ground, rejoicing at the appearance of the leader. The killer looked at his guys puzzledly and asked the awakened man if he had killed them. Hyunseong calmly stated that they were the first to start. In the next instant, the blade was raised. The young man gritted his teeth, deflecting the blow with his shield. The man looked angrily at the impudent man, trying to understand who he was. The weapon shot up. The main character stood firmly on his feet with a shield in his hands. The villain was surprised how such a beginner, who did not even receive a profession, was able to repel his attack. The awakened man frowned as his enemy mentally remarked that he was not good enough for this dungeon. The man grinned. Then, with a crazy face, he said that he was tired of the boy. He pointed the tip of the blade in his direction, and said that he was going to do everything carefully. The bandit waved his weapon, and looking directly at the guy, he added that it would not end with one foot. The scoundrel rushed forward. Hyunsung raised his shield. The enemy swung his blade. The eyes of the enemy met. The blade of the sword slammed into the shield. The awakened man deflected the blow, and jumped to the side. The man was furious. The protagonist frowned. Looking at the enemy, he mentally recognized that this hunter was strong and different from the hooligans he had recently fought. The scoundrel gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and the guy added to himself that his strength and speed surpassed him. There was a crack in the shield, which indicated that the bandit was superior to Hyunsung in swordsmanship, and his bloodsucker sword had good stats, and if it didn't have a shield, everything would end badly. But then the young man noticed that the others were just watching and did not interfere. The hunter looked at the figure of the enemy in confusion, not understanding how it came to this. The protagonist exhaled, and decided that he should get out of here first. A fiery spear was summoned into the palm of the awakened man. The bandit was surprised. The next moment, a fiery shell flew into his face and everything burst into flames. As the smoke began to subside, a cough was heard. The guy ran away. The angry man's hair was burned, and he shouted for the impudent man to stop. Hyunsung shuddered. He looked around and realized that this was not a fatal blow, and he shouldn't have restrained himself. The bandit's gaze became even more angry. The young man barely managed to escape from the attack of his blade. The hunter turned sharply. The enemy's sword struck sparks from his shield. The opponent's sword slammed into the ground, and he immediately cast a quick glance at the boy. He summoned the fire spear again. The enemy jumped on top of him. He shielded himself from the magical attack with the blade of his sword, but the protagonist only grinned. The spear created another explosion, raising clouds of dust. The scoundrel jumped down, trying to find the boy with his eyes, shouting curses at him. In the next moment, his blade collided with the shield of the awakened. With a smirk, the man claimed to have found him. The blade of the weapon flew over the guy's shoulder. Hyunseong walked away from the attack. The young man cast a glance at the enemy, and suddenly realized that they were not trying to kill him. The hunter tucked the shield behind his back. Then he summoned the spear for the third time. The explosion again created a smoke screen. The bandit raised his blade, thinking that the impudent man had taken up his own again, not immediately noticing the fourth attack. This time the explosion fell on the enemy's weapons. The scoundrel gritted his teeth in irritation. The awakened man raced through the forest, trying to decide on the go what could help him from the store. Soon he found what he was looking for. The book of survival skill cost a little less than 20 points, but of course he bought it. The purchase immediately appeared in his palm. In one movement, the guy used the object, but then the leader of the bandits appeared in front of him again. Hyunsung raised his eyebrows when he was told to simply surrender. The man smiled when he decided that the young man had already given up, but he drew his dagger and stood in a fighting stance, calculating that he should completely disarm the enemy in 1 minute. The scoundrel rushed to attack, shouting that the boy was stupid. The young man looked at him, thinking that he could catch him, but in the next moment, a female figure landed between the opponents. Yuna frowned at the bandit. The protagonist's eyes widened. He did not recognize the girl. The warrior glanced at the scoundrel, and his sword shattered in half. The hunter stared dumbfounded at the fragment of his weapon, and the girl just made one lunge with her halberd. She turned the shaft sharply in her hands. The blade stopped a centimeter away from the enemy's face. The main character watched this in confusion. A second later, the swordsman was already lying on the ground. The awakened man was even upset that he did not even see what had happened. Meanwhile, Yuna took a step towards him. With a smile, she greeted Hyunsung. The young man looked at the rescuer when she asked for forgiveness for being a little rude to him in the last meeting. The hunter looked at the warrior, and remembered that he had already met her somewhere. After all, it was she who gave him the elixir of rare quality. And he himself was too assertive about the fact that he miraculously survived after meeting him. The awakened one bowed and thanked Yun for his help. But the girl smiled, and objected that she should have apologized to him, since she had been watching his actions from the very beginning. The protagonist stared at the head of the association in surprise. The warrior explained that she had been watching him since her first mission, and she was sorry that she hadn't intervened sooner. The guy raised his eyebrows and clarified what task he was talking about, to which the rescuer explained with a friendly smile that these guys are recidivist criminals. Hyun-seong laughed as he scratched his head and assumed that the girl hadn't intervened to gather more evidence about their crimes, but she didn't agree. Yuna raised an eyebrow and explained that she just wanted to test how good the young man's abilities were. The hunter was confused and asked what she was talking about. The warrior put her hand to her chest and officially introduced herself as the chief inspector of the Players Association. And she didn't chase those boys, but I'll send here for him. The awakened man did not understand what the girl was talking about. The inspector headed for the exit, offering to discuss everything outside. She turned to the guy and said that it was worth taking care of the criminals first. Hyun-seong nodded seriously and agreed. He followed Yoon and wondered if these people had really done the same thing before. The girl raised her eyebrows and replied that it was. There was no evidence, but in most of the places where the players disappeared, they were the suspects. The young man clarified about these things in confusion. His eyes widened as the inspector clarified that they had not yet determined whether these were disappearances or murders. The hunter remembered how he himself noticed that the scoundrels did not intend to kill him. The player looked at the warrior and voiced these thoughts, but she calmly replied that she thought the same way. She went back to the villains lying on the ground. The awakened man knitted his eyebrows and clarified why she thought so. Yuna shuddered. Then she turned around and said with a smile that now they needed to find out. The inspector disappeared from the guy's sight. Her halberd rested on the chest of the gang leader. She hovered over him and said that she knew about his condition, but ordered him to get up. The bandit's fingers twitched. The inspector threw the weapon over her shoulder and admitted that she did not want to resort to extreme methods. She poked the tip of her gun into the guy's shoulder. He opened his eyes with a scream. With a sweet smile, the warrior said that if he had stood up in a good way, this would not have happened. The villain slowly stood up, and the girl demanded to know why he had attacked the other player. He looked at Yun tensely, and said that he did not understand what she was talking about, because he was only trying to protect the guild members who had been unjustly attacked. The inspector's smile became threatening. As the protagonist approached them, the villain clarified whether it was permissible for the leadership of the association to attack innocent players like this. Hyun-seong froze tensely as the gangster leader began shouting that he had been attacked while he was unconscious and threatened to report the incident to the press and police. But the warrior grinned. She looked at the deceiver carefully and wondered how he knew that she was a representative of the association if he was unconscious. Panic was reflected in the man's eyes. The girl continued to look at him. The next moment, a halberd blade appeared in the face of the villain. Yuna furrowed her brows and asked if he was stupid. The bandit swallowed when the inspector said that he did not understand his situation. With a cold look, the warrior reminded the fool that they were in a dungeon where he could kill him, and there would be no evidence left. The sharp edge of the weapon was almost put to the guy's face. The girl looked at the protagonist and said that the one they attacked was unlikely to report it to the police. The young man looked away. The scoundrel looked at him pitifully when Yuna said that if he didn't want this dungeon to become a grave for him and his comrades, he had better tell him frankly. A sweet smile appeared on her face again as the inspector added that he could stay alive as long as he was useful as a witness. The eyes of the head of the bandits were running. He gritted his teeth. Then he took a step forward and demanded to stop threatening him, because the representative of the association could not kill a respectable player. The warrior stared at the guy as if he were an idiot, and concluded aloud that he hadn't fully recovered. The impudent man looked at her in surprise. The halberd stuck in the ground. The awakened man shuddered when the girl addressed him. With a smile, the inspector asked to leave them alone for a while. The tense guy agreed. Before leaving, he asked that none of the unconscious people escape, because if at least one of them disappeared, problems could not be avoided. With a nervous smile, Hyun-sung walked away. The bandit looked at Yun in fear. He stretched out his hand to her, begging her to spare him and admitting his mistake. The inspector looked sternly at the scoundrel. His screams echoed over the forest for a long time. The main character picked up the dagger from the ground. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, the young man looked at the criminals. They sat in small groups and talked. The hunter wondered what their purpose was. There was no way they could find out about his skill. What kind of person is their leader? Was it really the fault of the So Guild and the three-headed monster, since these guys had high levels? The awakened man wondered how he could handle it. He remembered Yuna handing him a business card, inviting him to join the guild, and thought of So again. What he feared most was if the inspector decided to ask how he dealt with the three-headed monster. The guy gritted his teeth, mentally cursing that he should become stronger. The So Guild was definitely not going to back down. The Players Association was also not trustworthy. Hyun-seong rubbed his temple, muttering that he thought the player's life would help him solve all his problems. The warrior came up from behind and asked how long he had waited. The young man turned around and replied that he didn't, and Yuna said that she had heard that this guy had received an order from the So Guild. The protagonist's eyes widened as he heard that the bandits had been instructed to pressure him. The inspector raised her hand, and concluded aloud that they were trying to lure the awakened one, pretending that it did not concern them. But fortunately, this time they managed to collect evidence and find out their personal data. She pointed her finger at the bound leader, and added that they would now be able to strike at the So Guild. The hunter laughed nervously, not believing it to be true, but the girl laughed and expressed confidence in this and suggested that we get out of here first. It was still night near the portal. People from the association took the criminal away. Soon all the bandits were taken away by the police. Hyunseong watched the loading. Behind him, a calm voice sounded that spoke to him. Yuna, now in different clothes, asked if he would have a minute, and he agreed in confusion. That same day in the building of the Players Association, the main character was sitting opposite the inspector. He arched an eyebrow and asked what she wanted. The warrior raised her eyebrows when the hunter demanded to know why she was looking for him. The young man's eyebrows crept up as Yuna admitted that it was indeed the three-headed monster. The awakened man tensed up and clarified how the association found out that he was in a goblin dungeon. The inspector took a mug from the table and explained that they had looked through the records and knew who had entered it and when. The guy looked at the warrior from the brow and asked if it was legal, but in response he heard that it was. She put the mug on the table and added that they had the right to do so. The girl narrowed her eyes, saying that they could request any information about the players if necessary, and then returned to the topic of the incident with the three-headed monster. Yuna began her story. Hyunsung was surprised. With a tense face, he continued to listen to her. Soon, the inspector's mug was empty, and she asked if the young man was aware of the situation he was in, given that he had personally defeated that monster. The hunter frowned as the warrior continued to say that this was an unofficial investigation, so she was going to secretly enter the dungeon and assess his abilities. The girl frowned, continuing about that situation, and once again apologized for not interfering immediately. The awakened man raised his eyebrows and reminded him of the assessment of his abilities. Yuna seriously revealed that she was convinced of this when she saw the skills he used against Woohyun at the end of the battle. Therefore, she believed that the three-headed monster was killed by the player sitting in front of her. For a few seconds, they just stared into each other's eyes. Hyunseong closed his eyes behind his bangs and wondered if it was a crime to hide the fact that he had done it, but the inspector replied that it wasn't. With a smile, the girl said that they were looking for him to reward him for his work. The young man frowned and clarified what it meant, and Yuna explained that it was indeed supposed to be rewarded for such a thing. And besides, the inspector of the Players Association had one suggestion for him. The girl smiled disarmingly. The hunter clenched his fists, and immediately voiced a guess that they wanted to accept him into their ranks, and received confirmation. With a guilty expression on his face, the awakened man admitted that he really had no desire to join any organization, but Yuna asked with a smile to at least listen to their conditions. The association offered the same deposit as the So Guild. It was 100 billion won. In addition, if he agreed, he would be able to receive many other bonuses. The guy listened to the girl transfer the removal of the obligation to pay taxes and free rental of equipment. The inspector flinched when Hyunsung clarified whether or not he should show his status window, and with a smile, she replied that he only needed to pass the test. The young man's eyes rounded in surprise. He clarified about the test, and the warrior assured that it was very easy. She folded her hands in her lap and added that he would only need to honestly answer the questions of the person she pointed to. The dumbfounded hunter realized that he was dealing with an investigator. This skill had nothing to do with battles, and it was usually used by detectives or the police, and was called the contract of truth. If the interrogated is telling the truth, then nothing will change. However, if he lies, his body will begin to study red light. The player narrowed his eyes and asked why they were so eager to hire him if they were willing to go so far, because under such conditions they could hire a high-level player. Yuna smiled, and noticed that a high level is not the same as a high level. The inspector became serious again, and said that even these conditions were not good enough to lure worthy players to the side of the association. Did the guy not know that those who had both a high level and outstanding skills had mercenary motives? Hyunseong was confused and asked if it was because of the 20-level rule. The girl's face took on a bored expression, and she admitted that she could not deny it. Her eyes widened as the protagonist asked if they really wanted to hire him, even though he didn't know how to get around that rule. The next surprise was the young man himself when he heard that he had shown outstanding results in just 3 months, and this was enough to invest 100 billion in him. The hunter swallowed and squeezed his eyes shut, thinking that if the So Guild and the Players Association found out, then the other guilds could too. In any case, he couldn't even deal with Jihong right now, let alone the other major guilds. In the mind of the awakened man, the dialogue with the head of the guild repeated, after he got to the bottom of his mother. He opened his eyes as Yuna clarified if he had thought about it, and accepted the offer. The girl said with a smile that this decision was excellent. Soon, another woman entered the office. The inspector introduced her. Hyunseong glanced suspiciously at the stranger. She pointed her palm at the back of the player's head, announcing that she would activate the Contract of Truth skill. Yuna watched this when the question of consent was raised, and the protagonist resolutely replied that he agreed. The guy was sitting in the chair when he was told that when the skill was activated, a confirmation message would appear in front of his eyes. Bringing her palm to the player's hair, the girl said that he just needed to press the button containing a positive answer. Looking down, Yuna was talking about the Contract of Truth, when suddenly a system notification appeared asking if the user wanted to accept the activated skill Contract of Truth. Hyunsung stared at the hologram of the screen carefully. Rounding his eyes, the main character thought that he did not like it. Suddenly, the player pressed his finger on the button with an affirmative answer. At the same moment, bright sparks flew near his face. The guy abruptly shifted his gaze to the side. The hunter watched the girl at his side. The doors began to open slowly. The characters sat at a large table opposite each other. Lowering her chin, the leader of the assassination team asked the interlocutor to sit comfortably and answer questions, to which he agreed. After a moment, the protagonist closed his eyes. Looking ahead, the lady asked if he had really woken up 3 months ago, to which she received a positive answer. Tilting his head down, the user replied negatively to the question of whether he knew how to circumvent the rule of 20 levels. With a slight smirk, the member of the Players Association revealed that she knew that he was at least a level 140th player, and then clarified why he was hunting in low-level dungeons. Sitting in the chair, the young man was silent. The hands on the clock moved rapidly. Lowering his eyelids, Hyunseong thought that there was nothing special about this. Looking at the other person, Yuna asked if he had any personal skill. Suddenly, the main character clenched his hands tightly into a fist. A drop of sweat ran down the player's cheek, but he didn't know if she knew about him. The hunter closed his jaw uncertainly. The leader of the assassination team watched him assiduously. Lowering her jaw, the lady wondered if the reason why he only hunted low-level monsters had something to do with his personal skill. Squeezing his eyes shut, the protagonist gave a positive answer. Some strands of hair were on the shoulders of a member of the Players Association, who clarified if he could use this ability on other players. The user bit his lips in confusion. Squeezing his fingers, the young man replied that he could not do it. A memory of red-furred wolf corpses lying behind Hyunseong appeared when Yuna suddenly asked if he would be able to bypass the 20-level rule by using his skill. Drops of sweat flowed down the protagonist's face. The player pressed his elbow hard against the sofa. The hunter abruptly shifted his gaze to the side. Lowering his jaw, the guy said that he could do it. There were glints of light in the protagonist's eyes. Smiling broadly, the girl announced that they were finished. Opening his eyelids, the user clarified whether he would need to go through this again. The leader of the assassination team closed her eyes and explained that there was no need for this, after which she added that everything was clear to her, and he was extremely honest with her. Taking hold of the mug with her fingers, the lady noticed that to some extent this was expected. With an embarrassed grin, the member of the Players Association said that he did indeed have a personal skill. The young man humbly lowered his chin. Clenching his jaw, Hyunsung asked if she could also have a personal skill. Yuna's eyes widened in bewilderment. Grasping the cup of coffee in both hands, the girl told him that she had one, but could not tell him which one. Closing her eyes, the leader of the assassination team noticed that he was right, because she also had one. Raising his eyebrows, the main character said that this meant that he was not the only one, to which the interlocutor said that there was no need to be upset. Looking at the player, the lady explained that this is because a personal skill is unique and inimitable for each owner. Silhouettes of brave users appeared, and at the same time, a member of the Players Association said that everyone who had it held high positions. The hunter's eyes widened in surprise after hearing this. The interlocutor brought the mug to her mouth, while the guy wondered if she was only one of them in this case, after which he thought that he knew that all the players in the leadership of the association were high level. The protagonist bulged his pupils in bewilderment when the lady explained that for ordinary people, information about the players is very limited. The shadow of the cup fell on the surface of the table when Yuna suddenly said that they didn't know much even about high-level players. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl noted that especially about those who have personal skills, and then added that all information is protected by national security law. Placing his hands on the chair, Hyunseong asked if it was normal for her to tell him this, to which she replied that it was because he also had that ability. Sitting at a large table, the leader of the assassination team admitted that he was actually right, because she was also not allowed to disclose information about her having such a skill. Smiling broadly, the lady explained that there would be no problem with this, since they would be part of the same organization. Lowering his chin, the hunter retorted that he had not told her that he would join the association. Squeezing her eyes shut, the member of the Players Association was surprised by his words, and then said that from the moment she told him about his personal skill, he had no choice. The protagonist's eyes instantly turned white, and he did not understand what it was about, to which she said that he did not need to make such a face. Lifting her heel from the floor, Yuna explained that it was all because he would become a member of a government organization, not an association. The user lowered the corners of his lips in bewilderment. Suddenly, the girl put the sheet on the table. The young man looked down in surprise, when suddenly the interlocutor noticed that this was a contract. The Korean Players Association symbol was printed on the paper, as well as additional information about the contract. With his pupils bulging in alarm, Hyunsung didn't know if such conditions were possible at the state level. Shifting documents from one hand to another, the main character thought about the fact that there are few points with obligations, and besides, the salary in emergency situations is solid. After reading the information on the sheet, the guy reflected on the fact that even benefits are paid during military operations, and the rights to stones and objects are also guaranteed. At the same moment, the leader of the assassination team stretched out her pen for writing forward. Smiling, the lady asked him to sign quickly. Closing his lips in confusion, the protagonist thought that if this was true, then they were giving him everything for almost nothing. Paying attention to the 6th clause of the contract, which stated that his term was for life, the user said in his mind that there was one small nuance, and then wondered if the contract for life could be called slave. The awakened man looked down thoughtfully. Holding the paper in his hand, Hyunsung clarified whether all the players of the association signed such conditions. Squeezing her eyes shut, Yuna replied that it was true, because otherwise the association would have gone bankrupt long ago. Smiling broadly, the girl explained that they only provide such conditions because he has a personal skill. From what he heard, the main character rounded his eyes in surprise. The hunter's eyes turned sharply white as she asked if it was true that this was the ability to circumvent the 20-level rule. Rubbing her palms together, the leader of the assassination team noticed that even if he was hunting low-level monsters, his level would still increase and monsters would drop stones, and she would add that this meant that he could level up without any restrictions. Raising her hand, Yuna stated that this was a chance to hire a player whose level could become the highest in the world, and then exclaimed that they would be fools if they spared money on it. Lowering the corners of his lips, Hyunsung said nothing. Holding the mug with his fingers, the main character did not understand who they took him for at all. Bringing the cup to his mouth, the hunter decided that such a mistake would do him good, since there was some truth in it. On the surface of the coffee there was a pattern of milk foam. Smiling, the guy asked if it was possible to reduce the term of the contract a little. The girl closed her lips in bewilderment, and asked if he liked him. Standing opposite the interlocutor, the protagonist nodded his head positively. Resting her elbow on the chair, the leader of the assassination team asked if he knew how many people around the world possessed personal skill. Silhouettes of the strongest players appeared, and the user replied that he did not know for sure, but according to the government, there are about 80 of them. The lady confidently looked ahead and stated that before his appearance, she was the only one in all of Korea. The heroes stood opposite each other. Looking ahead, Hyunseong thought about the fact that it turns out that a special skill is very rare. Lowering her jaw, Yuna said that she understood that he was not satisfied with such a contract term. The protagonist's eyes widened in confusion when the girl remarked that they could not allow a player with a special skill to be recruited by another guild or even a country. Sitting in the chair, the leader of the assassination team explained that it was because of this that they improved the terms of the contract as much as possible, and changed the validity period to life. With a smirk, the lady remarked that if he wanted anything else, he could just say it, because they were willing to give him a lot. Lowering his chin, the hunter said that he would like to change the term of the contract from life to 1 year. Closing her eyes, the member of the Players Association asked if he understood that this was impossible. Looking ahead, the guy asked in this case to reduce the amount of the deposit, after which he added that about 40 times, that is, 10 billion is enough for him. Smiling broadly, the lady said that even if so, the answer would be the same. Frowning, the protagonist asked if it was possible to reduce it to 2 years then. Happily raising her eyebrows, Yuna said that they would increase the amount of the deposit, so she suggests that he agree to a lifetime one. The characters sat in chairs opposite each other. Hyunseong said that he wanted a 2-year contract, which made the interlocutor round her eyes in confusion. Squeezing his eyes shut, the main character added that he demanded a deposit of 20 billion. Standing opposite the girl, the hunter explained that if they did not have any problems during these 2 years, then the contract with the association would be a priority for him. There was a white mug on the table, and then the guy noticed that if they refused to do this, he would not sign a contract with them at all. An American flag appeared behind the fighter's back, when suddenly the leader of the killing team asked if he was going to accidentally emigrate to another country. Smiling broadly, the protagonist replied that he was not going to, after which he added that he simply did not know much about the association and did not like to obey anyone. Tilting her head down slightly, the lady wondered if there were more advantages for him in terms of conditions than duties. Looking down, the user asked if she really thought so. A member of the Players Association looked at the interlocutor in bewilderment, while he thought about the multi-billion-dollar deposit. The pupils of the awakened man noticeably decreased in size, and he realized that it was difficult for him to even imagine it now. There were documents on the surface of the table, and the young man decided that he should not neglect the future and let this money shackle him. Gripping the mug with his fingers, Hyunsung realized that all he needed now was a nest that could hide and protect him. Bringing the cup to his mouth, the main character thinks that if he likes it, he can continue to stay there, but he cannot sign a lifetime contract without knowing what awaits him in the future. Putting the mug on the table, the hunter said that he would definitely sign a second contract with the association on the same terms, after which he clarified whether she would lose anything from this. Yuna closed her lips uncertainly when the interlocutor asked if she would still think about a 2-year contract as an internship period. Lowering her eyelids, the girl sighed heavily. Taking the sheets in her hand, the leader of the assassination team suggested that she would have to exchange this contract for an internship. The lady said thoughtfully that she could not make such a decision alone, while the protagonist looked at her carefully. Smiling broadly, the member of the Players Association said that he needed to report to the management first, and then asked if he could wait a while. With a satisfied grin, the user replied that he would wait for her as long as he wanted. On the wall hung a clock with hands. Suddenly, the awakened man took the phone in his hand. A lady appeared to the side of him, who said that she had passed on his proposal to his superiors. Crushing the sheet with her fingers, Yuna said that they had a counter condition. Turning his head in the direction of the interlocutor, Hyunseong asked what this condition was. Putting the documents on the table, the girl explained that when he received offers from guilds or foreign associations, he should definitely tell the Korean Players Association about them. A smirk abruptly appeared on the protagonist's face. Shifting her gaze down, the leader of the assassination team noticed that if they offered him similar conditions, then he would definitely have to renew his contract with the association. Closing his eyes, the hunter replied that they would do so. The lady looked at her interlocutor uncertainly. The protagonist signed at the bottom of the contract page. The user stood with his hands pressed to his body. Stretching out her palm forward, the member of the Players Association said that she hoped for fruitful cooperation. The heroes shook hands. Slightly furrowing his brows, the young man remarked that it would only be during this time. Suddenly, Hyunseong's eyes widened in alarm. Yuna smiled broadly and remarked that since they had signed a contract, they should change his items first, and then asked if it was true that all his equipment was now on loan. The main character scratched his cheek with his finger. Looking away, the hunter revealed that his sword and mantle were of rare quality. Lowering her eyelids, the girl said that in this case, they would change everything except for these 2 items. The next morning, a view of a multi-story building opened up. In the room there were various knightly equipment. The protagonist looked at the weapons on the wall in surprise. Following the leader of the killing team, the user thought about what was not there. Looking ahead, the awakened man asked if the representatives of the association could rent anything. Smirking, the lady replied that this was not entirely true. The young man looked at the back of his interlocutor, and then she explained that the player can only rent equipment corresponding to his rank. Suddenly, the lady lowered her chin. Turning back, Yuna noticed that it was clear that Mr. Hyunseong was an exception. The main character raised his eyebrows in confusion. The hunter took a step forward, when suddenly the system reported that a magical velour jacket of rare rank was lighter and stronger than it looked, and also had an increased agility stat. The guy's pupils sharply decreased in size in surprise. Putting his fingers to his mouth, the protagonist stated that it was a little different from what he expected. Holding the hanger with his hand, Hyunsung decided to choose carefully. On the wall of the white building there was a sign saying that it was a cafe. 2 glasses of coffee were on the table when Yuna suddenly said that she could tell him everything about the association while the equipment was being adjusted to his size, to which Yuna agreed. Holding onto a straw for drinking, the main character thought that this is all for real. Suddenly, the hunter stared straight ahead as the girl invited him to talk about where he had been assigned. The interlocutor looked up thoughtfully when the protagonist clarified where he had been assigned. Squeezing her eyes shut, the leader of the assassination team revealed that he had been taken to the investigation department as planned, after which she added that simply put, his job would be to resolve an incident in dungeons or conflicts between players. It seemed like a man trying to settle a quarrel between a swordsman and a spearman, when suddenly the lady noticed that it was mainly about finding and solving problems. The protagonist closed his lips sharply when he was told that they should also help the support team, as they were understaffed. Leaning his hand on the table, the user asked if he would be able to cope with such duties, and then added that he would have no trouble understanding low-level dungeons. The lady grabbed a straw for drinking, and then the awakened man admitted that it would be quite difficult for him to resolve the situation in the dungeons of a higher level. Yuna put her elbow on the wooden surface and asked him not to worry, because they would take into account his current level, to which he replied that he understood everything. Hyunsung was sitting on a chair when the girl suddenly noticed that since she was his boss, if he had any problems at work, she could immediately report to her. Lowering his jaw, the main character asked if in this case he could discuss one problem that arose even before signing the contract. Smiling happily, the leader of the assassination team replied that of course it could be done. On the laptop screen, you could see the Korean player ID, and at the same time, the hunter said that the information about the number of stones he earned and sold somehow fell into the hands of the So Guild. A book with records of the entrance to the dungeon appeared, and the guy noticed that they also knew about all the dungeons he managed to visit. On the table was a glass of coffee. Lowering her chin, the lady stated that she would try to learn more about this incident, and then added that she would then be able to give the So Guild a good squeeze. Bulging her pupils, the protagonist asked if she was surprised, to which she replied that this was not the first time. Lips pursed in frustration, the member of the Players Association admitted that she was ready to deal with her right now, but so far her strength was not enough. The awakened man put his fingers to his chin thoughtfully. The user looked ahead, and his interlocutor said that they would also provide him with a place to live. Raising his palms, the young man said that everything was fine, and then added that he led a nomadic lifestyle, so he did not need it. Lowering her jaw, Yuna asked if it was true, and then muttered that it was a little difficult. Drops of sweat were dripping down Hyunseong's cheek. There was a small marshmallow on the surface of the drink, when suddenly the main character asked if it happened by accident due to emergency unscheduled work. Looking up, the girl replied that it was true. After all, they needed manpower, so it might be a little difficult. The hunter's eyes widened in surprise when his boss asked him to inform her about his movements every time. Squinting her eyes, the leader of the assassination team remarked that she would then be able to provide him with a job depending on his current location. Holding out a bank card, Yuna said that they also provide him with a card for personal expenses, after which she added that he would be able to pay for housing with it. Holding the object between his fingers, Hyunseong asked if it was possible, to which he was answered in the negative. Putting her fingers to her mouth, the girl explained that if other members of the association found out about this, then there would probably be an uproar because they had a special attitude towards someone, so it was worth keeping it a secret. The main character lowered the corners of his lips, while the leader of the killing team said that officially this would be recorded as compensation for frequent changes of work. Leaning his hands on the table, the hunter thanked her for her work. With a wink of one eye, the lady remarked that this was the least they had to do for him to sign them again in 2 years. The protagonist's cheeks instantly turned red with embarrassment. A view of a multi-story building opened. The man was holding on to his black jacket with his hand. Smiling, the user noticed that the clothes fit like a glove. Lifting the plastic card up, the boss asked him to take this too, after which she added that this certificate proves that he is a member of the Players Association. The awakened man rounded his eyes in bewilderment, and the lady said that now he had the powers of a member of the supervision team. The young man happily looked at the player's ID, which had detailed information about him on it, and at the same time, Yuna clarified that he shouldn't have any trouble like in the past. Lowering his chin, Hyunsung asked if he could walk now. Looking ahead, the girl advised him to check notifications from time to time, because sometimes everyone can be urgently gathered, and then added that he did not have to worry, because such calls practically do not happen. Standing opposite the interlocutor, the leader of the killing team said that if they do happen, then it is necessary to react immediately. Lowering his hands, the hunter replied that he understood everything, and then asked when he could receive the deposit. Squeezing her eyes shut, the lady said that he had already been transferred, since the contract came into force only when the deposit was transferred. The boss suggested that he was in dire need of funds, to which the guy scratched his head and said that he was going to buy a couple of skill books. Smiling, the member of the Players Association said that it was a good idea, and then added that the association had its own store with such books, so they could go together. Turning around, the lady said that she would show him. The woman's heels took step by step down the road while the protagonist thanked her. Looking ahead, the user thinks that his main goal is to become stronger, so he will invest all 20 billion in a skill book. A view of the bookshelves opened up, when suddenly the awakened man noticed that there were not as many of them as he had thought. Standing next to the subordinate, the lady explained that skill books are not replenished so often. Looking away, Yuna said that in addition, demand exceeds supply, so if a good book appears, then it is immediately bought. Turning her head to the side, the girl said that their assortment was unfortunately smaller than that of the official auction trading house. The black screen of the cash register was visible. Smirking, Hyunsung thought about down with taxes. Coming closer to the subordinate, the boss asked if there was anything wrong with the fact that he had bought so many books, because it seemed to her that it was not very effective. Squeezing his eyes shut, the protagonist said that even if so, they would still be used someday, when suddenly the system announced that the book of the passive skill of immortality had been upgraded to a uniquely rare rank. A woman's heel stepped onto the floor. Smiling contentedly, the leader of the assassination team said that this was the end of her work. A car was parked on the road, and at the same time, Yuna said that it was insured, so she could use it with pleasure. Sitting in the car, Hyunsung said goodbye to his boss, and she wished him a good trip. Near the door there was a sign saying that this was the office of the president of the Korean Players Association. Holding his chin with his fingers, the man said that no matter what he thought, 2 years was a fairly short time. Looking ahead, the leader of the assassination team asked if he was upset that they had not been able to sign a lifetime contract with him. There was a big scar on the director's face, and then he replied that he was upset, because they had to do it. Lowering her eyelids slightly, the lady stated that he was thinking more about money, to which he shouted that this was not the case. Leaning his hand on the table, the head of the organization noted that in her case, they had also honestly improved the conditions, after which he asked if she thought that since this was a lifetime contract, they would make her work for low pay. Yuna resolutely lowered her eyelids. The girl said that initially this was exactly the case, when suddenly the eyes of her boss turned sharply white. Smiling broadly, the leader of the assassination team explained that if she hadn't insisted, they wouldn't have given her better terms, and added that she should have changed her contract from the beginning, just like Hyunseong. Lowering his jaw in displeasure, the president of the Korean Players Association exclaimed that she didn't need to compare him to herself, because her situation was new to them, so if it wasn't for her, they wouldn't have known about the existence of a special skill. Looking ahead, the lady explained that that was why they should have treated her better, to which the man cried out that they had done so. The silhouette of the protagonist appeared, and the director of the organization said that they had made many concessions with a contract for him, as she wanted, and if she had not intervened, they would have offered him only a lifetime contract with a deposit of 100 billion. There were stacks of paper bills in the suitcase, and Yuna explained that if they hadn't done so, then information about him would have leaked out, and foreign guilds or associations would have taken him away. Lowering his jaw in bewilderment, the head of the association asked if she was threatening him with the transfer of information to foreign associations. Looking at the interlocutor, the girl clarified when it was she who threatened, and then added that she only said that there was a high probability of this. Squeezing her eyes shut, the leader of the assassination team remarked that if the boss knew her so well, then he should know what she was thinking. There was a glimmer of light in the eyes of the president of the Korean Players Association, and he replied that this was not the case, to which the subordinate asked him not to pretend that he did not understand anything, and said to change her contract for 2 years as well. Slightly tilting his head down, the man said that this was impossible. Folding his fingers, the director of the organization admitted that if she hadn't resisted, no matter what the cost, they would have signed a lifetime contract with Hyunseong. Frowning, the lady called the boss a scoundrel. At the same moment, his eyes turned white. Leaning his hand on the table, the head of the association asked if she thought he was doing it for himself, when in fact it was for the good of the country, after which he added that nothing bad would happen if he signed a lifetime contract with them. Lowering her jaw, the lady explained that it would have been better if he had not signed it at all. Scratching his head, the president of the Korean Players Association did not understand why he was doing all this. Looking straight ahead, the lady said that if he didn't like it, she could cancel her contract. Slyly furrowing his brows, the man refused. The women's heels began to move in the opposite direction, when suddenly the boss asked where he had gone. Gritting her teeth tightly with anger, the assistant replied that she would work. I could see a drop of sweat running down the cheek of the director of the organization. There was a view of thick clouds in the endless blue sky. A notification about the transfer of 1 billion to my mother's account was shown on the phone screen. Lowering his chin, Hyun-seong muttered that it was enough to pay his father's hospital bills for the next 10 years, and it would also be enough to live on. The main character looked ahead and said that in order not to seem suspicious, he bought only one skill book, which is related to recovery. A collection of teachings was flying around in the magic space, and the hunter decided that he needed to improve his immortality skill, after which he exclaimed that he wanted to see how many books he would need to improve. Multi-story buildings in the city stood close to each other. The guy sat with his hands on the table. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his hand. The user's pupils instantly shrank in size when he saw an item called Restoration of Nature, which speeds up wound healing, worth 135 million at the current bid, at the auction, and then stated that he had to buy it, since it was a book of rare rank, like immortality. The eyes of the awakened man reflected the glare of light. Pressing his finger on the button to place a bet, the young man remarked that even if he could not study it, it would be a good idea to have it in reserve. A flashback appeared in which Yuna stretched her palm forward, and Hyun-seong muttered that if the advice was to be believed, passive skill books were always active, so everyone bought them, while active skills were most often ignored and unused. Shifting his gaze down, the main character decided to buy everything that has a rare rank and above. The hunter took one step at a time down the street. Bringing his fingers to the magical aura, the guy noticed that he had spent a lot. At the same moment, small magic particles flew around his hand. Smiling, the protagonist wondered if he should spend extra points. The system's notification showed the number of points, and at the same time, the young man was surprised by the amount sold. Tapping the screen, the main character said that the game console and laptop are popular. Parting his lips, the protagonist added that the cosmetics and perfume were also sold, and the watch was also unexpectedly quickly gone. Suddenly, a cluster of unusual aura appeared. The hunter, holding the battery in his hand, said that nothing could surpass this thing. In the afternoon, a view of the store opened. The man opened his mouth wide and greeted the awakened man. The staff leaned towards the player. The users were wearing a mask, and he asked what about the battery, to which he received a counter question, whether it was about the right order. There were power supplies on the floor, and at the same time you could hear that they had already charged and set everything up. Small particles were flying near the energy carriers, and the guy noticed that it was excellent. Adjusting his glasses, the young man said that he would have one more request. Moving his legs, the teenager asked if they could prepare the same amount of goods with a full charge. The store employee, smiling happily, replied positively and added that the dear customer could rely on them. An assistant standing at the side of the protagonist said that they gave him a discount because he always pays with points, and if he needed anything, he should tell them. At night, a view of the motel opened up. The protagonist clutched his chin thoughtfully. In the past, the guy held a shield in front of him. His opponent's expression was cunning, and the young man then wondered who he was. Lowering his eyebrows, the teenager decided that he would spend everything. Sitting on the bed, the hunter said that there were about 3 billion left. Things for sale were visible, and the awakened man said that a weak increase in various statistics costs 5 million points, and a small one costs 10 million. Looking down, the player said that in order to improve all the stats to the 200th level, it would take about 5 billion points. The user held an unusual stone in his fingers. After a moment, Hyun-seong ate the green crystal and explained that increasing stats affects all skills, and therefore it is profitable to invest in pumping statistics. The number of points of the main character appeared. There were many textbooks on the floor, after which the protagonist decided that he would spend the remaining 5 billion points on books. Suddenly, the system wrote about the Book of Immortality, and then the guy, holding a dagger in his hand, said that the word slow had disappeared. Suddenly, the young man cut his finger. A second later, his limb healed. The teenager turned his gaze abruptly to the side. The hunter noticed a call notification on his phone. The awakened man brought the gadget to his ear, and at the same time, Yuna greeted him. Parting his lips, Hyun-seong asked what was going on. Smiling slightly, the girl replied that they had evidence of the information they had received earlier, and therefore they reported the So Guild leadership to the police, and today they would all be arrested. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that it was wonderful, otherwise it would be tedious to deal with them, after which the lady said that although the So Guild had a close relationship with the prosecutors, they could not leave this time. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise, and then the leader of the assassination team added that, on the contrary, they say that this time the investigation was stricter. Ji-hoon appeared, and the hunter asked if it was because of the conflict between the factions. The guy's expression was calm, and at the same time, A member of the Players Association reported that the guild master, So Ji-hong, not only did not interfere with the investigation, but also provided all the internal documentation, as if he wanted them to catch them quickly. Sweat was dripping down the cheek of the awakened man, and at the same time he clarified what had happened to Sonu. After introducing the men in black suits, Yuna replied that the arrest order had not yet arrived. A bound man was visible, and the girl added that he would not be able to flutter for a long time. The master followed the policeman, after which the lady noticed that when Wu Hyun was arrested, it became known about all the murders and assaults that had been committed. The guy looked thoughtfully ahead, and the leader of the assassination team said that the customers were close to Sunwoo. Hyun-seong turned his gaze sideways, and then a member of the Players Association asked if he could turn on the TV now. Taking the remote control in his hand, the main character answered positively. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard if everything was almost confirmed. The lady, sitting at the table, said that the final decision had not been made, but she thought it was a matter of time. The host said that Sunwoo, the deputy head of the guild, had been expelled from the guild, and the police and the association were currently looking for him, and at the same time, the guy's pupils turned white, and he wondered what kind of semi-censorship was this, since the name was published, but the name of the guild was not. Yuna asked if he was convinced, after which the young man, opening his jaw, answered positively. The girl, looking ahead, said that, as you can see, he will not be able to avoid arrest. Placing her hand on the table, the lady explained that now everyone, even those who were favorable to Sun, turned away from him, to which the teenager remarked that this was how it should be. Closing his eyes contentedly, the hunter thanked her for figuring it out, and then the leader of the assassination team said that she was not worth thanking her, but on the contrary, apologizing for not doing it earlier. The awakened man turned his gaze thoughtfully to the side. Holding the gadget to his ear, the user said that he would treat her later as a sign of gratitude, and at the same time a member of the Players Association clarified whether these words were empty words. Looking straight ahead, Hyun-seong replied positively, and at the same time, Yuna said that she would be waiting for his call then and also wished him good night. Raising the corners of his lips, the main character said that they would call later. On the phone screen you could see a call with a girl. The protagonist's expression was calm. Suddenly, the guy lowered his eyebrows and exclaimed that he needed to go find a book. At night, a view of the motel opened up. There was a green textbook on the bed, and the young man could not understand where the improvement was. Taking the book in his hand, the teenager said that it was the last one, and added that he had spent the entire deposit and studied all the available skill books, after which the system reported that it was a rare natural healing that was a passive skill and accelerated wound healing. The hunter said that he had eaten so much that he simply had to develop the skill, and then the artificial intelligence wrote that there was a mistake while studying the book of passive skill natural healing, but after a moment, the passive skill book of immortality of a uniquely rare level improved to uniquely heroic, causing the awakened one's pupils to turn sharply white. Happily clenching his fists, the player exclaimed that he had finally leveled up, and at the same time the system reported the characteristics of the book of immortality. Looking at the screen, the user said that there are fewer weaknesses, and it can be developed further. Sweat quickly ran down Hyun-seong's cheek. Tilting his head, the main character noticed that he had spent so much on it to finish off the heroic rank, and therefore he would not even stutter about the legendary. A white pillow appeared. Falling face down on the bed, the protagonist decided to go to bed. Closing his eyes, the young man said that tomorrow was his first working day. A view of the building with high windows opened. The teenager lifted his leg off the floor, and at the same time the question was heard whether he was here. The girl crossed her arms, after which someone said that she was a little worried. The hunter's expression was calm, and he was asked if he was new. The guys looked attentively in his direction. Looking ahead, the awakened man replied positively. The guy turned his gaze to the side. The player lowered the corners of his lips thoughtfully. The user, approaching him, clarified whether he was taking over the shift today. Closing his eyes, Hyun-seong replied that this was his first time. Squinting his eyes, the interlocutor said that many times he asked to send them a newcomer, and they really did so. Taekal smiled and said that he was glad to meet him. The main character shook his partner's hand, gave his name and said that it was mutual. In the middle of the white corridor I could see the entrance to the room. The knight pointed his finger to the side. At the same second, the player pointed to the wooden door. The hunter raised his head in confusion. Folding her hands in displeasure, the girl was silent. A sign appeared with the inscription room number 7. With his mouth wide open, the guy said that he could wait here. Turning his gaze sideways, the young man said that if he was assigned to a dungeon below the 100th level, he would have to go with Suyin. The lady looked sharply to the side. The player could be seen standing at the door, and at the same time, Taechul said that she would be 25 years old this year, and like him, she was somewhere on the 100th level. Happily raising his eyebrows, the protagonist hoped that they would work together. With a wink, the girl replied positively. Soo-young then looked away, and the knight remarked that she should introduce herself properly, and asked why she had switched to informal speech in the first place. Looking ahead, the lady explained that he looked younger than her, and so she suggested that they communicate like this. The hunter looked at her in surprise when he heard her ask if he was upset, and at the same moment asked for forgiveness. Through the sweat on his face, the awakened man wondered if she liked him. Scratching the back of his head, the guy apologized for his colleague and said that she had no manners, after which Hyun-seong thought that something was definitely wrong. The main character, parting his lips, said that everything was fine. Smiling slightly, the protagonist added that he was definitely not fit to be a younger brother. The girl looked straight in bewilderment when she heard that she must not have known, but he was definitely older. Taechol's pupils turned white at the hunter's word that he would be 27 years old this year. The awakened man was told that he really had a child's face, so he closed his eyes contentedly and said that he often heard it. Suddenly, Hyun-seong narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Swyong, through the sweat on her face, asked for forgiveness. The lady turned away abruptly, and the main character replied that everything was fine. Turning his head, the player explained that as soon as the request came, they could immediately go to the place. Looking sideways, the guy added that he wanted to assign someone else to them, but the others had not yet reached the 100th level. Lifting the corners of his lips, the protagonist said that he did not care. The hunter's gaze was serious, and he muttered that if he was sent to a dungeon of the 100th level and below, and since his stats were above the 200th level in total, then even if he acted alone, there would be no problem, and then the system wrote his statistics. A small bed appeared, and it was heard that it was his room. The young man, looking at the awakened man, said that if he did not plan to put on equipment, he could read a book or take a nap. A view of the orange sky opened. Hyun-seong could be seen yawning. His expression was confused, and he said that he had slept for a very long time. Crossing his fingers, the main character noticed that even if so, the salary is still good. Closing his eyes contentedly, the protagonist wondered if he could just take night shifts and sleep here. The hunter was sitting on the bed. Soo-yeon quickly shuffled her legs. The girl, entering the room, announced the call and asked to follow her. The awakened one, walking in her direction, answered positively. A black car appeared, and at the same time the question was heard what had happened. Placing her hand on the steering wheel, the lady said that there was a signal that a monster had appeared that was above the level of the dungeon. Turning his gaze to the side, Hyun-seong asked if it was okay that only the two of them had gone to the call, after which the player said that the two of them were enough. Imagining a terrible monster, the user said that a werewolf above level 70 had appeared in the Horned Turtle dungeon of the 60th level, but there were no casualties yet, and no casualties were expected. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that it was because of the difference of only 10 levels. Parting her lips, Soo-yeon explained that most of the calls come to incidents in dungeons above level 50th. Looking in her direction, the protagonist clarified whether it was because there were no security personnel there, to which he received a positive answer. A security officer card appeared, and then the girl said that players who reach level 50th and get their first profession usually go to work as security officers in low-level locations themselves. A magic portal could be seen, and at the same time, the lady added that from the 50th level onwards, there were no more security personnel in the dungeons. Sweat was dripping down the guy's cheek. The young man looked up, and the lady said that problems begin with players who are used to being under constant care. The orc attacked the humans, after which Soo-yeon said that when various situations arise and there are no security personnel around, their survival skills deteriorate dramatically, and this becomes a huge problem. Looking sideways, the hunter said that it amused her. Smiling slightly, the girl noticed that this trip would give her a salary increase. The car could be seen driving along the road, and at the same time the awakened man explained that in any case, the more calls, the higher the salary. Thick foliage appeared. Hyun-seong shuffled his legs. Raising his head, the main character said that it would not be easy to find. The protagonist then looked ahead. Turning her gaze to the side, the lady asked not to be surprised. After a moment, the lady frowned seriously. Suddenly, her hand was covered with fur. The player has changed his human form. A glare of light was reflected in the user's eye. Stretching out his index finger, the hunter asked if she had become a cat. Baring her teeth angrily, Soo-yeon exclaimed that it was a leopard. The pupils of the awakened man turned sharply white, and then he apologized. The animal's nose appeared. The girl turned around and said that if he hesitated, she would leave him behind, and therefore let him not lag behind. After a moment, the lady took off. Through the sweat on his face, the guy said that she was very fast, because she used 4 paws. The lady's sharp claws were visible. A terrible monster stood between the trees. Quickly shuffling his legs, the young man reported that he was huge, like a hunting dog. Jumping forward, the player explained that his sense of smell is even better than that of a dog. Opening its mouth, the monster howled loudly. Suddenly, the user delivered a slashing blow to the opponent. The teenager lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment. A defeated enemy lay on the ground. Keeping his hands in his pockets, Hyun-seong said that she had elastic gear, to which Soo-yeon replied that it couldn't be otherwise, but she was expensive. Closing her eyes contentedly, the girl said that it was time to return. A view of the dense foliage opened. The lady looked around. Suddenly the lady turned to the main character. The leopard, moving his nose, said that he was not alone here. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked the player again. Through the sweat on his face, the user explained that before he died, he managed to call his pack. Suddenly, a huge number of undead appeared. The beast's foot stomped on the ground. A pack of werewolves was moving forward. The hunters ran away in fear, and the main character asked in surprise if this often happens. Soon smiled and answered, not often, but it happens. However, when it happens, the name and level of this dungeon change. The werewolves frowned furiously. They slowly approached the girl. The main character looked at them thoughtfully. He suddenly shifted his gaze to his partner, who said that first he needed to deal with them and prepare a report, and then added that she would go first. With that, soon rushed into battle. At this time, Henson took out his vampire sword. The werewolves, growling, rushed to attack. With one quick blow, the girl blew the head off the monster's shoulders. The main character cut the bodies of his opponents into 2 parts with a swing of his sword. Suddenly, he abruptly shifted his gaze when he heard a loud howl. All the werewolves immediately stopped. Henson straightened up and asked if it was the werewolf king. A huge monster with a scar on its eye stared at them. They looked at each other without moving from their seats. After a short pause, Soon raised her hand and said that she would take care of it, and at the same moment she took off and the protagonist asked if there would be any problems. After all, it was a monster of about 100 or 110th level. But as soon as he asked this, he abruptly shifted his gaze to the side as he felt the remaining monsters moving. At the very last moment, the guy dodged the werewolf's quick attack. In the air, he struck several quick blows. Head down, Henson stared thoughtfully at the monsters. As he fought, the werewolves continued to advance. The main character was chopping off the heads of monsters, when suddenly he said that it seemed to be over soon. The werewolves slowly approached him. Suddenly, the body of one of them was pierced through. Blood splattered in all directions, and monsters fell to the ground. After killing the opponents, the main character stopped. Turning around, he asked if she wasn't done yet. Soon and the werewolf king fought fiercely in the air. With a mad grin on his face, the king struck. The girl, gritting her teeth, could hardly block these attacks, and Henson, seeing this, asked himself if he should help him. Without hesitation, he took off. But before he could strike, the werewolf king turned sharply at him. At the same moment, the monster raised its head and roared loudly. Seeing this, the guy frowned tensely and asked what kind of magic it was. At the very last moment, he managed to jump away. At the same moment, the werewolf king rushed to attack. He unleashed a quick shot that Soon was unable to block. Blood spurted out of her mouth. Immediately afterward, the monster grabbed her neck with its teeth. Seeing this, the main character used a fire projectile. The werewolf king easily dodged the magical attack. Soon's eyes quickly blanked. Henson suddenly found himself directly behind the werewolf king, but unexpectedly, Soon appeared in his arms. The guy immediately jumped back. He held the girl in his arms and asked if she was okay. Receiving no answer, the main character stretched out his hand and used healing. But this magic had no effect. Seeing this, Henson frowned and said that he should use the medicine he had received last time. But before he could do so, he was attacked from behind by the werewolf king. Suddenly, with one quick blow, its claws were severed. The main character turned to the monster and said that he was a rather intelligent wolf. He stared at him, adding that he had dealt with his partner first, and now he had taken care of him, and then asked if he had sent his servants ahead to stall for time. All the other werewolves were dead at this time. After listening to the guy, the werewolf king laughed. Suddenly he attacked sharply, but Henson managed to duck. Then he began to counterattack. They fought, blocking each other's attacks. But one strong blow from the protagonist made the werewolf king move a few meters back. Unexpectedly for the guy, the monster abruptly took off. Henson immediately turned his gaze away. The werewolf king rushed to attack the wounded Soon. At the very last moment, the main character kicked the wolf in the face. The monster collapsed to the ground after such a blow. Henson, standing with his leg up, looked at his opponent in surprise. The werewolf king raised his head and howled loudly. At the same moment, the protagonist and Soon were surrounded by werewolves. Seeing this, the guy gritted his teeth in displeasure. His partner was lying unconscious on the ground. Then the main character created magical energy in his hand and said that this situation is for the best, so he will act step by step. After saying that, he filled the blade of his sword with magic. The guy looked at his weapon and said that he needed to use a magic projectile, an ice projectile, a fire projectile, a fireball, and a fire spear. At this time, the werewolves rushed to attack. Particles of powerful magical energy began to appear around the main character. With each new spell, there were more and more magic particles. Suddenly, Henson, looking up at the monsters, used the release. A bright flash of light began to fill everything around. The werewolves attacked the main character from all sides. Magic projectiles of all elements were released in all directions. They pierced the werewolves through. Everyone who attacked the main character was affected by this technique. Particles of magical energy emanated from the sword. Henson suddenly smiled and said that he wouldn't even need a potion. After saying that, he once again held out his sword in front of him. Magic projectiles were released in the same direction in the same second. But at this time, at great speed, one of the monsters quickly dodged these attacks. The werewolf king was approaching the guy at high speed. Seeing this, the protagonist said emotionlessly that he had good reflexes, adding that he knew he was not like the others. But now he wondered if he could dodge the rare rank skill as well. At this time, the fire began to quickly consume the forest. Suddenly, a huge wall of ice appeared in front of the werewolf king. From what he saw, the monster froze in place. Henson took a step forward at this time. He looked at the werewolf king and said that it was too late. After saying that, magic projectiles of all elements began to appear in the air around him. Hearing this, the werewolf king turned tensely to look at the young man. At the same moment, magic projectiles were released in his direction. As soon as the monster saw this, it roared furiously, and there was no emotion on the guy's face. A bright flash of light was approaching the werewolf king. A few seconds later, a madly powerful explosion rang out. When the lights went out, only smoke remained. When it dissipated, a magic portal appeared. Seeing him, the main character frowned tensely. But unexpectedly, items began to fall out of the portal. Henson immediately took a few steps forward, saying that he needed to see what objects had fallen from him. Suddenly, drops of cold sweat appeared on his face, and he asked in confusion what it was. He had a huge heart in his hand. Then the guy stretched out his hand and said that he needed to read more about it. In the system screen, it was reported that this is the heart of the Werewolf King of rare quality, which allows you to transform into the Werewolf King for 60 minutes, as well as for the duration of the transformation of strength, agility, stamina will increase by 30%, but after the time passes, the strength, agility and stamina indicators will decrease by 10%, and the method of application. Eaten. After reading this, the main character asked in confusion if his appearance would change. He held his heart in his hand and added that compared to the increase in indicators, the cost of using it was much more serious. After saying that, he looked behind himself and added that he had to go back first. Night fell, and the sky turned dark. The protagonist was sitting next to the bed where Soon was sleeping. After a while, Teachio came and asked if the girl was okay. Soon slept on the bed with her mouth open. The main character raised his eyebrows and replied that everything was fine, all external injuries had healed, but to make sure for sure, it was better to take her to the hospital. With excitement in his eyes, the boy looked at Henson and thanked him for his help, because if it weren't for him, trouble would have happened. Hearing this, the main character laughed and replied that he was also on the team, so helping his comrades was the order of the day. Before leaving for the portal, he turned around and said that he would return as soon as he had sorted it out. After a while, the bright rays of the sun illuminated everything around. Soon bowed and thanked him for saving her. Only when he entered inside, the main character froze in place. He closed his eyes, not knowing what to answer. After a short pause, the guy put his hand behind his head and exclaimed that he should have helped, when suddenly he said that the others were in the same clothes as yesterday. Then Takal, closing his eyes, smiled and explained that after they dealt with yesterday's incident, he went hunting, and then came here. Without opening his eyes, he asked if it was true that the main character did the same. Then Henson smiled and replied that everything was correct, adding that he had rested here and earned some money, which was a great option. After a while, there was a cup of coffee on the table. At the same table sat the main character and Teachio, who said that initially he thought that the guy lived in a luxurious house and he had a lot of money, because it is rare to see so many things of rare rank in one person. The main character, hearing this, lowered his gaze and said that he was not a rich son, adding that before he woke up, he was an ordinary handyman. Hearing this, Soon raised her eyebrows in surprise. Henson smiled and told him that his father had fallen ill and had been hospitalized, and that his family had worked hard to pay the hospital bills. After saying that, he remembered helping his mother at work in the cafeteria. After listening to the guy, Takal did not take his eyes off him, saying that in fact they had received an order to take good care of him, so he thought that he was from a rich family. Hearing this, the main character raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if it was really true. Looking down, he said to himself that it seemed they thought he was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. After a short pause, he drank some coffee and said that Miss Yuna must have overdone it, which made Tachel wonder if he knew Captain Yuna. Then Henson, closing his eyes, answered of course, because she had hired him. Tachel's comrades looked at them from the sidelines with a smile on their faces as he replied that he did seem to have outstanding abilities since she had hired him personally. From this conversation, Soon's eyes were full of surprise. Night fell, and the sky turned dark. The main character was walking along the corridor. Without any emotion on his face, he looked ahead and said to himself that he needed to sort out objects before going to bed. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he looked behind himself when he heard a familiar voice. Soon bowed her head and said that she was really sorry. From what he heard and saw, shock appeared in the guy's eyes. The girl, without raising her head, explained that there was a misunderstanding, and she behaved ill-mannered towards him, so she apologizes. From these words, drops of cold sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and he asked in confusion what other misunderstanding. Soon then raised her head and explained that she had become prejudiced because of a person she had met one day during a summons. They were looking at each other when suddenly Henson asked what had happened. After receiving such a question, Soon remembered the overconfident guy who was surrounded by monsters, and said that due to the son of a high-ranking official of the association behaving recklessly at the scene, the team members were badly injured. That day, blood spurted in all directions. But after this task, she looked at his back and knew that he, as the culprit of the accident, did not receive any punishment, but the crew members flew in full. Tears appeared in her eyes, and after that she always tried to be the first to go to the call. After listening to Soon, the protagonist smiled and said that everything was fine. Closing his eyes, he added that he did not pay attention to this. After these words, a certain surprise appeared in the girl's eyes. After a moment, she bowed her head again and thanked the guy, and then he realized that she seemed to be quite kind. Without taking his eyes off her, he suddenly remembered something. Smiling, he asked if he could ask something, since he was interested in something, and if it was not difficult for her to answer. But before he could finish speaking, his eyes were shocked that Soon exclaimed that she would answer any question he asked. She smiled warmly and asked what he was interested in. Drops of cold sweat were running down the cheek of the main character, and he said to himself that she was very naive, and he was more and more convinced of this. The girl stood in front of him with her eyes closed. The smile disappeared from the face of the main character. He frowned and said in a low voice that it would be a bit problematic. He stood in front of the girl and added that this question was about her skills. Without opening her eyes, the girl smiled and replied that she knew that he would ask about it, because she had been asked about him many times. Hearing this, Henson raised his hand to his chin. Soon raised her hand, talking about her skill. After listening to her, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. He looked at the smiling girl and said to himself that her therianthropy skill, the mythical ability of a human to transform into an animal, is an active skill that transforms her into a snow leopard, and her strength, agility, and stamina are greatly increased, which is why she has high attack power and defense, so she is a good tank and damager. There was no emotion in the protagonist's eyes as he said to himself that one of her shortcomings was low levels of magic and willpower, and due to her low willpower, she was vulnerable to magical attacks. Soon continued to gesticulate actively, explaining her ability. After speaking, she closed her eyes, and the guy in front of her thought that there was no reason for her to tell him all this. A week later, lush clouds floated across the blue sky. The main character looked at the ceiling and said that nothing was happening. He was lying on the bed, adding that there had been no more incidents, and that the initiation ceremony had gone well. But after that day, without finishing, he remembered the day when he fought on equal terms with the Werewolf King. Leaving his memories, Henson turned. Raising his eyebrows slightly, he pondered. The main character opened the system screen in front of him and said that although popularity has fallen, batteries and electronic products are sold without problems. After saying that, he closed his eyes and added that he would soon be able to buy something else of heroic rank. After a while, the guy took a step forward. Going to the exit, he reached out and said that he was bored, so he would go a little hunting. At the same time, he would accumulate points. Particles of magical energy emanated from the entrance to the dungeon. A man in a suit looked at the guy and asked to show his ID to the players. The main character put his hand in his pocket and asked to give him a second. Then he held out the certificate. The man's eyes were shocked by what he saw, and he asked in a trembling voice if it was the association's supervision department. At the same second, he bowed and wished the guy good job. Less than a minute later, the main character entered the dungeon. Not far ahead, he saw a pack of monsters. Without hesitation, Henson reached out and used a firestorm. A stream of flames burst out of his hand. In the blink of an eye, he destroyed the monsters standing in his way. Only particles of ash remained in the air after this, and the guy said that it was very good that he had acquired this skill. He held a shield in front of him and added that this was to be expected from a rare rank item of a broad spectrum. Smiling contentedly, he continued to say that his synergy with the shield was amazing. After that, the protagonist lowered his shield and said that in a mid-level dungeon it is not so noticeable, but at a low level it is most likely considered cheating. But as soon as he said that, his shield was cut in half. Blood spurted from his shoulder. The man who attacked him smiled mischievously and said that he had a pretty good reaction. Henson clutched at the wound and screamed loudly, asking who he was. Then the guy, closing his eyes, asked in response if he did not recognize him, adding that this also happens. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly in his hand, adding that he should know whose hands he would die. Hearing this, the main character frowned tensely. His opponent put his hand to his chest and said that his name was Sunwoo, adding that he had recently been the deputy head of the So Guild. From what he heard, drops of cold sweat appeared on the face of the main character, and he asked in confusion why he was doing this, to which he replied that he was thinking of taking out his anger on him. On the blade of his sword was Henson's blood, and he added that of all those who had done all this to him, the only one he could take revenge on was him. After saying that, Sonu raised his sword to his face. The protagonist, without moving from his seat, suddenly shouted, asking if he really thought that he would get off easily if he did so, to which he calmly replied that it was useless to shout, because he had previously set up a barrier blocking sounds and the field of vision. A special dagger was stuck in the ground. After a short pause, Sunwoo raised his hand and asked to take a look at him, after which he asked if he looked like a high-level player. Without opening his eyes, he smiled mischievously and asked if he looked like a beginner who hadn't even reached level 50 yet. Hearing this, the main character frowned and asked if he had forged the ID. Then Sunwoo opened his eyes and said that he was so bad, but there was no need to worry about it, because he would be leaving this country today. He imagined his passport in his head and added that he would be able to live under a new name abroad. Then he introduced the family of the main character and said that at first he thought about starting with his family, because he wanted him to feel all the pain of loss. But unfortunately he could not get to them. The Henson family was under guard at all times. At these words, fury appeared in the guy's eyes, and he shouted that the guy was just crazy. Sunwoo at this time threw his sword over his shoulder and said that it would be easier to just eliminate both the guards and his family, but then it would be harder for him to leave the country, so he aimed at him who entered the dungeon. Having said that, he remembered how he had followed the main character when he entered the dungeon, and added that if the corpse was well hidden, it would not be discovered until a few days later. Sun always had a snide smile on his face. While they were talking, the wound on the protagonist's shoulder healed completely. Sunwoo saw this and said that his wounds were healing too quickly, and it seemed that he had learned a pretty good skill. From what he heard, Henson's eyes were shocked. His opponent closed his eyes and said that he knew that he was trying to buy time for treatment by trying to talk it over, and then asked if he really thought he could defeat him even if he fully recovered. Henson stared at his opponent. Suddenly, Sunwoo abruptly drew his sword in his direction. From this, fear and horror appeared in the guy's eyes, and he screamed in his head that he was finished. At the same second, at the very last moment, he managed to block a strong blow. From this, he flew a few meters back. Seeing this, Sunwoo threw his sword over his shoulder and said that it was unbelievable because he didn't think he would be able to block his attack. Without opening his eyes, he continued to smile and say that he was thinking of chopping off his left arm so that he would not have time to recover as before. At this time, Henson opened the inventory space. From it, he took out the heart of the Werewolf King. Seeing this, his opponent brought his hand to his chin and said that he didn't know that he had received an item to transform. As soon as he said that, the protagonist took on the image of the Werewolf King. He grinned furiously, and his opponent said that he seemed to have improved his stats a lot. Henson's paw hit the ground. In the next second, he abruptly took off. The main character jumped off the wall. In the air, in his paw, he created a fireball. At the same moment, a powerful magical explosion rang out. From the air, Henson looked at the smoke below him. But unexpectedly for him, Sunwoo was right behind him. Raising his sword, he asked if the guy really thought he could escape. Sona held the mane of the reincarnated protagonist. Henson, noticing his opponent, stiffened violently, and drops of cold sweat appeared on his face. Sunwoo had a wide smile on his face. The main character did not hesitate and threw his opponent away from him from the turn. Upon landing on the ground, a fireball immediately appeared in its paw. In the next second, he threw it into Sona, but the guy, without moving, smashed the main character's fireball with a light blow of his sword. Henson was in front of his opponent at the same moment, about to attack with his huge paws. Sonu put his sword up in time, and the main character grabbed the blade with his huge paws. Seeing this, the guy laughed. Gritting his teeth tightly, the main character said in his head that he must cope. Suddenly, Sunwoo was behind the werewolf, swinging his sword to strike. In the next second, he delivered several very quick and strong blows to his opponent's back. Feeling terrible pain, the main character growled. He immediately slammed his fist into the ground, causing everything around him to shake. Henson suddenly looked up at his opponent in surprise when he said that he really was incredible. Sonu, standing not far in front of the protagonist, called out to him. After a short pause, without opening his eyes, he asked if he knew his nickname. With that, lightning enveloped his sword blade, and in the next second, his entire body was also covered in lightning that ran non-stop all over his body, and he suddenly said that he was a lightning sword. After a short pause, he raised his sparkling hand up. Abruptly throwing it in the direction of the main character, he released a powerful stream of lightning at him. As he hit his target, Henson was subjected to a strong magical attack, the pain of which he felt immediately. Suddenly, Sonu chopped off the main character's hand with one quick blow. Smiling contentedly, he said what a pity, adding that if the main character had listened to him then, everything would have ended differently. In terrible pain, the main character screamed furiously, and Sunwoo continued to say that then he would not regret giving the guy even more than some 100 billion. Suddenly Henson stood up on his feet. At the same moment, he furiously rushed at his opponent. Blood spurted. In the next moment, the protagonist was lying on the ground, shrouded in lightning. The tendons on his legs were cut. The eyes of the Werewolf King were full of pain and rage. At this time, Sunu, throwing his sword over his shoulder, sat down next to his opponent's face and asked if he wanted to tell him how to get around the rule of 20 levels. He had a couple of drops of blood on his cheek that belonged to the protagonist, and he said that it would also be nice to know how Henson was able to become so strong in such a short time. The main character, raising his head with the last of his strength, shouted for his opponent to go to hell. Hearing such a rude answer, Sunwoo lowered his sword to the ground, in which the protagonist's muzzle immediately appeared, and said that if Henson said then maybe he would let the guy live. Lowering his head, the protagonist, trying to get up, asked if he really thought he would believe it, to which Sunwoo mockingly replied that even he did not trust himself. There was a wide, snide smile on his face, with which he said that he could give his opponent an easy death. He looked at him with contempt in his eyes and added that he should believe him. Immediately after these words, he plunged his sword into the back of Henson, who screamed furiously in terrible pain. Blood began to spurt. Sonu swung his sword, slicing through his opponent's flesh. He delivered blow after blow, causing great pain and saying that it seemed that regeneration was not the best aid during torture, rather a disadvantage. Blood splattered non-stop in all directions. The main character, closing his eyes, shouted very loudly. A couple of drops of blood fell on Sun's face again, and he said that he would feel all this endless pain and the executioner would not need to hold back, especially a newcomer like him. Lying on the ground, the main character did not even have the strength to clench his hand into a fist, and in his head he said that it was very painful, after which he asked himself if he should tell his opponent about the existence of a special skill and beg for mercy. At the same second, Sonu pierced the protagonist's paw. Blood continued to splash in all directions, and the guy continued to get wild pleasure from the process. With rage, the main character clenched his teeth, through which blood was oozing, because he understood that this guy did not need revenge. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and shouted loudly that Sunwoo should just kill him, adding that he would never say anything. Hearing this, Sonu took out a sword from his opponent's body, which was dripping with blood, and said something like that. After that, he took Henson by the mane. Raising the powerless rival, he said that he would rather die than be of any use to him. With coldness and hatred in his eyes, he stared at the main character and said that since he needed time to get rid of the corpse, he would do everything cleanly, as he asked. With that, a flying sword appeared in the reflection of Henson's eyes. The werewolf king's head flew into the air. The severed head fell dully to the ground, and blood immediately poured out of it. Sonu lowered his hands and looked at the corpse of his opponent, and said that the rest of the units should be assembled. Suddenly the smile disappeared from Sun's face. Looking down, he saw that his body had been pierced through by the werewolf's hand. "What is it?" the guy asked in shock, looking at how a bloody paw sticks out of his body. In the next second, he fell to the ground, and behind him stood the headless body of the main character. After that, the paw lost its strength and fell to the ground. With one hand, Henson's body crawled on the ground. His slashed legs dragged behind him. On the wall of the cave he could see Henson lifting his severed head. Putting it to her neck, the head immediately grew back. At this time, Sonu raised his head at his opponent with the last of his strength. Seeing what was happening, horror and fear appeared in his eyes, and the guy himself asked what the hell it was. In his closing eyes, he saw a completely intact werewolf standing on his feet. A second later, he died. The defense set up for Sun was destroyed. The main character took on his real appearance, and needed his hand. Sitting on the ground, he looked at his limbs and said that he had survived after all. After that, he put his hand to his neck and said that his body moved even after his head was cut off. Drops of cold sweat ran down his face, and then he asked himself how he had dealt with Sonu. Not far in front of him lay the corpse of Sonu, and after a moment's thought, Henson said that no one outside should know about it. After these words, he walked towards his dead rival and added that it would be dangerous even to talk about the players' associations. Suddenly, he remembered the image of Sun, who was somewhere on the 100th level. He said that if it became known that he had killed the rank Persona. After leaving the memories, the protagonist stood next to Sunwoo's body and said that the association would cast doubt on his level and abilities. There was some surprise in his eyes. In the next second, a large fireball appeared in his hand. Without taking his eyes off the dead man, he said that there was no need to reveal his secrets. After a while, Sunwoo's breastplate and his sword were lying to the side. The guy's body itself was consumed by the flames. All this was watched by the main character. After a while, the flame began to fade. Suddenly a purple glow appeared. A book appeared in the air, and the guy, looking at it, asked in surprise if the objects did not fall only from monsters. After a few minutes, he walked slowly back. In his hand he held a blue book. A notification suddenly appeared in front of him, stating that it was a heroic rank lightning breath, and below it was written that it was an active skill. A protective electrical barrier was forming around the user. All skills and actions would be enhanced by lightning, which would temporarily paralyze the opponent's body. The skill had no cooldown time. After reading all this, the protagonist was very surprised, and in the next second, a system screen appeared in front of him, on which was written a question if Henson wanted to learn the active skill lightning breath. Of course, the guy immediately replied, and after these words reached out to press the button with his finger. In the next second, lightning enveloped his entire body. Raising his hands, the main character looked at the lightning bolts in surprise. "A magic projectile," he said suddenly, and an electric ball began to appear in his hand. A few seconds later, he released a ball into the wall, and a powerful explosion rang out. What he saw shocked the guy's eyes, and he asked himself if it was cheating. Looking back at his hand, he said that his skill level had completely changed. After thinking for a while, he brought up a status window stating that his level was first, the ranks were 45, and the stats were huge. As Henson examined the entire window, he noticed something strange. An incredible achievement appeared in front of him, which the main character deserved by defeating a player higher than him by more than 100 levels, so he is rewarded with the title of First Rebel, and below it immediately appeared a notification about the incredible achievement of a rare rank, and even below it was written that the main character slew a player who was higher than him by more than 200 levels. Therefore, he is rewarded with the title of First Rebel of a rare rank. In the next second, another notification appeared about obtaining an incredible heroic level achievement, and below it was written that the protagonist had slain a player who was more than 300 levels higher than him, so he was rewarded with the title of Heroic Level First Rebel. After reading everything to the end, the guy clenched his hand into a fist and asked himself if he could defeat Sona now. As he spoke, he reminisced back to the recent battle where Sonu had cut off his paw. Afterward, he remembered how the man, with a snide smile on his face and contempt in his eyes, said that he could give him an easy death. Leaving the memories, Henson frowned and said that he needed to become even stronger. After that, he unclenched his hand and, looking at his palm, with drops of cold sweat on his face, added that he needed to refrain from using ranged combat skills in conjunction with lightning breath, because too much magic was consumed. A few days later, people were discussing the prices of the main character on the network, and a man named Mechabies wrote that he is madly in love with game consoles, but it seems to him that Henson has been overcharging lately, especially for high-capacity batteries, where the price per piece is 30 million points. In the next message, the same person wrote that it was too much, asking below if anyone knew how long this thing would last for 30 million, and below they replied that it would only last for 2 or 3 days, and after measuring the battery power, it turned out that it was even less than the energy from a single low-level stone. In the next post, the same person wrote that he believes that the cost should be reduced, so he organizes a boycott, adding that from tomorrow he will ignore this product for a month. Even lower he wrote that if people want to join him, then let them leave a comment. There were 8 responses to this message, some reacted negatively to such impudence, and some joined the boycott. A month later, the sun was shining brightly at Shinshin Station. The protagonist was sitting in his room and looking thoughtfully at the system screen in front of him. He looked at the shopping window, where there were 3 items, the ancestral instinct, the black elf dagger and the lich staff, and asked himself which of these 2 he should take. Opening the vampire ball, he said that he would buy both if he could. The price for the vampire ball was 30 billion points. Drops of cold sweat were running down the guy's face, and he himself said that there were incredibly few points, and the total price was 60 billion points. After a few seconds he stood up and said that he would think about it tomorrow. After a little searching, he picked up the TV remote. Falling on the bed, the main character began to look for a suitable channel, saying that today is his only day off of the week. Having found the right channel, he got ready to watch. There was a romantic movie on TV in which a guy in armor offered a girl in armor to date. Suddenly, 2 swords clashed, and shouts were heard that it was necessary to save her quickly. The main character, with a very interested look, putting a pillow under his head, was watching TV. At the same time, he ate chips that were lying next to him on the bed. Chewing food, he said that now it was clear what drama was filmed for the 20th anniversary of the Cataclysm, adding that the actor seriously put on very expensive equipment for this. Suddenly, a drop of cold sweat appeared on his face, and the guy himself said that they all suffered that day, after which he sank into memories. He remembered the day of the 20th anniversary of the disaster, when it was a calm, bright day, but the whole world was very excited, afraid that something would happen. There were plenty of players in the streets, each on the alert, but just like on the 10th anniversary, nothing serious happened. A lot of fake news began to appear in the news that the number of dungeons had decreased, but it was just chatter on the internet. After leaving his memories, Henson continued to watch a drama in which a girl in armor confessed her love for the head of the guild. Looking at this, the main character began to think. At the same moment, he abruptly hugged the pillow and asked what he could buy. Suddenly he felt a strong earthquake and was surprised. He immediately jumped out of bed, not understanding what was happening. Hearing the screams, Henson immediately rushed to the window, wondering if it was an earthquake. The entrance to the dungeon was open on the street. People in terror rushed to run away from the monsters that came out of the dungeon. The huge orcs roared furiously. More and more of them took to the streets of the city. Seeing what was happening, the main character gritted his teeth and realized that he needed to act. In the next second, he jumped out of his window. At this time, a huge orc was running after one of the girls, who had tears in her eyes. Suddenly, the main character cut the monster in 2 with his sword. Wasting no time, he launched a fireball at the other orc, which was immediately engulfed in flames. He continued to fight, chopping off the heads of each monster. People in terror continued to run without looking back. Seeing this, Henson shifted his gaze in surprise. To the side, he saw that the orcs had come out of the dungeon again. Without thinking twice, the young man stretched out his hand and used the firestorm skill, and a strong stream of fire was released from his hand at the same moment. In a few seconds, nothing remained of the orcs but ashes. Drops of cold sweat flowed down the face of the main character. Seeing how many orcs fled and grabbed people, letting them bleed, he said that the monsters mixed with ordinary people. Not knowing what to do, he gritted his teeth. At the same time, more orcs came out of the dungeon. They brutally killed one person after another. Suddenly, a guy with a red cloak cut through one of the orcs, saving people. Behind were 3 more players who were mercilessly killing monsters from the dungeon. The red-caped guy raised his head and shouted loudly to the protagonist that they were leaving a dimensional gate on Henson. Noticing the reinforcements, the main character thanked for the help. A siren sounded from the speakers. All people were in a hurry to save their lives. Military forces arrived, ready to protect the townspeople. The man with the scar on his eye firmly ordered that all players inside the country be notified. The main character raised his head in surprise. He stared intently at the speakers on the roof, through which it was announced that a general mobilization of players was announced. The buildings were destroyed. On the ground lay fragments and toys of children. The main character inserted an earpiece in his ear and said that he was in touch, and he was immediately answered by Yuna, who asked where the guy was now. Looking at the fireball in his hand, Henson revealed that he was near the Red Tarantula dungeon, not far from Shinshin Station, adding that the gate had suddenly opened and he was now fighting the orcs that had crawled out of it, after which Yuna asked what the situation was, and what the level of orcs was. Looking intently at the gate, the protagonist replied that fortunately he seemed to be low, saying afterwards that players from the neighborhood had also joined the clearing. Looking to the side, he saw a guy with dark short hair who was killing orcs one by one. The protagonist continued to watch as the local players fought hard against the advancing orcs, while Yuna appointed him as a temporary commander, adding that after clearing the territory, it would be necessary to redirect all players to Namen Station. The dead bodies of orcs lay on the ground, and Yuna reported that the gates at Namen Station had also opened, but they were sorely short of arms. The main character, having cut the huge orc into 2 parts, replied that he understood everything, after which Yuna told him not to worry about his family. A small crowd of orcs gathered around the main character, wanting revenge, and the leader continued to broadcast on the radio that she had been informed that Henson's family, along with other residents, had been taken to a bomb shelter, so the guy could be calm. From what he heard, the main character smiled and thanked for his concern. In the next second, the orcs swung their weapons at Henson, preparing to attack. With one deft blow, the main character cut the 2 monsters in 2, saying that he would hurry. After a while, lush clouds floated across the blue sky. Opening the system window in front of him, Henson said that there was no time to think. He was looking out the shopping window for the vampire ball. The price of the item was still 30 billion won. A few seconds later, a notification appeared in front of Henson confirming the purchase of the vampire ball passive skill book. The next notification was to ask if Henson wanted to study this passive skill book. Smiling contentedly, the guy said that it was good, because now he would finish with it faster and move on. After these words, he abruptly raised 2 fingers up. A wall of fire was released from the ground at the same second, which rose high up. All the orcs began to burn insanely quickly. The guy was looking at a huge wall of fire. Having dealt with the monsters, the main character stretched out his hand to the side, and a purple glow began to appear nearby. A few seconds later, a megaphone appeared in his hand, and Henson immediately shouted into it that he was a representative of the Players Association. All the players who came to help picked up their phones and were surprised to hear what they heard, while Henson continued to shout, ordering all players to gather, following orders to mobilize in emergencies. Hearing this, the children were terrified. Seeing such a reaction, the main character lowered the megaphone and displeased said that it would be hard. A few minutes later, 5 players gathered in front of him, to whom he firmly told that the necessary minimum of players remained to defend the territory, and the rest moved to the Namen Station. Remembering how he had burned the last of the orcs just recently, he added that all that remained was to take care of the gates. Suddenly a hand rose into the air. The guy with the short brown hair said he had a question. The guy, looking intently at the main character, asked how many places the gates opened. With a very calm face, Henson replied that at the moment the exact number is unknown, but it seems that the gates have opened all over the country. Hearing this, the players looked at each other in shock. The protagonist himself, with drops of cold sweat running down his face, pondered. Near the Namen Station there were burnt buildings. Monsters burst out of the huge gates and furiously rushed at ordinary citizens. They cut down civilians, splashing blood in all directions. Gripping their weapons tightly, they growled. Suddenly, one of them received a strong blow on the cheek. From such a blow, the monster flew far into the wall. Blood flowed down the lizard's face. At the same second, with a deft blow, a man with gray hair took the life of the monster. After that, he exhaled heavily. Throwing a huge axe over his shoulder, the man looked to the side. There he saw how huge white lizards continued to come out of the portal. Behind him stood his small team, who were surprised and frightened. At the same moment, a huge stream of fire swept past them. All the monsters burned at the same moment. In the next second, Henson held up 2 fingers. A wall of fire burst out of the ground into the sky. After a few minutes, he turned to the 2 girls and asked if they were okay. With his hands in his pockets, Henson said with a warm smile on his face that they had come to the rescue, and the players were standing behind him. Surprise suddenly appeared in the boys' eyes. The guys in front shouted happily that reinforcements had arrived. After a short pause, the guy with blonde hair looked around and said that the situation was serious. Pointing to a lot of white lizards, he said that there were not many dungeons here, so there were few players. Picking up the vampiric sword, the protagonist said that it was time to start. Suddenly hearing a loud scream, Henson frowned tensely. His wall of fire was shattered in an instant. From what he saw, shock and horror appeared in the eyes of the guy. A huge white lizard with a spear and shield stood in front of them, and then the main character shouted that they needed to deal with it as soon as possible. At the same moment, a fiery projectile began to appear in his hand. Immediately he fired it at his opponent, but he defended himself with a shield without being wounded. But Henson was already flying into the attack with a sword. He made a quick and strong blow, flying nearby. Stopping against the wall of the destroyed building, the main character turned around and said that the lizard was not so strong. At this time, the monster simply stood up and did not move. Without hesitation, Henson jumped back towards his opponent, chopping off his head. Suddenly he heard the screams from the side again, so he turned around. "What?" he asked in surprise, half turning to the gate. 4 more huge lizard men came out of the portal, and then Henson realized that the monster he had killed was not a boss, but an ordinary monster. Wasting no time, he used the firestorm technique. In the fire, the lizards stood steadfastly. There was hatred and bloodlust in their eyes. Seeing that the lizards were gone, the main character said that they were resistant to fire. In the next second, a shield flew out of the purple cloud that appeared. In flight, Henson grabbed it and flew to attack the huge lizard. Flying close enough, he hit one of them in the face with his shield. After that, he began to quickly strike at all the lizards in the vicinity. Suddenly he saw something approaching him from the side. It was an ice spear that made the protagonist distracted. At this time, one of the lizards grabbed the main character by the hand. Another lizard grabbed the guy by the leg. Sensing this, Henson gritted his teeth. Suddenly, the ice spear was right in front of the guy's face. A powerful ice explosion rang out. As soon as everything calmed down, it became clear that the main character was shrouded in blue frost. He held a shield in front of him. With drops of cold sweat on his face, the guy asked what it was. In front of him was a white lizard that was much larger than all the previous ones. There was emptiness and coldness in his eyes. Seeing such a huge monster, the main character said with apprehension that, it turns out, this is the king of the lizards. In the next second, he threw his shield aside. Standing up, he concentrated and prepared for a fight. An ice spear suddenly appeared in the air. Two more of the same appeared nearby above the lizard king's head. After a short pause, all spears flew at the main character. Henson immediately began to run away, dodging. Other large lizards reacted to it from all sides, which were also about to attack. But the main character cut through opponents with his sword with powerful and quick blows. Suddenly, after killing one of the lizards, two ice spears were right above the guy. Noticing this in time, he deflected both spears with a fiery shield. With anger and hatred in his eyes, he looked at the lizard king. Wasting no time, he jumped high, preparing to stab the king in the face. Noticing Henson in front of it, the huge monster opened its mouth and began to accumulate icy energy. Seeing this, the main character, defending himself with a fiery shield, frightened asked if the ice breath of the lizard king could finish off even here. In the next second, a huge ice stream burst out of the monster's mouth. He froze absolutely everything in his path. Covered in ice, the protagonist gritted his teeth and said that now was not the time to save mana. Immediately after saying that, he used the lightning breathing technique and his body was immediately covered in running lightning. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes. In an instant he disappeared. In less than a second, he appeared in front of his opponent and struck at the huge spear. At this time, all the other lizards roared furiously. Out of the corner of his eye, looking at the battlefield, the main character said that he needed to restrain those monsters as well. He watched the normal players fight the lizards and said in his head that there was no one else here who could handle at least the normal mobs, adding that if he didn't stop them, the lizard men would kill everyone. After these thoughts, he found himself on the ground. Several white lizards stood around him, which immediately furiously rushed at the guy. Raising his head up and exhaling in a relaxed way, Henson said to himself that it was all very good. Raising the vampire sword, shrouded in lightning, he finished saying that everyone was coming towards him. Immediately afterward, he slammed his hand the ground. There was an electric explosion that lit up the battlefield. With glowing eyes, the main character began to brandish his sword. Blood began to splash and screams were heard. The white lizards were shrouded in lightning, which made them tremble violently. Henson suddenly found himself on the neck of one of the monsters. With a quick movement, he cut off the lizard's head. Without any emotion on his face, he looked at all of this. An hour later, it was night outside. Ordinary players were shocked and frightened by what they saw. Henson walked among the corpses of white lizards. Looking at the huge lizard king, he said loudly that there was only one monster left. Frowning, he added that it was time to end this. The huge monster understood everything and rushed to attack the main character with screams. Henson deftly dodged and sliced open the side of the lizard king. Flying in the air, he said that one-on-one was good, because now no one would interfere with him. At this moment, the lizard king had already turned to his opponent. Noticing this, the guy calmly turned around. In the next second, he struck a powerful and fast blow along the head of the huge monster. The lizard king fell to his knees. In the next instant, the monster collapsed dead to the ground. Wanting to rest, the main character sat down next to him on the ground. Suddenly, a purple glow appeared in front of him. There was a slight smile on the guy's face, with which he said that everything was not so bad, after which he asked to give him something good. A few seconds later, a blue book appeared. She slowly landed on the ground. Standing up, Henson took it in his hands. A system window appeared in front of him, which said that it was the ice breath of the white lizard king, and below it was written that it was a book of active skills that consumes mana while using the ability. And a few seconds later, another system window appeared in front of the main character, asking if the guy wanted to get the book of active skills and the ice breath of the white king of the lizard men. After thinking for a while, Henson looked at the book and replied that he should learn it, because it might come in handy. Players and civilians were shocked by what happened. Blue crystals began to fall out of the purple portal, and the main character said that after resting, he felt how his strength and mana gradually returned to normal. Having said that, he got up from his seat. Suddenly, he heard gunshots, so he turned around sharply. A huge lizard was actively shot. After a few seconds, the shots stopped. The soldiers lowered their weapons and reported that everything was clear, adding that Namen Station had been completely cleared. Seeing the military forces, Henson said that there must have been another one. After that, a smile appeared on his face, with which he said that it seemed to be. Raising his head up, where two military aircraft were flying through the sky, he finished. The mission was a success. 3 days later, a second wave of cataclysm dealt a severe blow to the global economy. Such mundane things as electricity, oil, gas, food, water began to be in short supply, so the shelves in the stores were empty. The government of the Republic of Korea began the construction of defensive lines around major cities and the evacuation of residents of the suburbs. and the essence of this was to reduce the number of protected areas in order to minimize a possible increase in the number of victims. Clouds floated across the blue sky, but this method actually paralyzed logistics and trade. The main character came to the entrance to the building. In the face of a shortage of food and water, the production of industrial products in marketable quantities became simply impossible. Looking up, Henson calmly said that the last stock of goods he had placed in the sales window had already been sold out. Looking down at the system window in front of him, he said that he didn't have much to sell right now. He stared at the system screen and said that it would be much more difficult to increase the strength stat with points, adding that it was time to get to work. Speakers hung on the pole. The main character took the vampire sword in his hand and, using the lightning breath technique, began to leave, menacingly saying that he needed to deal with the second wave of the cataclysm as soon as possible and resume sales. After a while, the military helicopter was in another part of the city. Inside was the main character, when suddenly it was reported that they had arrived at the place. At the crossroads below, a gate was open, guarded by huge trolls, and Henson said that they would surround the monsters and gradually deal with it. Together with him in the helicopter were other players who were preparing for the operation. Turning to them, Henson asked if they were well acquainted with the territories for which they were responsible, to which they replied, "Of course." The doors to the helicopter began to open slowly. Standing at the exit, the main character, looking at everyone, said that he left the right of command to each of the leaders of the groups. A warm smile appeared on Henson's face, with which he said that he would go first. At this time, 2 more trolls came out of the gate. The main character's hair fluttered in the wind. With a blade in his hand, he was already flying down, preparing to attack. Before reaching the ground, he used the wall of fire technique in midair, and the flames immediately erupted from the ground, rising into the sky. The trolls immediately began to burn and scream loudly. While the others were burning, the main character cut the head of another troll. He pushed everyone around with powerful blows, killing one by one. With one blow, the guy cut off the heads of monsters. Other players also did not stand aside and, once on the ground, began to attack the trolls. A group of 3 more players landed behind. Straightening up, the main character calmly said that everything was going according to plan. A troll ran quickly at Henson with a loud shout. He was all on fire, but he did not die. Reacting in time, the main character cut the monster into 2 parts. Looking ahead, he was slightly surprised. He saw the burning trolls running to attack. Looking at the burning monster approaching him, Henson said that it was somehow strange. The fire completely enveloped the monster's body, but the troll did not die. All 3 ran past the main character without even attacking. Looking at this, Henson asked in confusion if these stupid trolls were running away as soon as they were attacked once. With drops of cold sweat on their faces, the monsters tried to escape, and the main character understood that the trolls could not be allowed to escape. In the next second, he used the lightning breathing technique, and the swift lightning enveloped his body in an instant. At the same moment, he used the fire spear technique and pierced through the fleeing troll. With a chuckle, Henson said it would be a lot easier. After that, he decided that he needed to catch up with the others and raised his leg. In less than a second, he covered the entire distance between him and the escaped troll and found himself in front of the monster. At the same moment, he threw a fire spear at the troll's face. After that, another fiery spear appeared in his hand. Catching up with the other troll, he threw a spear exactly at the head, killing the monster. Ash from the slain monsters flew in the air. With his arm outstretched, the main character stood and said that 15 were already ready. He looked at the troll's body, of which only his legs remained, and asked if this was the last one. Suddenly he felt a strong earthquake. "What the hell?" he asked in horror, raising his head. Huge paws appeared from the portal. A few seconds later, the monster's huge, menacing blue muzzle appeared, and Henson asked in confusion where he had come from, adding that he was clearly taller than the 350th level and even taller than the tallest 400 people. The monster gnashed its huge claws. A huge blue lizard got out of the portal, which roared very loudly and terribly. Drops of cold sweat poured down the guy's face. Because looking at the giant monster, he immediately recognized that it was the highest level monster in the world, a monster of the heroic rank Blue Dragon. A gigantic creature stood in front of Henson. At this time, a light was burning brightly in the control center. Yuna quickly typed something on the keyboard, saying that she hoped it was over now. Without looking up, she said that the number of players from Korea had reached the mark of 100,000, adding afterwards that out of these, about 5,000 high-level players had completed the 4th stage of promotion. Along with her, there were many other employees in the center who were actively working, and Yuna continued to say that low-level and mid-level monsters were controlled by the military. Many people watched all the gates, reporting everything. Yuna, with her eyes downcast, said that as the number of gates increased, more and more high-level monsters appeared, and they were increasingly lacking strong players. There were monitors everywhere, when suddenly there was a loud squeak. Yuna immediately raised her head and asked what had happened, to which the man in front of her replied that there was an emergency. Drops of cold sweat appeared on his face, and he reported that a new dimensional gate had opened at the station in Seoul. Folding her hands on the table, Yuna asked what the monsters were, to which Yuna replied that they were trying to find out. Upon receiving the image, he immediately reported that a group of wyverns had come out there. Hearing this, the girl grabbed her head with her hand, and said to herself that heroic rank monsters had appeared again. There was no emotion in her eyes, and after thinking for a while, she asked if this was Seoul Station, if it wasn't under the jurisdiction of this region. Another of the employees turned around and, with beads of sweat on his face, replied that everything was correct. After these words, he began to quickly type something on the keyboard, after which he said that they urgently needed reinforcements. Shifting his gaze from one monitor to another, he reported that the guild's forces were made up mainly of tanks and melee fighters, adding afterwards that he did not think they would be able to help with flying wyverns. Hearing this, all the employees were shocked and didn't know what to say. Yuna frowned and calmly asked if it was possible to attract the guild closest to Seoul, after which the employee reported that the Yua Guild, which is mostly magicians, was already ready at Yongsan Station. Hearing this, Yuna took up her weapon. As she prepared to leave, she told the boy to order Yua to move out immediately. Suddenly, there was another squeak, causing the girl to look away, and another of the staff immediately shouted, reporting that a new spatial gate had opened in Daejeon in the Dongsan district. Another of the employees, finding out the information, reported that heaps of harpies were coming out of there, adding later that ogres had also appeared at the gate along with the orcs. This was in the Yongsan district of Busan. Immediately afterward, another employee came up with the papers and excitedly said that he had been informed that the blue dragon had appeared from the Troll's Gate in Ozan. Hearing this, Yuna was very surprised. After thinking for a while, she asked without looking away, if this was the Troll Gate in Ozan, then this was not the area where the protagonist was now. The guy looked at her excitedly, and replied that everything was so. Cold sweat poured down his face, and he did not look away and reported that Henson was one of the people who had reported it, adding afterwards that the guys in Ozan had been asking for help long enough. Hearing this, Yuna stared at the officer silently. Suddenly, she looked away and said loudly that all operations in Osana were cancelled this time, after which she ordered all players to leave the zone. Yes, the employee shouted and rushed to his workplace. Yuna silently continued to look ahead. At this time, the main character quickly ran away. He frowned tensely and asked when reinforcements would arrive. In his ear was an earpiece that informed him that they would immediately stop all operations in Ozan. Hearing this, Henson was surprised, and at the same time a huge building flew into the air. A huge shadow appeared above the guy, and when he looked up, he saw that the building was flying right at him. Not a drop of fear appeared in his eyes from this picture. At the same second, the building fell to the ground, splitting the asphalt. The blue dragon stared silently in Henson's direction. The main character avoided injuries and deftly slid along the asphalt. With a slight smirk on his face, he looked at the huge monster. Suddenly, the dragon decided to strike and his paw was right in front of the guy. At the same moment, dust and dirt rose from a strong impact on the ground. The main character again managed to hide and avoid the blow. He broke through the window behind and hid in the building. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the dragon and asked in displeasure why the huge monster was only chasing him. There was excitement in his eyes. The huge blue dragon realized where his opponent was hiding and leaned close to the building. The monster's paw approached the room in which the guy was hiding. In the next second, a huge building flew into the air. With a crash, it landed on the ground, causing a crash. The dragon, looking at this, roared menacingly. The main character at this time was already running towards a huge monster. Wasting no time, he used the firestorm skill, and a stream of fire struck the dragon's face. Henson, in the air, looked at the result of his attack. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and shouted that he needed to do it again. With that, he once again directed a fiery stream at the huge monster. Smoke was coming from the monster's muzzle, and ash was in the air. Drops of cold sweat flowed down the face of the main character. The dragon rushed to attack him, stretching out his paw. Seeing this, the main character realized that things were bad, and an ice ball immediately appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he erected an ice wall in front of him, which was shattered by a single blow from the blue dragon. Seeing this, the guy was very surprised and shocked. A huge monster claw flashed in front of his face, but the main character managed to duck, avoiding death. Quickly getting up from the ground, Henson asked how the huge monster had caught up with him. He was very tense, and his eyes darted from side to side. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the huge monster and said that apparently there was no other way out. The only thing left was to fight. After saying that, he used the lightning breath skill, and lightning enveloped his body in an instant. The blue dragon roared in fury. Seeing the fury of the huge monster, the main character disappeared after saying that it was time to start. He appeared under the monster's belly and struck it with the vampire's sword on its paw. But there was not even a scratch at the site of the impact. Seeing this, Henson was surprised to ask what it was. At the same second, the blue dragon struck the place where his opponent was. But the main character managed to react and deftly jumped away. In the air, he stared at the huge monster, not understanding anything. At that moment, the dragon's paw was already flying at him. At the last moment, the main character managed to block the monster's claw with his sword. The blue dragon looked at the guy with fury in his eyes. From a strong blow, Henson flew into the ground, breaking the asphalt with his body. After a few seconds, he stood up. Looking at the giant monster, he asked what the blue dragon's weakness was. Thinking, he lowered his gaze. At the same moment, he disappeared. In the next moment, he was in front of the dragon, brandishing the vampire's sword. His belly, the guy shouted, delivering a quick and powerful blow to the monster's stomach. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared above him, which made Henson raise his head. The blue dragon was about to slam the opponent with its huge paw, but the main character jumped away in time. After that, he deftly landed on the ground. Looking at the belly where he had just stabbed, he saw that there was not a scratch at all. Smiling in confusion, the guy asked if there was not a drop of blood on him. The blue dragon roared furiously at this time. Suddenly he struck a powerful blow to a building nearby. The protagonist flew into the air, saying that the monster is very fast. Suddenly, what he saw threw him into horror and shock. The blue dragon's horns were shrouded in lightning. At the same second, powerful lightning struck the main character. Henson gritted his teeth in terrible pain. After such a blow, he flew into the roof of the building. The guy was lying on the roof, creating cracks under him. Henson opened his eyes heavily after a strong blow. Looking up, he saw a huge monster mouth in front of him. In the next second, the blue dragon swallowed the guy. The stomach of the huge monster was covered with gastric juices. Inside lay the main character, who had no left arm and nothing below the stomach. Blood was pouring from his mouth, but Henson was still alive, and he said to himself that he could not die like that. In his mind, he remembered his father in the hospital. He also remembered his sister and mother. With the last of his strength, he clutched the vampire's sword in his hand, the blade of which was also broken. Henson lay silently, trying to move. After a short pause, he lowered his eyes. Raising his hand heavily, clutching his sword, he said that he could not fall any lower. Gathering his strength, he stabbed the severed piece of sword blade into the tissue of the blue dragon's stomach. Rolling over on his stomach, he began to crawl slowly with the help of his sword. Blood spurted from the cuts that the guy inflicted with his sword, which greatly surprised Henson. His vampiric sword emitted a strong magical energy as it pierced the flesh of the monster. There was almost no life in the eyes of the main character. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him, informing him that the passive skills book of immortality had been upgraded to a single heroic rank. The flesh of his stomach began to tremble. The main character, seeing this, gritted his teeth and said that things were very bad. A strong magical energy continued to emanate from his sword, and the guy, looking at this, said in his head that if he continued like this, then he would be finished. Narrowing his eyes, he tried to make a decision. In the next second, blood spurted from the monster's flesh. The main character frantically grabbed the tissue of his stomach with his teeth, and in his head he shouted that this would not happen. At this time, Yuna, who was in the center, was shocked to ask if Hensung had died. The officer, standing in front of her, nodded and said in a serious voice that they believed it was so, after which the girl asked how it happened. She stood in the middle of the center and asked menacingly if she hadn't ordered everyone to retreat. A girl with short hair, holding a tablet in her hands, raised her head and reported that the protagonist was busy with the task of closing the dimensional gate, and he was also the closest to the blue dragon. Hearing this, all the other employees turned their heads to the guys with interest. Lowering her eyes in frustration, the girl continued to say that after receiving the order to retreat, Henson tried to move away, but apparently he did not manage to leave the city. Yuna stood silently in front of her. Hearing this, she bit her lip, lowered her head and said that to hell with this monster. There was bitterness and sadness in her eyes. Two subordinates in front of her raised eyebrows in surprise when she asked if they had told the family of the deceased. The man, looking at Yuna, replied that they had not yet sent an official death notification, but the list of dead players was already on the internet. Lowering his head slightly, he continued to say that, most likely, the protagonist's family is already known from death. After hearing this, Yuna grabbed her head with her hand and exhaled heavily. At this time, flesh tearing could be heard in the blue dragon's stomach. Blood spurted and the sword of the main character appeared. After that, Henson collapsed on the stomach tissue. Lying on his back, he was severely exhausted. Suddenly he felt a change and lowered his eyes. Jumping up, he raised his hand lightly and said with a smile on his face that now his health was not deteriorating. After saying that, he looked at the flesh in front of him. Smiling mischievously, he raised his sword and said that there was a lot of blood here. Immediately afterward, he slashed his sword several times at the monster's flesh, from which blood spurted out. Henson immediately rushed to the pool of blood, saying that it was fine. Suddenly, he felt something strange that caused surprise to appear in his eyes. At the same second, he began to fall sharply. "Shit," he shouted, gritting his teeth. Undeterred, he swung his vampire sword. In the next second, Henson slammed his weapon hard into the flesh of the monster's stomach. A few seconds later, he was hanging on his sword. A drop of cold sweat ran down his face as he wondered what was going on. At this time, the blue dragon slammed its paws on the ground. He growled loudly and clutched at his stomach. Ordinary players, seeing this, were shocked to ask what was going on here. Why did he behave like this? They asked afterwards, seeing how a huge monster, falling on his knee, grabbed his mouth, from which blood poured out. Suddenly, the blue dragon raised its head and shouted furiously. He began to beat his tail in different directions. The player's girlfriend was suddenly covered by a huge shadow, and she raised her head in surprise. A huge building was flying at her. There was a loud explosion from the collision. At this time, everything in the huge monster's stomach was trembling. The main character has already grown his left arm, and he himself said that he had found what he needed. In front of him was a huge blood vessel. Picking up the broken sword, Henson used the fire blade skill, and the broken blade of the vampire's sword caught fire. Pushing off the floor with his hands, he jumped high. In the next second, He cut the vessel with a powerful blow, and blood immediately spurted out of it. The main character did this, frowning furiously. "Excellent," said the main character, grabbing the ledge, which was obtained by a cutting blow to the vessel, from which blood poured out like a fountain. At the same moment, his lower body began to slowly grow back. Seeing the effect, he swung and said that there was very little left before complete regeneration. In the next second, he delivered a few more quick and powerful blows to the blood vessel. After a while, everything was filled with blood. The main character walked along it with already grown legs. He was in front of a huge heart. Coming closer, he struck several powerful blows with his broken sword to the heart of the huge monster. Blood immediately spurted from the organ. In the next second, the main character delivered several more quick and powerful blows. Blood spurted in all directions, and Henson was as cold and focused as possible. In a few seconds, the blue dragon's heart was sliced into many small pieces. Having finished the matter, the main character raised his eyebrows in surprise. Surprise appeared in his eyes and he asked what it was. He stared at his broken weapon, which was shrouded in strong magical energy. Several system screens appeared in front of him at the same second. These were the notifications, the first of which said that the passive skill of the fundamental heroic rank Book of Immortality had increased. The next notification said that the active skill of the heroic rank Lightning Breath had risen. The third notification said that the rank of Lightning Breath had been raised to the fundamental heroic rank. And the fourth notification said that the Lightning Breath had been changed to Thunder Dragon Breath. After reading this, the main character wondered what it was, if even the name of the skill had changed. Suddenly, what he saw surprised him greatly. Another notification appeared, which said that this was an unimaginable rare quality achievement, and below it was written that Henson defeated a high-level named monster with a level difference of more than 200 single-handedly. So as a reward, the guy receives the title of Rare Rank 1 Destroyer. And immediately after that, another system window appeared below, which said that it was an unimaginable achievement of heroic rank, and below it was reported that the protagonist defeated a high-level named monster with a level difference of more than 300 single-handedly, so he was rewarded with the title of Heroic Rank 1 Destroyer. Suddenly, another unimaginable heroic class achievement appeared in front of him, and below it was reported that Henson had defeated the high-level blue dragon Zeto's named monster single-handedly, so he was rewarded with the title of the one who defeated the blue dragon alone of heroic quality. Is this really the end? After reading the last achievement, the main character asked, looking at the system screen. Suddenly, another notification appeared, saying that the rare rank item Vampiric Sword had been restored. Below that, there was a message stating that the Vampire Sword had been upgraded to a fundamental heroic rank, and even further down, a notification was appearing informing that the name of the Vampire Sword had been changed to the Sword of Torn Blood. Looking at his recovered sword, the protagonist was slightly surprised. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes from what he saw. A book for killing a dragon appeared ahead. A few seconds later, the main character took it in his hand. A system window immediately appeared in front of him, stating that it was a heroic quality Thunder Dragon scale, and below it was written that it was a passive skill, permanently increases physical defense, permanently increases skill resistance, permanently increases resistance to charged electrical attacks. A second later, a system screen appeared with the choice of whether the protagonist wanted to study the passive book Thunder Dragon scales of heroic quality. Smiling contentedly, the guy answered, of course. The girl stepped forward. She looked ahead anxiously and asked what was wrong with him. In front of the couple lay the body of a monster. The man said that he did not know. The dragon stood up. The man shouted that he was still twitching. The couple was shocked. The man noticed that the monster's movements slowed down. The monster fell to the ground. People did not understand whether he just took and died. The man touched his chin and assumed that the dragon was sick. The girl turned sharply to him and said that she had never heard of such a thing. The man noticed a man in front. The girl asked in bewilderment. They saw the silhouette of a man in the dust where the dragon was. The helicopter flew through the sky. The guy warmed up and said that after such a hunt he could rest. The guy said that he personally had not been in such a mess before. Yuna stood aside, people happy that they could take a break. She looked sadly ahead and thought that he couldn't just die. She remembered standing in front of the council and asking if they were going to issue a fine to Mr. Hyun-seong. The man looked at her and asked her to calm down. He said that in any case he was dead. Yuna shuddered. The man said that even if they didn't, they still suffered a lot of losses. He looked up and asked if it would be better to cut the budget. Yuna looked at them gloomily and asked if they were human. An ominous aura began to emanate from the instructor. The man asked if she thought she was going too far. He recoiled and gasped. Yuna narrowed her brow and asked if they were doing their job like that. Would they have done the same if she had found herself in such a situation? The man covered himself with sweat and asked him to calm down and stop there. Yuna was silent now. She looked away. They said that new information had arrived. She looked at the guy and asked what had happened. The guy was covered in sweat and said that the blue dragon was dead. The hunters turned around and asked if he had been killed by another group. The guy pressed the communication button. The person next to him said that he did not think that at least some team that could deal with him. The man looked away and said that the player who had been eaten by the dragon had managed to survive by being inside him. He had killed him from the inside. Everyone looked at the man in bewilderment. Yuna frowned and asked what the player's name was. The man listened and said that he was an association player, and his name was Hyunseong. Yuna smiled proudly. Water poured from the bottle. The protagonist held the bottle in his hands and said that most likely he looked SOSO. He poured water on his legs and said that there were no wounds anywhere. He was handed a blanket. The hero pulled it on himself. The guy looked at him in surprise. The hero called out to him. He smiled awkwardly and asked if he could give him the phone briefly so he could call his family. Someone handed him the phone. The girl smiled and did not object. Hyunseong put it to his ear. The couple looked at each other. The hero looked ahead and told his mother that it was him. Silence fell. The hero stood, a voice asking if it was really her son. The fighter, still holding the phone, said that it was her son. Bowing his head a little, the man explained that most likely there was some kind of mistake and added that everything was fine with him. But his name, for some reason, was on the lists of the dead. He smiled and asked about the condition of his sister and father, but heard a sob and then asked why his mother was crying, because he was fine. The girl behind began to rub her hands. The woman asked if everything was really fine with his son. The hero looked at the phone and replied that everything was fine, since he managed to eat and sleep. His gaze was fixed somewhere forward when his mother told him that he had suffered a lot, and thanked him for being alive. Hyunsung shuddered. Mom said that a woman from the Players Association came to them yesterday and paid them compensation. Introducing the guests, the mother said that the man then knelt down and apologized for a long time, saying that it was her fault. Mom grabbed her face and said that it was true, she should not hide it from his own mother. Yuna was silent gloomily. Hyunseong stood silently. His mother said that her son did a great job anyway, and she was very glad that he was alive. The protagonist, still holding the phone to his ear, was silent. He dropped the call. He wiped away his tears. The girl asked for forgiveness and handed the hero a handkerchief. She covered her face in embarrassment. The soldier began to blow his nose and thank her for this. He went forward. He sat down and exhaled. He picked up the sword and decided that he should look at his vampire sword first. The characteristics window opened. Hyunseong looked at the tied object in surprise. Most of all, he was confused by the third point. He read it carefully. He looked at the sword contentedly, and said that he didn't need to worry about the weapon anymore. He needed to check what was going on with the Thunder Dragon's breath. Information from the system opened. The guy calmly said that there was only one new point here, and anyway, it could be improved. He stretched out his finger forward. The system began to show a window with notifications about the improvement of characteristics. The young man smiled awkwardly and said that after all, this is a very good bonus. He looked away. He looked at the girl and asked himself what to do with his clothes. He looked up and said he wanted to go home. He looked away again. Someone was approaching him. Hyunseong exclaimed in surprise when he recognized Inspector Yuna. The girl hugged him and told him how glad she was to see him. She smiled and said that the hero was really alive. What happiness it was. The soldier smiled. Yuna pulled away and began to ask about his clothes in embarrassment. The protagonist looked away and did not know what to answer. The hero smiled and said that his clothes had dissolved in gastric juice. He was handed a suit. The guy looked at the hero and asked him to wear it. Yuna looked away in embarrassment. She turned around questioningly. The guy opposite laughed and said what a touching reunion it was. He closed his eyes and said that he was really surprised. Yuna looked at him and asked why. The rest of the players landed until the guy said he didn't know she liked younger guys. Hyunseong looked at him uncomprehendingly. The guy asked if the hero was the lover she was hiding. Yuna looked at him seriously and asked him not to joke like that. The guy saluted and said that he understood everything. Yuna turned around and asked why they were there. She had informed them that the plan had been cancelled, so they could take a break, couldn't they? The girl stepped forward. She approached the inspector and asked how they could return after such a scene. She said they came back because they were curious. She put her hand on the hero's chest and said that he was really to her taste. She began to ask if he had a girlfriend. Yuna abruptly removed her hand. She looked angrily at her rival and said that the guy had just been on the verge of life and death, so she asked him to stop joking. The girl smiled and said that she wasn't joking. She tilted her gaze and asked why she was so angry. Maybe she. Yuna interrupted her and said that right now the hero needs a rest and he should stop by the hospital just in case. She looked at her rival angrily. The players were silent. The girl said that everyone was interested in how Hyunseong defeated the Blue Dragon, and that was the reason why everyone was here. Yuna looked at the girl and said that it was uncomfortable for him. She smiled and turned to the hero, said that he first needed to go to the hospital. Everyone shuddered. The inspector said that the helicopter on which he arrived. Yuna took the hero's hand and said that he would be used for an emergency evacuation. Yuna and the hero jumped up. The girl squeaked and said that it was quite rude. She looked ahead and said that she wondered how he had defeated the Blue Dragon alone. The guy pursed his lips and said that looking at Yuna taking care of him, he was definitely an unusual player. The guy smiled and said that he would find out a little later. The system showed dissatisfied messages from customers. The buyer demanded to sell the batteries and asked to accept responsibility. Mr. Broff was asked for the batteries he had purchased, but he said that he did not have enough of them even for himself. People asked what dimension the hero was in and said that they were going to get to him. They asked for his whereabouts. Some people scoffed at such threats, but someone was able to focus all the attention on the hero. People came to the conclusion that they didn't need to write all these nasty things. People were going to boycott the merchandise sold by Makaways and complain about them because he was jealous of Hyunseong's success. People began to discuss the tricks of Makoi's, which he used in the fight against the hero, so they offered to start boycotting and complaining right away. The rest of the users just began to join. People said they were upset and asked if he could have done this, mistaking a newcomer for a competitor. People said they needed a much stronger grievance movement. Brao began to say that everyone was fools to start a boycott that they could not win in the first place. Hyunseong walked down the street. He was wet and thought that Korea had suffered significant damage. He thought that he had suffered much less damage compared to other countries. He walked past the construction site and thought that the country had prevented a second cataclysm. The young man was silent, noting that Korea had restored all the destroyed infrastructure. The laboratory began research with newly acquired monster carcasses and mana stones. The protagonist stopped. I looked up and thought that society is a little unstable, but in any case, everything is back to normal. He looked ahead. I came to the warehouse. Wearing a mask, Hyunsung looked at the boxes and said that there were quite a few supplies here. The man said that fortunately their store was not damaged. The shelves were crammed with boxes. The owner of the store smiled and said that after the restoration of the electrical installation, first of all, the charging of the batteries was established. The guy looked at him. The man bowed. The hero said that he took everything. After a while, the protagonist clicked on the purchase registration. He looked at the screen and said that there were not so many supplies yet, decided that he needed to raise prices. He looked at the screen questioningly. I received a notification about the end of sales. He looked at the window and asked if everything was for sale even after the price had been raised. He pulled his finger forward. And he shuddered. I saw a notification about the sale. He smiled and said that he could significantly increase the price. A few days later, the man rubbed his hands guiltily. The hero asked if there was no more. He said he only ordered the quantity he consistently charges. The hero silently looked at the man, who said that he would immediately make an additional order. He heard that the factory began to work as usual. Hyunseong silently looked at the man, who said that it wouldn't interfere with the production of goods. He smiled and put his hand on his chest, said that he would immediately send the goods to another branch. The young man turned around and said that in this case he would go. The man gritted his teeth and said if he left the contact information, they would contact him as soon as the product was in stock. The guy smiled and said that it was not necessary since he would be back here tomorrow. He thanked the man for worrying. After a while, the soldier walked forward. He walked into the crowd and said it was the perfect option to make a direct deal with the factory. He remembered calling them before the second cataclysm, but they hung up, saying they didn't do personal deals. The protagonist called again with a smile and promised to make a large order. His eyes widened, because they said they didn't take orders at all unless it was a corporation. Hyunsung stopped. He looked ahead and decided that he should register as an entrepreneur and buy a warehouse. He scratched his chin and decided he didn't. He looked ahead and thought that he should open an electronics store. A few days later, there were flowers near the memoir. People were talking to each other. The hunter smiled and noticed how many people were here, despite the day off. The girl noticed the hero and called him to her. She smiled. The hero said it was a good idea to leave everything to her. She said she was a manager. The player smiled. The girl said that he was the head of the organization, so it was not surprising that everything was going great. She said she had recently sent the batteries to the warehouse. Hyunseong faltered. The girl said that they should have arrived there by now. He turned around and said that he would go and pick them up. The girl asked if the hero wanted to order anything else besides batteries. Hyunsung tensed up and said that it all depended on the situation. The girl pulled his hand and offered to have lunch with him while he was here. Because his mother would be coming soon, the hero offered to dine in a pleasant place. My sister smiled and said that it sounded beautiful. The hero looked ahead. There was a sales window in front of him. The hero said that they could finish little by little. He looked at the list in surprise and said that their sales frequency had slowed down so much that it had almost stopped. He smiled and said that then they would fly away like hotcakes all week. He went forward. He fell on the sofa and asked if he should use his glasses. He folded her legs. He opened the sales list and began to think about what to buy for him. At the moment, he had 5 heroic rank skills. The system showed a description of the Thunder Dragon's breath. The hero said that the only active skill he had was the Thunder Dragon breath. Hyunsung was embarrassed and realized that he only had one attack skill, and that was a long-lasting skill with damage per second. He remembered the battle with the dragon and said that he needed an active skill that could be used without any restrictions. He remembered the flash in the sky, said that he even needed the skill of teleportation in space to get out of dangerous situations. Hyunsung bent his legs. I looked at the screen and decided to buy both. I began to look for the necessary skills. I noticed that active skills had become even cheaper. He shuddered. He scratched his head and said that teleportation skills were quite expensive. He saw the huge price and decided that they were worth it. He smiled and poked at the screen. He calmly said that when the skill was at heroic rank, it would be possible to teleport another person. He smiled and said that he had a bunch of limitations, but still, it was very good that he could read the reviews of others on this product. He opened the item and decided that it looked like the best option. He said that the product was worth 40 million points. The system asked if the hero wanted to buy the skill. Does he want to equip it? Sparks appeared around the hero. After a while, he went forward, looked ahead, smiled and asked if he should test the new skill. He looked at the camera, and froze. Appeared in the air, said a flicker, and he began to fall. He smiled and said that it was quite a useful thing. He stood by the sofa and decided to test long-distance teleportation. I poked at the system screen. I began to read skills. He looked at the screen and said he couldn't find the perfect one. I saw the Black Lightning skill. The price of 29 million points said it looked pretty good. Opened the testimonials page and said that those who are low on mana can use stamina. He decided to buy it. The hero was enveloped in sparks. As he thought, the system reported that the hero was unable to equip this skill. The system reported that the active skill had absorbed the Black Lightning. The rank of the active rank has increased. The hero noticed that the skill can absorb even if it has an attribute of darkness. The hero poked at the screen. He hoped that he had changed the way he imagined. The system showed a description of the skill. The hero said that everything was so. He smiled and said that even the protective membrane that had been activated automatically by absorbing mana had now changed in such a way that it could be controlled. He looked ahead. I went ahead and decided to go underground. Bats flew through the cave. They opened their mouths and roared. Hyunsung stretched out his hand. The monsters approached him. The hero was covered in a purple aura. The monsters screamed and crumbled to dust. The soldier looked around silently. He smiled and said that it was not bad. He took out his sword and said that now he didn't regret the points he had spent. 5 hours later. The system reported that you had received an achievement. The player smiled contentedly and said that he was tired. He ran forward through the dust and decided to rest. Meanwhile, in March, the young man shuddered and asked if his sister had not yet left. Nuna stood opposite and asked if he had been hunting all this time. She smiled and said good job, said she had collected all the batteries in the warehouse and he could go take a look. Hyunseong walked forward and thanked him. 30 minutes later, the guy looked ahead questioningly. Nuna stood in front of him. He asked why she was still there. He smiled and offered to go home together. Nuna asked to sit down. She frowned and said she had something to say. They looked at each other. The hero asked if that was why she was waiting for him. Immediately afterward, the hunter smiled and asked what she wanted to say. Nuna spoke of the time he was pronounced dead. There was a cup of coffee on the table. The heroes were sitting at the table. Nuna said that upon learning of his death, his mother lost consciousness. And even when she woke up, a few days later, she cried non-stop. Hyunsung lowered his gaze. Nuna looked down and said that the real problem came later. She said that a notice of loss of rented equipment and a notice of non-fulfillment of contracts. The soldier shuddered. My sister said that she protested as best she could, but no matter what she did, she was always told that everything was within the law. The hero looked at the girl in bewilderment. She said that she was told to formalize the refusal of inheritance. She consulted with a lawyer, but he said that there was no other way out but to refuse the inheritance. They said that they would have to give back the house, which was registered in his name. The protagonist clenched his fist. The girl said that they were even ready to take the money he sent as illegal gifts, citing the law on wills and inheritance. The hero was silent. He looked up. Nuna said that then everything was resolved quickly and well. She smiled and said that a girl named Yuna came and apologized to them, even knelt down. She said that there was some mistake. But still. Nuna looked at her brother and said that after thinking about what had happened again, he didn't think it was a mistake. Hyunseong said he would try to figure it out. Nuna said that his mother asked him never to tell the hero about it. She chuckled and said that he had become quite authoritative now, so she told him as she thought he should know. She stood up. Hyunseong smiled and thanked him for that. After a while, the hero went forward. He walked over to the counter and said that he had a meeting with Captain Yoon. The girl smiled and said that the captain had not yet returned from his last sortie. The young man smiled. He said he had contacted her before he arrived, just in case, and she told him to wait for her at the office. The girl smiled and said that she would see him off. They went forward. The soldier stopped. The girl asked if he could bring her tea. Hyunseong smiled and said that everything was fine. The door slammed shut. The protagonist became serious. He looked ahead and suggested that we start. His eyes began to glow. He used psychometry. The windows of the system opened in front of him, and the access code was immediately called. The girl approached the man and said that there was a report that he had died at the scene. Yuna stared sadly into the void. The guy smiled. Yuna asked how it happened. She spoke angrily on the phone and asked why he did this to the grieving Hyunseong family. The voice replied that these were the rules. Yuna shuddered. The voice said that they were just following the regulations. She gritted her teeth and was addressed. Yuna looked ahead and demanded that the order be withdrawn immediately, the voice saying that this was his area of work and it was none of her business. Yuna looked at the cups and asked if they were doing this to a player who lost his life fighting for his country. The voice said he didn't want either, but those were the rules. Yuna slammed it against the table. She looked to the side and asked if he was going to do the same when she died. If this order is not revoked, she will leave the association. The man smiled and said that this would be a violation of the rules of their contract. Yuna angrily asked if he really thought that such an absurd adherence to the terms of the contract would be approved by the national community. The man looked ahead and asked if she said she would stay in the association. Yuna leaned forward. The man noticed that she was slightly angry. He said he would contact her later. Yuna put down her phone, and she began to swear. Hyunsung looked ahead. He smiled and said that he had to thank her. He has an idea of who he is. He opened Lee-hun's data. I looked at him and said that he was finished. Yuna entered the room. She stood behind him and apologized for waiting. The guy smiled and said that he had come earlier. Yuna looked at him and asked why he came so suddenly. She said that he didn't explain even when she asked what was going on. The soldier looked away. He said that the agreement should be terminated. Yuna was frightened and asked what he meant. Hyunsu said that he found out about everything that Secretary Lee-han was planning. Yuna looked at him pitifully and said that she would apologize for him. The hero said that she should not do this, because thanks to her everything is fine. Yuna shuddered. The player smiled and said that he should thank her. Yuna embarrassedly held hands and asked if he could close his eyes just this time. She said that she gives her word that she will change the rules so that nothing like this happens. Hyunseung smiled and said of course, but only on one condition. Yuna shuddered again and asked which one. Hyunsung said he wants a personal apology from Secretary Lee-han. Yuna was shocked. The man slammed his fist against the table. Lee-han knitted his eyebrows and called the hero an arrogant idiot. He looked at his subordinates and shouted that the hero was pretending to be who knows what, just because he had acquired this unique skill. The employees listened intensely. The secretary asked what bad he had done, whether he was right or wrong. The employee looked at him and assumed that the hero did not yet understand the laws of the world, since he was still a young man. The second employee looked at the secretary and said that he was just doing his duty and that he should complain about it. Lee-han straightened his tie and agreed with the officer. He said he was just doing his duties, according to the regulations. He looked ahead and asked why he had to apologize to this sucker. He slammed on the table again and said that he hadn't done anything in the end. The man bowed his head and said that the secretary had shown incredible generosity, but he walked around without knowing his place, not understanding its magnificence. His eyes sparkled. The employee said that the hero needed to be taught a lesson. Lee-han smiled and said he should. He asked how they could do it. The employee was worried. Lee-han stood up and said that these rumors had even reached the VIP, as they taught him a lesson. The staff bowed and apologized, Lee-han yelling at them that they were just chattering and not offering anything. The man raised a questioning look. Lee-han ordered to inform the hero to come. Lee-han screamed and asked if he himself should come to this sucker and apologize. If he wants an apology, tell him to come by himself, as he is busy with work. The officers ran away and said that it would be carried out. Lee-han clasped his hands together and said that he couldn't go look for him. After a while, the hero said that after that he was told to come. He walked forward. The hero looked ahead and said that it was not so bad for him. He looked at the screens in front of him. There was a stack of papers on the table. The hero said that this was a real hotbed of corruption of large guilds and dungeon access managers. Hyunsung leaned back in his chair and said that many other employees were just ordinary people. He frowned and said that it would be even better. A girl was walking along the corridor. She approached the hero and asked him to follow her, saying that the minister was waiting for him. The soldier stretched. He smiled and said that it was great. He went into the office. Frozen, Lee-han asked that he must be Hyunsung. He smiled and said that he was the same age as his eldest son. Lee-han leaned back and began to ask why there were so many young people today. The hunter looked at him and asked if he was going to apologize. He used psychometry. Lee-han stood up and apologized. He stood up and said that he had no other choice, because he could not rely on his personal feelings to perform his duties. The player looked at the screen and thought that all the people involved in his case were in cahoots among themselves. He thought that Lee-han was too unpleasant an old man. He looked at him sharply. Lee-han said he had to do his job in accordance with the law. The guy looked at it and said that instead of acting according to the law, they made some inappropriate demands, didn't they? Lee-han grimaced and asked again. The hero said that the claim for damaged equipment was inappropriate, because it happened when he was performing his duties. The young man angrily asked what the penalty for non-compliance with the contract was. His gaze became insane. He said that he died in battle while fulfilling the terms of the contract. He was literally killed doing what they ordered him to do. Hyunsung shouted, asking if it made any sense. Lee-han was silent and listened. The hero asked what made him think that they could make such meaningless accusations. He is not mentally retarded. Lee-han clenched his fist. He screamed and began to ask who he was to talk to him like that. The hunter looked at him and asked if he had been talking insolently from the beginning. He asked in a whisper how he could be so ignorant. Lee-han knitted his eyebrows and asked what kind of nonsense the hero had just said. He shouted angrily that he was a minister, and was also a member of Congress before. The hero fell silent. The old man asked how a petty hooligan dared to say something like that to him. Hyunsung put his finger in his ear. The old man shouting that it was only because he had woken up so successfully after eating and shit all his life. How dare he insult him? Hyunseong was silent. The old man, panting, asked how dare he. The hero looked angrily at the minister. The old man was covered with sweat. The hero asked if he should kill him. Urine ran down the old man's leg. The hero rested his hands on his hips. He leaned close to the old man and told him to live more carefully from now on. And when he opened his mouth, let him think carefully before shouting something. The officers were tensely silent. The hero poked Lee-han on the forehead and asked if he understood that it was not only for beauty. Hyunseong stepped away and said that he had written down all the offensive remarks he had just made. He showed his phone and said that he would file a formal complaint about it. He had heard that it was possible to sue for this kind of insult. Hyunsung smiled and said that they would see each other in court. He walked away. A scream rang out behind the closed door. The hero smiled and said that this ability was very useful. He looked at the skill that provokes the opponent to anger, and said that it was practically a cheat. A few days later. News feed. The corruption registers spread via the internet. The players picketed into the street. Unrest began among ordinary players. People have been chanting recently. Small and medium-sized guilds have become the center of attention and are collectively going on strike. Hero's house. He was lying on the bed and looking at the interface. He said it was really good. He opened the window of the psychometrist skill and said that it could be very useful in the future. Yuna called the phone. The protagonist looked at the phone questioningly. He answered. The girl asked if they could meet now. The player fell down and said that they could. He blushed. Yuna asked him to tell which hero the hero was in the dormitory now. She said she would go there. Hyunseong turned over abruptly and told him to wait a little. He began to look at the nearest cafes. He blushed and said that she could come to a small coffee shop near Songdo Station. Yuna said that she would leave as soon as they met. Hyunsung put on his jacket. Yuna said that she would arrive immediately around 30 minutes. After a while in a cafe, the guy drank soda. The girl asked to be allowed to be frank. She looked at the hero and said that the scandal involving the minister, which happened recently, was his doing. Hyunseong leaned back and asked why she thought so. The girl said that no one, except for the hero, would do such a thing. She looked at the hero seriously and said that officials react very sensitively. The hero was silent. The girl said that he was suspected and he should be careful. The soldier began to ask what if it worked. If it was him. Yuna looked at him and said that he would be arrested for trespassing and theft. Hyunsung smiled and said that he would be subject to increased punishment under special player laws. Yuna nodded and said that if that happened, he would have to rely on public opinion. Hyunseong smiled and said that would be nice. He smiled and said that it wasn't his fault, so he didn't think he should be worried. Hyunseong fell silent. Yuna asked him to be careful. She looked at him and said that some people in power didn't want to share it with the players, but sweat flowed down the hero's face. Yuna chuckled and said that after such an incident, they should take it as a warning. She picked up the straw. I looked at the hero and said that they had made a lot of enemies after this incident. She said that the wariness towards the hero has also grown, so it would be better for him to lay low now. Hyunsung was silent. He laughed and said that this story had nothing to do with him, but he smiled and said that since times were changing, he was sure it would be better to stay at the bottom, because he also did not want to attract doubts. Yuna laughed and said that it was a good idea. The couple looked at each other. The girl said that it was better to avoid unnecessary suspicion. The rocket was falling from the sky. An explosion rang out in North Korea. The soldier sat in the trench and asked if it was finally over. A huge monster stood motionless. Someone said he didn't think so. The monster growled softly. The dragon splashed the water and howled. The soldiers looked ahead in shock. They began to melt and scream in pain. A strong wind blew between the ruins. A melted helmet lay on the ground. A fighter jet was flying through the sky. A huge dragon was crawling through the ruins. Hyunseong and Yuna looked at each other. Hyunsung looked at the girl questioningly. She picked up the phone and said she would go. She shuddered. Hyunsung showed her the phone. The Korean Players Association summoned all ranked players. The hero suggested that they go together. Yuna was anxiously silent. She looked at the empty glass and said that it would be nice. The car was driving. The hero looked at the phone and said that the dog of the Indo breed had been released. The girl said that first she would stop by the main office. The hero was reading the news feed. Yuna turned around. The hero said that this was already in all the news. Hyunseong was shocked to report that Pyongyang had been destroyed. The North Korean regime had fallen. He began to read what was the probability that the high-ranking monster Imuju would reach South Korea, and so on. Sweat was dripping down his face. He said that it was much more serious than he had imagined. After a while, the man said into the microphone that as they saw in the news, the situation was quite serious. The players sat at the tables. The man said that Pyongyang was destroyed and the North Korean government was defeated. He said that North Korea's ranked and high-level players were all destroyed when they fought Imuji. Everyone stared at the man in silence. He said that waves of monsters were appearing from the gates of North Korea. Hyunsung sat down at the table. The man said that crowds of refugees are now rushing to South Korea. He walked forward, and the monsters followed them to the south. The red-haired man walked forward. He came up and said the end of the report on the current situation. He looked at the players and said that the reason why only ranked and high-level players were called up in this way. Everyone was silent anxiously. The man said that he would explain everything now. He said they had to. Hyunseong looked at him. The man said that they should prepare to defend themselves against Imuji who was heading here, as well as the monsters moving from North Korea. A drop of sweat flowed down the hero's face. He did not want to go to the front line. 10 days later, Jiangjido, Payu. The orcs ran furiously forward. The player with the sword stood opposite. With a swing, the slashed body parts flew into the air. The player sheathed his sword. He turned around and asked how long the two of them would have to deal with these guys. The player asked how he knew how much they would lose until. Hyunseong looked at them and said that it looked terrible. A werewolf appeared above his head. Hyunseong calmly sliced it apart. A bunch of monsters ran to attack. The guy cut the monster in half. Hyunsung turned around and asked how long they would be doing this. He looked away. He looked at the warehouse and said that thanks to the Nuna, he could replenish his supplies. He turned to the camp and said that he felt out of place. Dandong, China. Monsters walked across the bridge. A machine gun was fired. Monsters were torn apart. A huge paw stepped on the ground. The dragon began to walk across the river. An explosion rang out on his body. The dragon screamed in pain. The man looked at him and called him annoying. He stood surrounded by archers and mages. Explosions flew into the dragon. The man walked up to him, the dragon screaming. He frowned. He jumped up and blew off the dragon's head. Blood spurted. The guy landed back. He looked ahead. I saw a soldier and asked what it was. The man looked at him and said that emoji was approaching here at a very high speed. The guy chuckled and asked if it was really so. He said that the monster whose rank cannot be determined and the one that destroyed Pyongyang. He twirled the spear in his hand. The man shouted, which according to the expert who had just joined. The guy turned around. The man shouted that the expert, who was sent to North Korea, made a mistake in assessing the level of emoji. The soldier looked at the player and said that he was able to fully analyze the rank. The player asked what his rank was. The others looked at the soldier curiously. He shouted that the monster's rank was legendary. The player smiled. Fighters flew across the sky. The tanks were being fired. The players stood ready. The guy looked ahead and said that if they coped, then there would surely be the first achievement in history. He chuckled and said that the first achievement in history would greatly enhance their stats. The rest of the players smiled. The guy said that he would take this achievement into his hands. Explosions thundered over the mountains. The player intercepted the spear and said that the number of ranked players stationed on the border was only 180 people. He looked at the squad and said that there were about 3,000 high-level players who had completed their fourth shift. Emoji walked and laughed. The guy smiled wildly and shouted, "Let's go." The players jumped into the attack. Someone shouted to show the greatness of China. The monk began to cast victory, acceleration and the burning spirit of fire. The dragon began to take a bunch of attacks. He growled. And he shouted, looking up at the player flying at him. The system reported that the person was subject to the mental skill of terror. The player looked ahead in bewilderment. The dragon closed its fangs over his body. He waved his tail. People looked at him in horror. A violet flash swept through the tail of the tail. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, the hero took out his phone and said that it was large. He read the news feed about the disaster on the Chinese border. Hyunsung said that they should be on their guard. He opened the sales window and said that he was going to buy the ability Wild Instinct. But he calmly said that he had changed his mind about the skill of resisting spirits, because he could not give up his first achievement. Hyunsung clicked on the screen. The system opened another product. The hero said that it was the best choice. Aside from being a heroic rank ability, there are only 2 options, but the system offered to buy the product. The hero noticed that the reviews were mostly positive. Hyunsung was covered in sparks. He clenched his fist. He looked ahead and said that he did not feel any special changes. He went forward. He looked to the side and said that he would just use it later to check. After a while, the man gritted his teeth. He began to ask how he dared to embarrass someone because of such a thing. The players turned around. The man walked away. He stared to the side, stunned. A bunch of evil players looked back at him. The man squeaked. The hero, and he missed. Hyunsung looked after him. He looked at the pile of contenders and thought that there were many more than he had expected. Most of their reasons for coming here are simple. He looked at the guy and thought that as soon as they were selected as a participant, even just by moving a finger, you would get the first achievement. He submitted a notification to the system. All the players stood silently. The hero thought that there were also people who had applied for other reasons. Someone went forward. Hyunseong looked at the red-haired guy. He tensed up and said that the acceptance rate was much lower than he thought. They turned to him sharply. The hero approached the counter. He looked ahead. The girl said that she confirmed his identity. She smiled and said that the guy could walk down this corridor. Hyunseong silently walked on. He walked forward and thought it looked like the interrogation rooms he had seen in the movies. He turned around, a voice suddenly asking if the hero was ready for the test. He turned around, a voice saying they were starting. Hyunsung froze. A notification appears on the screen. The system reported that the skill of spiritual coercion was applied to him. The hero will be confused for 10 seconds. The book of passive spells has been activated. The notice reported that there had been perfect resistance. Hyunsung was silent. He looked at the screen and asked if it was it. The voice said that the hero passed the test. He walked forward and said he went. A voice came from the screen and thanked him for coming. A man stood on the other side and said that he really was an incomprehensible guy. Yuna thought for a moment and repeated the name of the hero. The voice asked the next participant to enter. The sky was bright. A few days later, tanks were driving on the ground, close to the ceasefire line. Soldiers stood in formation. After discussions with world leaders, the South Korean government nevertheless decided to move north. Fighters cut through the sky. The pilot looked ahead and said that he was entering the space of the ceasefire line. A rocket took off from the ship. A voice asked to keep moving forward. Another shell flew into Emoji. He fell to the ground and growled. Hyunsung looked ahead and said that everything was going well. He looked at the ranked players and noted that their new weapons were quite large. He said that it would be difficult for him to deal with them alone, so that's good. A huge army of monsters was moving forward. Wolves roared at people. Hyunseong calmly chopped the monsters into pieces with the rest of the players. A week later, Beijing, China. The man looked ahead and said that Emoji should attack alone. An explosion rang out over the mountain. Emoji opened his mouth. The man said that they need to mobilize the ranked players in Beijing as soon as possible. The council member looked at him and asked if he was too hasty. The soldier was covered by the shadow of a dragon. The man said that if another legendary monster like Emoji appeared in Beijing during this time, the dragon attacked them. The man asked if it would be too difficult to fight Imuji with the forces of the local ranked players. The man looked up and asked if they were asking if it would be difficult. He said that if they use high-level people from each local government body, and not just anyone. The players attacked the dragon, and the man said that it was definitely possible. Imuji screamed. The players trembled. The dead bodies flew to the side. They fell far into the field. Doctors treated the wounded. A dragon loomed over them. They shocked them. Some players managed to put up a protective barrier. The dragon's body was covered in a pile of explosions. His body remained intact. Imuji soared into the sky and screamed. The players were thrown aside. The guy touched the ground. He was breathing heavily and looking ahead. The man lowered his shield. The guy asked, "Is it possible that only 10 people are conscious?" He was breathing heavily. He gritted his teeth and said that they were acting according to Plan B. The man threw down his shield. The archer drew his arrow. The wounded girl swung a fiery spear. Imuji was again covered in a pile of explosions. The guy leaned over and said that they would chase him towards South Korea. The hero opened the list of news. He took a sip from his cup and said that Imuji had already crossed their waters. The players began to look at each other excitedly. Hyunsung turned around and said that everyone looked a little disappointed. The coffee began to tremble. Hyunsung looked at the mug. Everyone began to look around and ask if it was an earthquake. The girl screamed and reported that Imuji was moving at high speed towards their army. She ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Players began to look around and ask why the dragon appeared so suddenly. The blue-haired man smiled and said that they had a chance to catch him. The hero smiled and said yes. He cast an energy ball and said that it was definitely time for his first achievement. He was told that now was not the time to enjoy the situation. The girl tensed up and said that the ranked players had been defeated. Only a small part of the rating managed to escape. Everyone stood in line. The girl said that they would lure Imuji into the encirclement. The ray began to attack the dragon with the elements. The player looked from under his brow and asked if now, when they could not defeat him, they were driving him towards them. They asked if this was not a criminal offense. Yuna walked forward, the players shouting that they were leading the monster to another country. Yuna walked through the crowd and asked everyone to calm down. She looked ahead and asked everyone to prepare for battle. Hyunseong smiled contentedly. The player was running across the field. His arm was torn off. He was screaming and saying that the dragon was almost there. The girl tensed up and said that the dragon would attack at any moment. Imuji appeared in front of the runner. He ate the guy. He twitched, noticing something ahead. He looked ahead. A bunch of players were looking at him. Imuji swam forward, and he screamed, rising into the air. The system reported that the hero was subject to the skill of terror, but the skill, Resilient Spirit, was activated. The system reported that Imuji's skill was completely ineffective. Hyunsung smiled and said that it worked well, as he thought. The players ran to attack. Hot steam rose. The dragon began to spin. The players jumped on it. They began to attack. Smoke swirled around the dragon's body. The players shouted at the others to beware of the flashes of flame around its body. Imuji was hit by a powerful shell. Hyunsung stretched his hands forward. He smiled and said that the enhancement of the skill was quite good. The healer put her hands forward. The players ran forward. They looked angrily at the enemy. They jumped. The hero noticed that melee fighters and tanks were flying very close to him. A body fell next to the hero as he said that he had to join the players attacking from long range. A wounded tank lay by the stone. Girls ran up to him and began to ask if he was all right. Hyunseong turned around and said that this was too much. He said that he should at least try to absorb the blood that spilled on the ground. His hand began to sparkle purple. Hyunsung frowned and said nonetheless. He looked at the dragon and said that it was a completely different level. Yuna attacked the dragon. The hero said that it was even difficult for him to follow their movements. Blood spattered and the dragon screamed. Hyunseong stretched out his hand forward and said that it must be cool. He opened the status window and said that getting an achievement remained his only method. He was forced to continue pumping his stats without elixir until he had 1,000,000,000,000 points. He looked at the blocked goods. About 30 minutes later, the players continued to attack the dragon. Hyunseong cast the ball and said it looked simpler than he thought. He looked up inquiringly. Saliva flowed from the dragon's mouth. The mage looked at the others and asked them to prepare for another attack. Imuji opened his mouth and screamed. The players looked at him warily. The magician began to cast the ball and said that it was bad. She put up a barrier. An explosion thundered. The barrier began to crack. The girl said that only one layer of the barrier had collapsed. The magician turned around and asked everyone to continue casting. The mages put their hands to the ground. The tanks ran forward. They set up shields against the monster. The dragon stood up. The people shouted that the attacks had stopped. A lot of lightning rushed into it. The whole head was covered with clouds of explosion. Hyunseong smiled and said that it would be over soon. The monster's eyes flashed. He flew into a frenzy and loomed over the players. Hyunsung put his hands forward and said that Furious is a skill that decreases defense but increases attack power. Everyone ran forward. The tank put its shield forward and shouted. The other man looked ahead questioningly. Everyone stared at the monster uncomprehendingly. They were looking at the system's notification that the skill activation had failed. The guy continued to attack. He turned sharply, looked at the monster's pristine skin and said that something was wrong here. Everyone looked up. The guy told everyone to take care of themselves. The dragon fell to the ground. Everything hit like a wave. The guy attacked with daggers and cursed the dragon, because it simply ignores their attacks and pursues mages and healers. The mages were thrown into the air. Hyun-sung ran away. He gritted his teeth and was indignant. He looked away. He looked at the empty spaces and used a blink. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of him. Rayers said that the hero came to Emuji's attention. Therefore, he falls into a state of fear for 20 seconds. The skill of Unyielding Spirit was activated. The fear was reduced to 1 second. Suddenly, the blink skill was cancelled. Emuji hovered over the hero and screamed. Hyun-sung fell to the ground and groaned. He touched the ground. He jumped to the side and said that the dragon was faster than he expected from someone so big. The mages ran forward in fright. They were crushed by the tail. Hyun-sung put his hand forward and used subspace. The tail was behind him. He struck the ground. Hyun-sung dodged it, taking out his shield and sword. He ran behind the monster. He managed to put up a shield at the last moment. His eyes flickered. The hero was thrown aside. Hyun-sung looked up at the sky. He gently moved his hand. He touched the ground. He looked ahead and said that he almost died. He touched his head and said that he didn't expect the dragon to have any other mental skills besides fear. He turned sharply. The players continued to cut the dragon. The hero said that it was a mess. He looked away. He looked down at his hands and asked where his blood-tearing sword had gone. I got up with difficulty and decided to recover first. I looked at the notification of the system. She reported that the tearing sword had been improved. He looked up and said that this could not be. A bunch of players continued to fight the monster. He waved his tail. The sword was sticking out of his tail. Hyun-sung said that he must have left it there when he stopped the tail attack. The hero went forward and said that it was unlikely that he would have to summon him again. He looked at the dragon from behind. The players slaughtered the monster. The hero said that the winner had already been determined. He looked at the new notification. It reported that the sword had improved. Hyun-sung was surprised and noticed that the notification was still lit. The sword guard was burning. It continued to consume blood from the legendary rank monster. The dragon began to breathe heavily. 2 players attacked him. They began to cut. Yuna plunged her spear into the monster. The dragon screamed, covered with wounds. His eyes flashed. He shouted loudly. The players turned around in fright. A huge tail appeared in front of them. Yuna ran forward, and she cut off the growth on her back. The other player slashes the ball. The archer and the mage attacked from a distance. The dragon's body was covered in explosions. Emuji looked around wearily. Yuna looked at him questioningly. Emuji suddenly disappeared, and he tried to attack the girl, but she kicked him. She looked sternly ahead. The dragon fell to the ground. People began to plunge a sword into him. One by one, they kept cutting down the dragon and said it couldn't be. The system reported the achievement of the heroic rank. People began to rejoice and shout that they had won. They raised their weapons and said that they had finally done it. The dragon's body began to evaporate. Everyone looked at this sight in surprise. The dragon gradually evaporated. The hero's sword blazed red. He hung in the air, and he plunged into the ground. Dawn was falling. Hyun-sung raised his sword. He looked at the notification window. He received his first achievement. I began to read his characteristics. He looked at his new sword. He asked what had changed in this weapon. He stretched out his hand forward. He opened the description of the sword, unlocked the legendary dragon blood skill. Surprised and said that this was expected from a legendary item, he said that he needed to get these 3 achievements first. He looked at the window and said that he did not know that there was an achievement for a single rank. He said that in that case, there should be players with only skills or things other than him. Hyun-sung reached out and said good work. He said if these are all awards. But suddenly a system message opened. It announced an additional reward for the most valuable contribution in the raid. Hyun-sung looked ahead in surprise and asked if he was the first. He remembered his thrust sword. He looked at the sword and thanked him. He asked how they distributed objects among all of them. He looked at the pile of players. He said that they usually pay by evaluating their contribution. I looked at the system message again. He frowned and said that if he disclosed his contribution, he would only be at a loss. The sword evaporated. He walked forward and said that it was better not to be too greedy. Because of this event, the world's attention was focused on Korea. The hero read the latest news about the victory over the monsters. The hero said who were the players who killed Emuji during the raid, and what items or skills Emuji left behind remained an object of curiosity. The man said that the Korean government would keep everything confidential. People were indignant. The hero said that even so, requests for the purchase of items continued. The hero went forward. He said that as a result, many foreign buyers bought tickets and flew to Korea. They went forward. They took the opportunity to get an item for the first achievement. The guy was smiling. The hero noticed the opportunity to become more stable. A few days later, Korea. The hero was sitting in a warehouse. He looked at his phone and said that it would be more difficult to buy items now. Although he can participate in the auction for items from Emuji's raid, being a member of the raid itself, he received compensation for the raid on Emuji 300 million won. Hyun-sung said that even if they are not legendary, they can be worth billions of points. He was looking at the screen. He exhaled and said that he would not be greedy, because he already had enough. He looked away. He answered the phone and greeted him. The voice said that it was Yuna. Hyun-sung looked at the boxes and asked why she was calling him. Yuna was silent. Hyun-sung flinched. Yuna noticed that he always got straight to the point. She asked if she couldn't call him for no reason. Hyun-sung blushed and began to make excuses. He looked away. Yuna said that she shouldn't have said anything. But he was right. because she had a request for which she was calling. Hyung-seong frowned and said that he was listening. She smiled and asked if the hero was interested in obtaining the legendary item. Hyun-sung shuddered. He covered himself with sweat and said of course, asked if there were any players who were not interested in this. Yuna smiled. She said she could help him buy one of the items that is currently at auction. Hyun-seong looked ahead and asked if there was any condition. Yuna stirred her tea. She took a sip and said of course. The hero asked which one. She looked ahead and assumed that the hero should have already guessed. Hyun-seong looked up and asked if this was a lifetime contract. Yuna took a silent sip. She put the mug on the table and asked again. She looked ahead and said that the government would try very hard to get the items that fell from emoji. The hero asked if there was a player capable of defeating the financial power of the government. Yuna smiled. The hero looked ahead. Yuna said that only those who were on the raid were qualified, so that's why she calls him. Hyun-seong looked to the side and said that at the moment, he and she were the only people from the entire association. He asked why she did not monopolize all objects for herself. Yuna laughed and said that she had thought about it at first, but one of the skills didn't suit her very well. Hyun-sung fell silent. Yuna took the cup in her hands. The hero asked if he could first check the item he could buy. The girl said of course. She walked forward and said that she wouldn't be able to do it right now. The girl went to the window and said that it had been decided that information about the items would be disclosed to all raid participants the day before the auction. In fairness, he would also find out about them only the day before it. The player frowned and said that time was quite short. Yuna smiled and said that if they revealed everything too early, other countries might try to get rid of the raiders with the items. Hyun-seong leaned forward and said that he was sure it had already begun. Yuna said that they are still working on this issue. The hero stood up and said that he would decide when he looked at the object. Yuna smiled. She was sure that the hero would not regret it. A few days later, Hyun-sung stared at the paper in shock. He would read the description of the skill and say that it was so powerful, but it didn't have any significant debuffs. He thought it was just the ability to use lightning, but at any time and without cooldown. The hero asked himself if a heroic rank skill could absorb a legendary skill. He looked ahead. He asked if the girl was sure that she did not want him. Yuna sat down on the table and said that the attribute of her mana was divine mana. She smiled and said that most of her key skills only respond to divine mana. Hyun-seong flinched. The girl said if he refused, she would sell him to another player who dealt damage from a distance. Yuna smiled and said that the government was using the book as bait. She frowned and said that time was running out, and the hero needed to decide everything right now. Hyun-sung tensed. He looked at the girl and said that if she fulfilled his condition, then he would agree. The hero smiled and asked him to terminate his lifetime contract when he paid the same price as the down payment for the item. Yuna looked at him and asked if it was too convenient. He said that if this was impossible, he would be forced to refuse. Yuna smiled and offered to change the down payment to the price from today until the day the contract was terminated. They would accept the interest rate and everything would be according to the law. Hyun-sung looked at her and asked what percentage it was. Yuna smiled slyly and said 5% a year. The guy tensed up and asked, at simple interest. But the girl immediately said that it was difficult. Yuna arched and said that she was making big concessions for the sake of the hero, and he said that he accepted it. Yuna walked over to him. I handed over the contract to him. She turned around and said that he would inform all the authorities about this. The hero thanked her for her help. Yuna smiled and said that there was nothing wrong with it. She said that she would be back now. Hyun-seong looked after her in bewilderment. The host looked into the hall and asked if anyone else wanted to bet on this item. He said he counted to 5. The players silently looked at the host. Hyun-sung looked ahead. The host counted to 2. Yuna was silent. It was already 4. Someone curled his lips. The host counted to 5. He smiled and congratulated the buyer. He said that the black dragon spear goes to Yun's player. Everyone applauded. The hero said that the stakes were closer than he expected. He looked ahead and said that this was not an ordinary amount that a player could not afford. He looked to the side and asked if the big companies were playing their own game. He thought that one skill book and one weapon had already cost almost 2 trillion won. Hyun-sung looked ahead. The host announced the purchase of the last item. The girl rolled a book onto the stage. The host looked at it and said that it was the legendary Black Dragon Punishment skill book. The hall was empty. Hyun-sung stared at the paper in his hands. He got angry and said it was madness. He leaned over and said that his debt was already in the trillions. A drop of sweat flowed down her face. She said that she also had a compound interest rate of 5% in debt. He asked if he would really be tied to the Players Association all his life. He looked at the exit. Yuna approached him and asked what had happened. She looked ahead anxiously and said that she did not see the message of the first achievement. She was worried and said that it was somehow strange. She said that during the raid, the title that had reached the first heroic rank did not even appear. She remembered looking at the system's notification and saying that she had taken second place, even though she thought that the first place would definitely be hers. She said that it was also strange that none of the participants reported that they had won first place. She remembered that the first time they had hunted a heroic rank monster, it took first place in terms of deposit. And she had obtained the first 5 achievements of a rare rank. She said that all achievements are of rare rank. And unfortunately, she didn't manage to get her first armor and cosmetic title. She said that she took it for granted that she would get most of the items this time as well. Yuna looked down sadly. She said that this situation was impossible without someone else hunting a legend rank monster with them. She looked ahead and asked what had happened. I approached the man and remembered that for the sake of obtaining the first 2 achievements, she deliberately assigned the punishment of the black dragon as the last lot in the auction. She clenched her fist. She looked ahead and said that she felt like a fool. She lowered her head and said that she had to tell the truth to the hero. Hyunseong came up from behind and congratulated her on the item she won. He took a step forward. He smiled and said that he would go. Yuna looked after him. He flinched. The girl asked if he was looking at the skills. Yuna smiled and asked him to return home safely. The hero went forward. Hyunseong stared into the void and wondered what it was. Yuna followed him. The hero turned around. Yuna asked for forgiveness. She looked at him and wanted to talk about placing the item at the auction. She looked down guiltily and said that the government was trying to get her to make the world's first achievements, and they put up the item he was going to buy first. Hyunseong flinched, Yuna saying that the government had saved his items for last. He looked at the girl and thought about the world's first achievements. I remembered their descriptions. I froze and realized what it was then. Yuna looked at him guiltily. The hero assumed that she had already had the first achievement in history. She folded her hands together. The hero thought that the government must have found out about this, and tried to support her in this way. Hyunsung rubbed his cheek. Yuna shuddered. The hero said that everything was clear to him. He smiled and said that it didn't matter whose point of view it was, hers or the government's. He said he accepted it, so he asked not to apologize. Yuna blushed. The hero said that he would go, and he walked away. Yuna looked after him. She stood still and said that the hero was actually not greedy at all. She touched her hand and said that she had to be sure she wouldn't do anything like that again. Hostile. The hero took off his jacket and said that Yuna was a fairly honest person. He walked forward and said that she could have just missed it by not telling him. He looked ahead and said that he felt guilty in front of her for taking everything for himself. He stretched out his hand forward. I used the subspace and took the skill book in my hands. He looked at the book and asked if they should study it. He studied the book and said that they were really united or existed separately. The system asked if the hero wanted to study the skill book. The system reported that the study of the skill book had failed. The hero asked if it was being absorbed. The system reported that the skills were combined. The system announced the creation of the legendary skill Thunder Dragon Breath. Hyunseong looked at the notification and noticed that the skill had not been absorbed, but combined. He shuddered. The system rewarded him with a new achievement. Hyunseong smiled and said that he thought so. The gates opened. The hero said that participating in the raid on Amuji was a great decision. The monsters were moving forward. They surrounded the hero. He thought that in the end, after obtaining all the titles, he had improved all his stats by a total of 450 points. And the skill he gained was incredible. The system opened the skill description. Hyunsung smiled and offered to test the new skill. His hand was covered with lightning. There was an explosion. Monsters were shattered into pieces. Hyunseong looked at this sight in admiration. New monsters surrounded him again. The hero stretched out his hand, and lightning struck the battlefield. Hyunseong stared at the sheaves of sparks in surprise. There was emptiness around him. He said that monsters evaporate quite quickly, but another monster jumped out. Lightning began to strike them. The hero looked away boredly and said that he should find a dungeon with vampire bats or something. He looked ahead and asked if there were any suitable places nearby. A message from Yuna came to the phone. Hyunseong looked at the phone and asked if something had happened. He called. Yuna answered and noticed that the hero had come out of the dungeon. She smiled and asked what the hero thought about hunting in the dungeons of the northern region. Hyunseong looked ahead and asked what she was talking about. The girl said that in the area of North Korea that is being restored, there is a great shortage of hunters in low and medium-level dungeons. She imagined a bunch of monsters. I asked if the hero could help them. Hyunseong silently looked ahead. The girl said that the pay was twice the norm, since it was an urgent call. Hyunsung looked ahead gloomily. I thought that players do not get much benefit when hunting monsters of a level below them. He smiled. Yuna shuddered. The hero said that of course he would help them. Yuna blushed and said thank you and said that she would prepare the helicopter for departure. The hero looked ahead and noticed that the situation was really urgent. Yuna began to collect documents, and said that the dungeons continued to appear. Hyunseong looked ahead. Yuna said that it wasn't enough to call players urgently, but if you don't figure it out quickly, the situation will get out of control. The hero smiled and said that he would do everything in his power. 2 weeks later, North Korea. The helicopter stood in front of the portal. The system reported that the accumulated points exceeded 300 billion. Now the mercenary system became available to the hero. Hyunsung looked at the window questioningly. Monsters ran at him from all sides. The hero was surprised that there was such a thing here. He took out his sword and turned. An explosion rang out in the cave. Hyunsung stretched out his hand. He held up a finger. He opened his status window and said that there was nothing there. I began to search with my finger on the interface. He opened his mouth and was surprised. He looked at the list of mercenaries. He began to look more closely, noticed that he could hire up to the heroic rank. He pointed at the screen. The description of the name Mick opened. I looked at its price of 6 billion points. Hyunseong was surprised to see what it was in 2 hours. He omitted the list and said that it would be better to take a rare one. He began to look at them and said that the rare ones were not cheap either. Hyunsung chuckled. I opened the description of Lucia and noticed that she was the cheapest among the rare ones. I opened the minimum time. He frowned and said that he was worried about it. In the characteristics, they asked not to trust the girl, Because she is a loser and a fugitive, the hero tried to understand what this means. Hyun-seong rubbed his chin and assumed that she was good at canceling contracts. He looked thoughtfully at the screen. He decided that he would get information first. He put his finger forward. The notification said that the hero had hired a mercenary. A luminous silhouette appeared in front of the hero. The white-haired girl thanked the hero for hiring her. Hyun-seong looked at her. The girl said that she would fight with all her might. The old woman held out her sword and asked where the enemy was. Hyun-seong smiled in confusion and said that there were no enemies here so far. Lucia looked at the hero in surprise and asked why he hired her. The hero said that he wanted to know something. Lucia looked at him and asked if he was using the mercenary system for the first time. The hero laughed embarrassedly and said that it had been activated quite recently. Lucia lowered her sword and said that the hero could ask questions and she would try to tell everything there was to know. She threw down her sword and shield. The hero looked at her and asked who mercenaries were. Lucia looked at him and said that they were players, just like him. Hyun-seong asked in surprise. The old woman said that it would be more accurate to say. She looked at the hero tiredly and said, players with the same unique skill. Hyun-seong repeated the phrase. Lucia said she was talking about buying and selling. The guy looked at her and asked if the world they live in was also attacked by monsters. He asked why the space gate was opening. Lucia said that her world was also attacked by monsters, but she also doesn't know the reason for the opening of the gate. The hero listened silently. The old woman said that if he was interested in monsters, he would have to hire mercenaries above the legendary rank. Lucia folded her hands and said that even the heroic rank mercenaries she had met knew nothing about them. Hyun-seong looked down and said that the gates in his world had been open for about 20 years. He looked at the fear and said that there were 2 cataclysms. But now everything is more or less stable. The hero asked if it was possible to predict when the next cataclysm would occur. Lucia said that there are only 2. Hyun-seong asked again, surprised. Lucia raised her head and said that the cataclysm would most likely not happen for another 20 years. But after that she could not guarantee. The hero asked why. Lucia said that 40 years after the first cataclysm in history, her world was completely destroyed and swallowed up by monsters. The couple fell silent. The hero was silent. Lucia was sure that in her workbook it was written that she was a fugitive and a loser. The hero looked at her and asked if she knew why they wrote so. Hyun-seong was tensely silent. Lucia looked down and said that she was a loser who left her own world and ran away. In another world, people were walking down the street. A crevice appeared in the air. A portal opened in the center of the square. Orcs appeared. The people ran away in fright. The horse galloped forward. The girl blew off the monster's head. The red orc put the mace on his shoulder. In the middle of the forest, Lucia began to fight him. She blocked the shot. She pushed the monster back. I looked at him in surprise. Hyun-seong looked at her and said that this was how she became a first-level player. Lucia nodded silently. She said that at first, she tried to quickly improve her stats by using the accumulated points and improving her skills. She smiled and said that she soon regretted it. She looked at the hero and said that after that, she accumulated points by hunting, and she managed to survive by selling skill books and magic stones. She said that after enduring 16 years in this way, she began to see hope. But soon after that, a second cataclysm occurred. The old woman said that there was no way to stop the increasing number of legend rank monsters. The golem was going to attack. Lucia looked at him in shock. She dodged the explosion and revealed that a mana force field was prevalent that made it impossible to use spatial maneuvering skills or items. Lucia looked ahead anxiously. She ran forward and said that she had no choice. She used the last remedy she had saved for an emergency escape. She used the object of spatial teleportation. She clutched the sphere in her hands. She was being chased by a golem. Lucia said that there was a high chance that she would get lost in an unknown dimension, but she had no choice. The sphere began to rotate. The woman said that initially she was unable to move to the necessary dimension. She stood in the darkness, and she said that she was lost. In the space between dimensions, she ran forward. I looked into the unknown. Water dripped in the darkness. She said that in a space where nothing exists. Lucia was crying. She looked ahead and said that there was a filing in the mercenary system. She opened the interface. I looked at the hero and said that in unique skills, if you go to the store, there is a window for applying for a mercenary. Hyun-seong calmly opened the window. I pressed the button. The application window has opened. Lucia looked at him and said that she had registered as a mercenary and waited, but not many people were hiring her. One day, she tried to reduce the cost of her services for her employer, and in return, she asked him to let her live in his world, but she was refused. Hyun-seong looked at her and thought that the minimum pay cost for a rare rank mercenary was 1 million points per hour. He looked ahead and thought that it was 24 million a day, about 700 million a month. Lucia said that one day the player offered her new conditions. The guy was smiling. The woman said that he wanted her to transfer him 24 million points every day. The hero shuddered and asked if she could transfer glasses to others. Lucia stood up and said that it was impossible to transfer points to other players or ordinary people. She went ahead and said that it was possible to do it between players with the same unique skills. She approached the hero. She held out her hand to him. They shook hands. Notification asked if the hero wanted to exchange points. He looked at the window and said that it was very interesting. He looked ahead and asked if he would be able to increase the accumulated points if he took advantage of it if they traded over and over again. Lucia looked at him and said that it was impossible. She said that when players trade points, the accumulated points are reduced by the amount used. The same applies to the mercenary system. The hero shuddered. He smiled and said that then they should have accepted that offer. The woman said that she refused. Lucia said that like the sale of goods, the mercenary system charges a 20% commission on the value of the transaction. The hero sighed. Lucia looked at her situation, stopped, and said that things were getting worse and worse. She looked at the notice and said that was when this person hired her again. The hero looked at her and said that she had to accept it. Lucia nodded. She fought and accumulated points and said that she had handed over 24 million points paid by her employer. They shook hands. The guy smiled. Lucia said that even if she hunted all day, she would lose 4 million points a day, but there was nothing she could do about it. Fortunately, during the hunt, she was able to save time for sleeping and eating. Even if she only earned 5 million points a day, soul stones fell to the ground. The guy was screaming. Lucia said that her employer's greed was increasing, so she had to terminate the contract. Hyunseong stared at her, the woman said, until he hired her. She said she wouldn't last more than 3 months. She said that she wanted to ask the hero only one thing. She looked at the hero and said that the minimum wage for her work would cost 24 million a day. She will follow the hero all day. The woman smiled and said that she would fight on the battlefield he was talking about. She looked at the hero and asked if the hero would allow her to live in this world. The young man was still standing in front of her. Still looking ahead, the fighter wondered if he could think about it a little more. The interlocutor, smiling, answered in the affirmative and noted that the time for hiring her was almost over. Closing her eyes, she said that it was time for her to go back. Immediately after, the mercenary disappeared. Bright white particles swept past his face. In the distance, burning torches appeared on the racks. The young man, sitting at one of the columns, realized that he had indeed been lucky. Looking down, the hero tried to understand what to do, because the mercenary system is really useful. His gaze was directed somewhere forward. A system window immediately appeared in front of his hand. This woman reappeared in this cave. Smiling, she noted that he apparently wanted to hire her again, and now he would definitely not regret it. The protagonist, looking ahead, replied that he also hoped so, and added that he needed to know something. She bowed her head and said that he must be interested in knowing what her skills were. The fighter, continuing to look ahead, wondered if it could seem like a statistics window. Smiling, the mercenary replied that since he was interested in her level and indicators, then they would be demonstrated to him. The young man, frowning, tried to understand what the indicators of a first-level player could be. Coming closer, the guy realized that she meant only statistics. The mercenary, looking ahead, began to summon the system window. Immediately after, this window appeared in front of the protagonist's face with this person's stats panel, and the high stats immediately caught his eye. A drop of sweat appeared on his face. Putting his hand in his pocket, the fighter realized that the total sum of stats exceeded 3,500, and in order to have such statistics, an ordinary player would need a level of 700. His gaze went up somewhere. Looking at the person, the hero thought that her stats were about 700 points higher than him, but he still had the opportunity to catch up with her, and she should also have a lot of legendary and heroic skills. Looking ahead, the fighter tried to understand how strong the monsters had to be to develop such strength. After imagining various monsters, the hero realized that even the best players cannot cope without the help of mercenaries. The girl, standing in front of him, asked if this suited him. Looking up at her, the hunter suggested that she start with a temporary hire. Lucia, looking at him, asked again, but the fighter answered in the affirmative and explained that then they would go to the dungeon together. The guy, not taking his eyes off her, added that after the hunt, he would also complete the hiring and grab them food. The mercenary, without moving, asked if he would hire her every time for hunting, but the young man answered in the affirmative. Smiling, she replied that everything was clear to her then, because they would most likely then definitely cope easily. Immediately after the man disappeared, a kind of glow appeared above the crowns of the trees. Someone took a step. His eyes were wide open. The mercenary, holding the weapon in her hands, screamed. She was surrounded by many monsters. Images of shields immediately began to appear around. They surrounded Lucia. The monsters scattered due to a bright purple explosion. The monsters opened their mouths wide after that. A purple glow appeared at the fighter's hands after saying that everything turned out to be better than expected. The head of one of the enemies soared into the air. The girl slashed them with a blade with lightning speed. The guy, turning around, noted that this man had a slightly different tactic. Opponents began to surround her again. Smiling, the young man said that they really worked well together. Immediately, purple lightning once again covered the battlefield. One of the creatures was cut in half. The girl was standing by one of the corpses. The protagonist, standing behind, noted that these enemies were finally finished. She turned around and noticed that this place was perfect for hunting. The fighter's eyes opened a little wider after her words about how it was much more difficult in the worlds of other employers. After introducing a certain location, Lucia explained that there was too much competition. Some guards also appeared after her words that the best places for hunting were in the possession of the lords. A bag of money appeared after she told me that there was a high fee for visiting such places. His eyes widened at these words. The girl, looking ahead, asked if the employer was one of the lords of this world. The fighter, smiling, answered in the negative and explained that he was simply instructed to deal with this and also asked if she still had the strength to fight. She, also smiling, answered in the affirmative. The hero, calling the window of the system, said that then he would call her later. Immediately afterward, the mercenary disappeared. A kind of blue glow appeared. Some projectiles flew from the purple portal after saying that he had the ability to get achievements faster. Going forward, the fighter also said that he earned tens of millions of points on yesterday's hunt, and now he has the opportunity to get 3 times more. Standing behind, the guy also added that all of this had happened since they had paid 300 million to the mercenary last week. Smiling, the young man noted that he was really very lucky with her. The girl was choosing something in the window of the system when the protagonist realized that she looked so happy, earning only 300 million points in a week. The fighter, rubbing the back of his head, thought that he was even somehow embarrassed, considering that he managed to earn hundreds of millions a day from equipment. She walked forward. Coming closer, the girl called out to him. The protagonist, standing in front of her, asked why she was addressing him so formally. But Lucia replied that it might sound a little rude and asked for permission to ask a certain question. The young man, looking down, asked her to ask this question. The girl, looking ahead, explained that she had noticed that the employer was fighting monsters at close range and asked if he planned to stick to such tactics in the future. The hero, bowing his head a little, answered in the affirmative. Lucia, still standing still, asked if he had learned to wield the sword properly. The protagonist, standing in front of her, replied in the affirmative and explained that he only had the skill of knowing the sword. Introducing a certain person, she said that he should then hire a swordsman and thoroughly master the sword. The fighter, looking ahead, asked why he needed this. The girl, standing still, explained that her employer was too clumsy with such a weapon and perhaps he did not see this as a problem now. Frowning, the mercenary said that starting with the heroic monsters, his attack would let him down. Her weapon lay nearby. The protagonist, looking ahead, asked if it was that important. She, smiling, asked if he could fight her without using active skills. The fighter, looking at her, asked again, but Lucia answered in the affirmative and explained that she was suggesting this because she needed to assess his abilities. The hero immediately narrowed his eyes. Taking out his blade, the guy accepted her offer. The hunter walked forward. She was still standing still. His brows were furrowed. Immediately after that, the young man rushed to attack. His first blow was blocked by a shield. His gaze was directed somewhere downwards. The girl immediately counterattacked him. Lucia continued to attack him. Sweat appeared on the fighter's face from the realization that the mercenary was not even using her full strength. Immediately after, the man stood on his toes. The guy was already behind her. She parried his blow without turning around. The guy immediately gritted his teeth forcefully. There was a smile on her face. The hero landed. Immediately after, the man began to run forward. They flew at each other again. The girl walked forward. Sweat ran down the young man's face. Looking at her, the hero tried to understand why he could not catch up with her. She still had that smile on her face. She immediately rushed to attack. The mercenary's gaze shifted to the side. The hero frowned. Raising his hands, the young man said that he had lost to her after all. Throwing the sword behind her back, the warrior explained that she had correctly assumed that he had rather low sword skills. The young man, opening his eyes wider, asked again. The interlocutor, looking ahead, replied that such skills are not even displayed in the status bar, and in some way, sword proficiency is more important than other skills. Standing in front of him, Lucia explained that regardless of whether they are passive or active skills, from the player's point of view, they are power that appears suddenly. Frowning, she also added that it wasn't enough for him to just know how to use it. Sweat appeared on the young man's face after asking if this skill could appear automatically. She, with her mouth wide open, answered in the negative. Imagining herself on a horse, the mercenary said that if you take the same skill of horsemanship, then when mastering this skill, a person will be able to gallop, brake and move freely. She also imagined how the horse reared up after saying that this did not mean that he had mastered the art of riding. After that, the man rode a horse, sitting sideways. When she talked about how depending on the level of skill, the combat strength can vary greatly. The person was already standing on the saddle after explaining that players who have mastered the same skill have different strengths. The guy's eyes immediately opened wider after this explanation. Lucia, looking ahead, clarified that it wasn't just about passive skills like wielding a sword. Still standing in front of him, the girl said that one of the key offensive abilities is Thunderbolt, and depending on the skill level, the damage dealt to enemies will vary significantly. His eyes widened even wider. Immediately after, the fighter imagined himself at the computer. His eyes turned white with anger. Suddenly, another happy player appeared after thinking that even if gamers play as the same characters with the same characteristics, the difference between how such a person plays and a professional player will be immediately noticeable. Looking ahead, the young man thought about the level. Bringing his hand to his face, the protagonist realized that even if it was not displayed in the status bar, it actually had a big impact. The girl's eyes opened wider. Looking ahead, the guy wondered if she could help him level up this skill. She closed her eyes and replied that she would be only too happy to help him with that. Snow-capped mountains appeared. People walked the streets when it was reported that high-ranked players went to North Korea, gradually clearing the dungeons captured by monsters. Someone was tapping his finger on his leg. The hunter propped his head on his hand after explaining that it was the other way around, only made them bored. Monsters were walking down the road when it was said that players of large guilds who came for the purpose of cooperation became lazy over time. The man, baring his teeth, looked somewhere after explaining that they had expressed a desire to return back to South Korea. People were going somewhere in the mountains. 3 hunters appeared after saying that they wanted to do it immediately after they managed to cope with the low-rank dungeons, and as it turned out, players who are closely associated with the association are responsible for the low-level dungeons. 2 more hunters showed up after saying that it was not surprising that this had displeased the other players. The blade of one of the hunters was driven into the ground. The man put his hand on the hilt after explaining that even with the fee twice as much as usual, the losses were too great. People fought with whom when it was said that they did not have the opportunity to level up by gaining experience points, as well as to obtain items or jewels. Immediately after that, the tents appeared after the story that the hunters also had a lot of inconveniences in everyday life. They ate in the same place when it was said that these people had to sleep in tents, since they simply did not have other housing, and also survived with a few food reserves. The equipment was at one of the tents. Night was already hanging over them, and it was said that all this had been going on for several months. Someone walked through the snow-capped mountains when it was said that the players from the association were also here, but instead of joining the rest, they were more passionate about hunting. It was the protagonist. A mercenary has slashed a monster. Purple energy appeared at the hands of the fighter. Their blades collided. Immediately after, they bounced off each other. Immediately after, they started eating something from the packages. The young man was holding a mug of coffee in his hands. She, also holding a mug, noted that the civilization of this world is amazingly advanced. The hero, looking at her, noted that people still need an ID card to do business. But Lucia wondered if this was due to the fact that he did not invite her outside the dungeons. A smile appeared on the guy's face after his words that the mercenary was a high-ranking player in this world. Her mouth opened in surprise at the words that the rules for such players are strict in any world. Her eyes widened as her employer told her that once he could get this over with, he would have to figure out how she could stay in this world. The young man, raising his hand, explained that first she needed to get an identity card and register as a player. She, smiling, said that he could not hurry with this, since she was satisfied with everything even now. Standing in front of him, the mercenary noted that her photo should also be in the ID, while the fighter answered in the affirmative. The girl, bowing her head, said that it was really good to be young. The guy's gaze immediately rose. Smiling broadly, the hero noticed that she looked quite young. Her gaze was fixed somewhere forward. The young man held out his hand to her. The mercenary took a step. The soldier turned around when she began to say something. Looking ahead, she explained that she had better get back what she had lost. The guy standing in front of her said that she should consider it a tuition fee. Smiling, the hero noted that she would most likely be able to teach him a lot. The interlocutor immediately nodded her head affirmatively. Raising both hands, the girl said that she would then teach him as best she could. The night sky appeared. People were standing by the plane. 2 of them, looking at each other, were talking about something. The protagonist was also among them. The soldier put the phone to his ear and greeted someone. The gaze of his interlocutor was directed to the side after the man's words that he did not have time now, since he had to leave on a business trip. The image of the hunter began to disappear after the words that this was his chance. This person immediately disappeared. The young man was walking through a cave. His eyes suddenly opened a little wider. Looking away, the hero realized that wild instincts had awakened inside him. A kind of black energy appeared. Going forward, the fighter realized that the enemy was approaching him. Hiding his eyes, the guy began to think about a plan of action. Suddenly a beast appeared. These monsters were standing in front of him. The protagonist, looking to the side, asked if he should try. He already had a blade in his hand. The hero hid behind the rocks behind these creatures. Suddenly, a bright purple explosion lit up the entire cave. There was a smile on the guy's face. One of the opponents immediately rushed at him. With one blow, the man killed 2 beasts at once. In his hand was a kind of crystal. The young man put them in his bag. Another enemy was cut in half. Only a bloodstain remained on the ground. The guy was sitting by the rocks. He had a bottle at his mouth. A window with characteristics immediately appeared in front of him. Going further, the fighter said that he was already overwhelmed by fatigue, but he still needed to finish with the cleanup. Another monster appeared. The hunter's gaze immediately shifted to the side. This beast jumped at him from behind. His body was also cut into 2 parts. Frowning, the guy realized that they had come. This black energy was approaching him from behind. A purple glow immediately appeared on his hand. His hand was approaching this enemy. A bright purple explosion immediately occurred in front of him. His opponent gritted his teeth violently. The protagonist, squatting, realized that this was the killer. The player was already in front of him. Their blades collided. Some of them began to push off the ground. The hero soared into the air again. However, this man disappeared from the place where the blow fell. Turning around, the young man realized that this enemy was extremely fast. The murderer began to move away. There was a dark spot on his face. Turning around, the opponent could not understand how this person knew. His silhouette began to move away. The young man, frowning, realized that he was actually much stronger than this opponent, but he was an order of magnitude faster. Immediately after, the hero also disappeared from sight. Many explosions lit up the cave again. The killer was behind him. The enemy again evaded his blow. The fighter, looking up, thought that this man had the skill of moving. The man smiled. Immediately after, a green explosion lit up the battlefield. System notifications began to appear near the young man, informing him that his body had been poisoned and paralyzed for 10 seconds, and thanks to his passive immortality skill, the poisoning had been neutralized. The enemy immediately threw something at him. In the hero's hand, this luminous sphere reappeared. The attack lit up the cave with purple light again. The killer began to run away again. The hero, looking ahead, realized that this man was too fast. The opponent continued to run away when the guy realized that he had already spent too much energy using his attack skills. His eyes were closed. His blade appeared after thinking that there was only one way left. Frowning, the protagonist knew that he would not be able to make a mistake. The enemy gritted his teeth with force. Running away, the man realized that he needed to get out, since his mission had already failed. Remembering that sphere in the guy's hand, the man could not understand who he was. He also remembered his attack, as he could not believe that he had woken up only a year ago. The protagonist was already behind him. The young man's blade was very close to him. The enemy's eyes immediately opened wide. They began to exchange attacks. The hero, frowning, assumed that this man was going to run away. Something appeared in the killer's hand. Immediately after, the shell was sent to the fighter. However, this thing was repelled by his protective field. The enemy immediately began to run away. The young man, bowing his head, began to activate the radiance. The blade pierced the enemy's body. The protagonist was right in front of him. Blood spurted out of his mouth. The young man immediately frowned, swinging for another blow. The killer immediately disappeared. The hunter's gaze turned back. His enemy was there. The blade hit his protective field. A bright explosion lit up the battlefield again. The man, his mouth wide open, shouted. The protagonist gritted his teeth forcefully. The image of the opponent began to dissolve. The guy looked down. A certain book appeared there and also a notification about receiving a book of active skills, which gave the abilities of the Ashes of Darkness. Smiling, the young man said that it was not a bad prize. On the ground there was also a certain blade along with a pendant. Taking them in his hands, the hero noted that this person had a lot of things in his inventory and immediately received notifications with information about the dagger, pendant, and shield of the guardian. Looking at the window of the system, the fighter tried to understand why this hunter had attacked him in the first place. His gaze was fixed somewhere down. Raising his finger, the guy began to activate the skill of psychometry, since he has no way to access the history of the information of magical items. The protagonist, looking down, realized that he should first discuss this with the mercenary. Her image began to appear nearby. The girl, smiling, noted that he called her later than usual. A smile also appeared on his face. They sat opposite each other. Lucia, looking ahead, explained that it didn't matter at all and wondered if players rarely attacked each other in this world. The fighter, standing in front of her, said that he did not know about the others, but here the players do not do it openly. Looking ahead, the young man asked why this man had attacked him. She, bowing her head slightly, explained that his enemy could hold a grudge against him for some reason. Looking in the same direction, Lucia added that the man might also have been interested in his rapidly growing abilities, and may have been trying to figure out why. The protagonist appeared. Looking ahead, the young man asked if this could happen again. Frowning, she began to tell something. Immediately afterward, the girl remembered the person who introduced himself as the deputy of the So Guild. She also introduced this killer and explained that if this attacker belongs to some organization, which is very likely, but according to the rules of this world, you cannot attack the player directly. Lucia looked up and said that he should be on the lookout for the dungeon. Sitting in front of him, the mercenary also added that if there was an enemy that he couldn't handle alone, he should call her, or if he had enough points, he should hire another swordsman. A smile immediately appeared on his face. Looking ahead, the fighter replied that everything was clear to him. The night sky appeared. The protagonist was heading towards the helicopter. The girl looked away. Looking at him, she didn't understand what was happening. Sweat appeared on her face from the realization that the killer had failed in the mission after all. The huntress was walking somewhere forward. A red energy immediately appeared near her after activating the hunter's vision. Her eyes began to turn red. Red footprints appeared on the ground. There was also this red glow in the air. All the stones were strewn with them. Her eyes immediately opened wide. She had a lot of this energy in front of her. She put her hand on the ground. Sitting down on one knee, the girl realized that she was on the right track. Two images began to appear in front of her after activating the earth memory. One of the images belonged to the protagonist. The second image belonged to that murderer. They began to fight. She crossed her arms over her chest. Her eyes suddenly opened wider. The killer began to run away. The girl, turning around, realized that her ward had decided to run away after all. The hero stood in front of him. The blade of the target pierced the assassin. Her eyes immediately opened wider. The image of her ward immediately fell to pieces. Sweat ran down her face. Looking somewhere ahead, the huntress said that Takahashi was dead. I could see the headquarters in Tokyo. A man appeared. The director, sitting in his chair, asked if his subordinate was sure that this was true about Sun. The latter, looking down, replied in the affirmative. After imagining how the hero won that fight, the worker also added that Hyanseon killed Takahashi. The man, looking somewhere ahead, noted that there was also a high probability that this man had killed Sona. The ward, bowing his head, said that he was almost sure of this, because the player who had awakened only a year ago had already violated the law of 20 levels. Takana, slamming his hand on the table, asked if the protagonist had defeated the raided player, and if it had happened twice. The subordinate looked at him silently. The minister, looking up, noted that the violation of the law on 20 levels is not at all over. The man standing in front of his desk began to talk about how they all believe that the hero had almost 100% chance of having unique skills. The interlocutor immediately explained that this was why the Korean Players Association wanted to sign him as soon as possible. The man began to slap his finger on the table, asking about what unique skills you need to have to grow up like this. Looking to the side, the minister explained that in this case it would be better for them to remove this person. The ward, opening his eyes wider, asked again. Placing his hands on the table, Tanaka asked how many secret agents they could send right now, and Tanaka replied that they could only send 5. The interlocutor, looking up, asked to send these people to North Korea. The subordinate, looking down, replied that he would send them right away. Bowing his head a little, the fighter also asked if they would still have the same goal, to which he received an affirmative answer. The man, raising his head, noted that they needed to do something else. After introducing the protagonist, the minister explained that if the mission failed, then they should simply kill this person at all costs. The interlocutor, standing in front of him, replied that he understood everything. The minister was left alone in the office. Smiling, the man talked about Hyun Seong's distrust of the Korean government. Adjusting his tie, the supervisor called the man a stupid bastard. Blue energy began to appear in the person's hand after activating the magic projectile. The protagonist was sitting on the ground. A girl was standing in front of him. Immediately after, this energy turned violet. The guy, looking at his hand, said that he could do it if he could concentrate better. She, standing in front of him, asked him not to be upset about this. Smiling, Lucia explained that they still had plenty of time. The fighter, raising one eyebrow, noted that it was quite possible. Taking the weapon in her hands, she asked if it was time to practice. The young man already had a blade in his hand. The girl held out a shield in front of her, holding the sword behind his back. The hero said that his move would be the first. She immediately nodded affirmatively. They began to exchange attacks at lightning speed. The opponents flew at each other. The guy's blow hit the backboard. His gaze immediately shifted to the side. The young man dodged the kick. His hand was on the ground. The hero squatted down. The opponent's blade appeared right in front of his face. However, his image immediately disappeared. The girl's gaze was directed to the side. 2 blows hit her shield. The protagonist was already behind her. She immediately parried his sword blow. The soldier frowned because of this. The hunter lifted his leg. The protagonist dodged the blow. His gaze was fixed forward. Lucia frowned. They began to exchange lightning attacks again. A shield appeared in her hand. The protagonist immediately gritted his teeth with force. The opponent's sword was already above his head. The fighter immediately jumped to the side. They stood opposite each other. His eyes opened wider at the words that they should end here. Smiling, she suggested that he move on to the next dungeon. The young man's eyes turned white after being asked if his skills had improved. The mercenary, looking ahead, replied that he began to deal damage faster to the moving enemy. Still standing in front of him, Lucia added that when he dodged attacks, he made a lot of unnecessary body movements. Smiling again, the fighter noted that she did not expect him to level up so quickly. The young man, looking ahead, said that he wanted to learn how to defend himself better, but the interlocutor noted that this did not suit him at all. Holding the weapon in her hands, she explained that if he wanted to master the shield better, he should learn patience. Looking ahead, the girl wondered if the student did not attack the enemy as soon as he saw him, and in this case, the shield would only interfere. The guy, rubbing the back of his head, said that he was trying to be more patient, which was not so easy for him. Lucia, closing her eyes, noted that this was his whole personality. The fighter's eyes opened after her words that it would also be more difficult for him with a shield and a sword at the same time, and it would be much easier for him to move only with a blade. The guy's hand appeared as she explained that the metal armor he was already wearing would be enough to protect his left hand. The hero, looking ahead, agreed with her. The girl, smiling, explained that they should finish for today. The protagonist, smiling back, said that they would see each other again soon. Her face turned red at his words. Immediately afterwards she disappeared. The man walked forward. The young man covered his mouth with his hand, sighing. As he walked on, the fighter thought that he should go to the next dungeon. Ahead of him, the guy noticed something. In the distance, the red lights of his eyes appeared. A leg appeared. Looking ahead, Hyun-sung was puzzled, realizing that he wasn't alone here. Suddenly, the legs of a man appeared. The opponent, looking at the main character, said that he was smart. Continuing to look ahead, the protagonist asked if he was from Japan. Smiling, the man replied positively. Grinning, the player said that it would be better for the guy not to resist, but just follow him. With a surprised expression on his face, the young man asked why he wanted the awakened man to go with him. Holding the blade in his hand, the opponent replied that he could not give a reason. Being in a red haze, the warrior offered the main character to choose whether he would resist or surrender. Suddenly, a stunned look appeared on the protagonist's face, realizing that this man was in one way with the killer who attacked him. His palms clenched into fists. Hyun-sung glanced away. Turning around, it became clear that they would not attack at the same time. The man held the sword on his shoulder as the boy thought about whether or not to call Lucia. Looking at his opponent, the young man realized that it was not worth calling her yet. A blade appeared. Holding the sword, the player thought that it was worth trying. There was a smile on the opponent's face, saying that he had chosen resistance. Drawing his sword, the warrior declared that he wanted the best. A strange haze emanated from the red sword. The ground was gray. Jumping away, the man used the breath of the Black Thunder Dragon. There were lightning bolts near the main character's eye. The opponent was behind his back. Turning around, Hyunsung realized that it was a spatial movement skill. There was an explosion. The player knitted his eyebrows. Looking at his opponent, the protagonist thought that he should save stamina and mana. Small lightning bolts appeared. The villain dodged the attack. Suddenly, a blade attack rang out. You could see anxiety in the guy's eyes. Both players attacked. The man smirked, saying that Hyunsung had a quick reaction. The opponent held the sword in one hand. Putting the sword on his shoulder, the opponent said that the skills of the main character are also not bad. Looking ahead with contempt, the warrior asked how long he could hold out. A fight began. The opponent attacked. The character was looking at the villain's sword. The warrior pressed the protagonist. Sparks were flying. The man stood with a katana in his hands. The player looked ahead. Sweat appeared on the guy's face. Multiple attacks rang out. Lightning could be seen in the palm of the young man's hand. The awakened man stretched out his hand. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Looking away, the main character did not understand what had happened. The opponent was behind. The protagonist used magic. Another purple explosion rang out. Looking ahead, Hyunsung stated that these attacks resembled the skills of wild instincts. The girl, without showing her eyes, asked if he had really woken up only a year ago. Closing his eyes, the old man answered positively. Blows were visible until the man said that a year ago he was on the first level. Folding her hands, the lady asked how he had risen so quickly, while the man did not know what to answer, and added that they were there to find out, hoping that his method could be applied to other players. The warriors wore hats. A leg appeared, making it clear that the main character is unlikely to be a ranker. The protagonist held a sword in his hands. The man attacked. Looking ahead, the girl asked why Takahashi had contacted a guy like this. With a serious expression, the old man stated that he wasn't that good, adding that if she were his rival, it would be difficult for her to resist. Pointing aside, the lady asked what kind of nonsense it was, and added that if she did not intervene, the warrior would smack the boy. Looking to the side, the man said that they would look. Multiple blows rang out, and it was clear that Sasaki had said he could handle it himself. Hyunsung slashed with his blade. The warrior received a blow. Blood began to flow from the player's shoulder. There was also a cut on the opponent's shoulder. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he was still weak, so he should have trained harder. The main character was on his feet. Looking ahead, the swordsman claimed that he was crazy and thought that his fighting style was too dangerous. Something fell to the ground. Starting the attack, the opponent thought that he should repel the last blow of the guy. The blades were close to each other. The attack was parried. Smiling, the villain said that everything was over. A sword appeared in front of the young man's face. Looking up, the player thought that he was going to die. Suddenly, there was a notification that a passive skill called Heroic Rank Survival Instinct had been activated. The warrior's head was bleeding. The body was headless. The man looked ahead. Hyunsung, holding the blade in his hands, said that his opponent had lost. Suddenly, a strange shadow appeared. The girl who appeared behind the protagonist said that she did not think that Sasaki would die. Gritting her teeth, the lady said that it was just ridiculous. The darkness continued to fly. There was surprise on the protagonist's face. Looking at the opponents who appeared, the guy concluded that he was not alone. A leg appeared. The old man, looking ahead, declared that the young man had exceeded all his expectations. Warriors appeared behind the player. A lot of people appeared. Looking to the side, the awakened man thought about what they had learned, that he had quickly leveled up recently. The opponents folded their hands. The face was visible under the warrior's headdress. The man looked ahead. Hyunsung smiled. The main character clicked on the system window. Suddenly the players appeared. The girl with the shield glanced ahead. The man was holding a weapon in his hand. The guy showed his fist. There was a knife on the young man's hand. People were looking ahead. Looking ahead, the protagonist stated that their task is to capture the villains alive, or at least kill them. Grinning, the lady accepted the order. The man smiled. A slight grin also appeared on the guy's face. The warrior showed no emotion. There was an explosion. The opponent hit a stone. The girls looked at the villain. There was no emotion on the lady's face. Blood was coming from the warrior's mouth. Thinking about what had happened, the lady wiped the blood. His feet did not touch the ground. A young man appeared. Blood was also coming from the creature's mouth. The ally held the enemy by the neck. Suddenly someone was running forward. The man was holding a weapon in his hands. The soldier, running away, said that they were too strong. Jumping, the warrior declared that he did not want them to die. Swinging, the man told them to try to dodge. There was a blow. Holding the warrior by the neck, the guy said that he was unconscious. The man, leading the soldier behind him, said that this one was unconscious. Smiling, the man said that if they did not surrender, they should be killed on the spot, adding that his employer had told him so. There was a pool of blood on the ground. The girl's hands were chained. A blade appeared. 2 cuts were heard. The lady's face was full of rage. The ally stood with a sword in her hands. There was no emotion on the lady's face. The old man, looking ahead, said that it was impressive. Glancing down, the warrior replied that it was nothing. A bloodied man was sitting near a stone. The man did not show his face, calling the guys. Looking ahead in surprise, Hyunseong stated that they were cool. The main character looked at his opponents. Without showing his face, the warrior declared that the mission was accomplished, and asked if there was anything else that he would like to entrust him with. The guy looked away. Casting a glance at his comrade, the young man told him to follow the prisoners until the end of his hiring. In turn, the man began his duties. The man looked surprised. The guys stood together. Looking down, the player asked why they were targeting him. The villains sat together. Sweat was visible on the soldier's face, making it clear that they were not going to answer. The hand was visible against the background of the prisoners. Making a formidable face, the soldier ordered them to answer vividly. Kicking his opponent's foot, the man reminded them that Sir had asked them a question. The mercenary raised his hammer. The hammer hit the villain's leg. There was horror on the soldier's face. People were looking ahead. There was blood on the weapons. Smiling, the man asked who still did not want to answer here. Making a maniacal face, the man pointed at the enemy. Hopelessness appeared on the old man's face. The player, listening to the countdown from 3 to 0, looked ahead. Smiling, the mercenary continued to count. The hammer hovered in the sky. The girl, holding her hands on her knees, shouted that they were here because of an order from the Japanese Department for the Dimensional Gates. Looking to the side, the old man stated that they had been ordered to capture Hyunseong and bring him to Japan. The soldier raised his head and said that it was because he had bypassed the rules of the 20th level and got up too quickly, and added that they needed to find out the reason for this. Putting down the hammer, the man said that now he understands. Keeping his hand on his chin, the main character thought about what happened here. Glancing to the side, the young man thought that he needed to make sure of something first. The protagonist, looking at the mercenary, told them to show the inventory. The warrior shrugged his shoulders. The guy looked out the window of the system. The girl was gesticulating. The young man looked thoughtfully at the system. The old man smiled. Suddenly, the player noticed something. Looking at the old man, Hyunseong asked why he had lied. The man, making a face full of incomprehension, asked what he was talking about. A man with a hammer appeared. Blood appeared. The hammer was on the ground. Without showing emotion, the protagonist asked if there were any other allies outside the dungeon. Smiling, the lady answered positively, adding that she knew little about them. Sitting on her knees, the lady suggested that they must be somewhere on 200th levels. Sitting in a pool of blood, the man heard a question about where they were. The old man, looking ahead from under his brow, said that they had already left the dungeon. The guy looked at the girl. The young man's eyes were directed downwards. Her ally looked surprised to hear the words that the player would be back soon. But in the meantime, they should not take their eyes off them. The guy looked away. The warrior's eyes were red. A leg appeared. The man, holding the hammer on his shoulder, wished that he would take care of himself. The sky appeared. The man closed his eyes from the light. Hyunsung looked ahead. There were mountains in the distance. Suddenly the main character disappeared. Trees stood under the sky. Holding the sword in his hands, the protagonist used shimmer. The soldier feigned surprise. Blood appeared. The guy was holding a bloody robe in his hands. Stretching out his hand, the young man said why he could not notice the villains. It was dark in the cave. A hand appeared. The player, looking ahead, heard an appeal to him. Holding a weapon in his hand, the man said that it was time for him to return. Putting his hand on the hilt, the mercenary asked if he would extend the hiring time. Grinning, the man announced that he could leave. Smiling, Hyunsung thanked them for their help. Raising his hand up, the warrior said that he was always happy to help. Opponents looked away, listening to the fact that the person said that the main character should call if they needed help. The soldiers looked stunned as they heard that a warrior had never had such an easy task before. Smiling, the player said that he agreed, adding that he was always ready for such easy missions. The guy, dropping his hands, said that next time he would definitely find the main character. The mercenaries evaporated. The girl looked away. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked what they should do. Suddenly, a fire appeared. Hyunsung dodged the flames. The lady blocked the attack with her shield. The old man gritted his teeth. The prisoners began to run away. Showing the hand from which the lightning came, the main character asked how they managed to recover during this time. The ground was gray. A purple explosion rang out. The man used fire magic. The girl was ready to attack. Suddenly, a huge blast wave appeared. An ally blocked the attack of the villains. There was no emotion on the girl's face. The opponents were bleeding. A leg appeared. The protagonist glanced away. The soldiers ran away. Looking ahead, the guy used an ability called Shimmer, and added a spell called the Curtain of Darkness. Opponents were hidden behind wide hats. Lightning magic hung over the warriors. The man, looking ahead, asked what was going on. Suddenly, another purple explosion rang out. The warriors' faces looked terrible. The player approached the bodies of the opponents. Glancing down, Hyunsung asked about what they thought they could escape. Dropping his hands, the protagonist continued about what they were thinking there, because only the protagonist and Lucia remained. A blue haze appeared, and it was clear that despite the losses, the man had gained a lot, adding that he did not think it was worth telling anyone. The book fell to the ground. The guy looked at his girlfriend. The young man, looking straight forward, stated that it was just a Japanese criminal organization engaged in secret intelligence, continuing that they would surely send someone else after him. Books were sucked into a purple cloud. Sitting down on the ground, the main character said that at the moment the most important thing is the safety of his family. Glav rushed down, saying that if they were so strong, the associative defense would not stop them. Suddenly, a window of the system appeared in front of my hand. A ring of protection has appeared in the store, which takes the blow in case of an attack on the owner. The price of the artifact was 9,999,999,999. Suddenly, a message from the system appeared about whether a person really wants to purchase a ring of protection, adding that after purchase, the product is not subject to return or exchange. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy said that the price was 10 billion apiece. The finger moved to the window of the system. Looking at the store, the young man said that he would buy 3 of them. His finger was flipping through the system magazine. Suddenly, the player's eyes became wider. An exchange bracelet appeared, which makes it possible to see the emotional state of each other if you put one on each owner. The price of this commodity was 999,099,999,999. Suddenly, a notification appeared telling if the user really wanted to purchase a trade-in bracelet. The long-range transporter has been added to the store. The price of the artifact was 9,999,999,999 points. Suddenly, there was again a notification about whether the person really wanted to buy this item. Smiling, Hyunsung said that of course he would take him. A building appeared. There were artifacts on the table. The nurse, looking directly, asked if he had done anything dangerous. Grinning, the main character answered in the negative. Sitting at the table, the protagonist stated that he simply decided to give the items to her just in case. The high-rises stood close to each other. The woman looked ahead. The lady looked at the young man. Night fell. The guy touched the door. There was a bed in the room. Father was lying in bed. The player approached the man. The ring was on a man's finger. The awakened man looked sad. The bracelet was glowing red. Looking at his father's hand, Hyunsung said that he should not worry, and added that he would definitely find a way to cure him. The artifact turned purple. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. The man showed no emotion. The man smiled. Raising his fist up, the protagonist said that he was sure that, as he thought, his father was not calm. The young man smiled. Taking the relative's hand, it became clear that it was hard for the man, but the sun would make him feel better. The building stood in the daylight, and it was clear that a week had passed. The man, looking menacingly ahead, said that a week had passed, and he had not a single report to his subordinate, asking what was the matter. The young man lowered his head. Standing in front of the chief, the guy reported that it seemed that their operation had failed. In turn, the man asked what he thought he cared about. Glancing ahead, the boss asked what if his people had simply betrayed the guy. Lowering his gaze, the young man replied that the probability was low, but anything could happen. Putting his hands on the table, the man asked if he had any more secret agents that he could send, while the subordinate replied that so far there were none. Putting his hands to his chin, the man said that it was a headache. Suddenly, someone came into the room. Knitting his eyebrows, the man asked what had happened. The man, whose face looked stunned, said that the Dimension Gate operation in Fukuoka City had failed. A drop of sweat rolled down his face, telling him that the district was protected by the Yamato Guild. The subordinate, lowering his hands, answered positively. Looking ahead, the man stated that the Yamato Guild master was killed, as were all the guild members who participated in the operation. The man expressed anger and asked if he was sure, asking about the rank of the monsters that had appeared. Opening his eyes wide, the man reported that it had been established that the monsters belonged to the heroic rank, adding that among them was a humanoid monster called Shoujo, and stated that his exact level was not yet known. The creature's eyes were green. The monster was covered with muscles, and it became clear that this was the first monster to appear on Earth. It moved easily thanks to its wings. The creature's wings were dark in color. The monster hovered with a weapon in his hands. The chief's face showed fury. Without showing his face, the man ordered to send the entire squad of players to the district. People lay dead, making it clear that it was Fukuoka. The soldiers were holding cannons. The monster had big teeth. The monster was above the man. Holding the radio, the warriors said that they were just damn killers. The creatures turned. Without showing his eyes, the man ordered to attack from all sides. Suddenly, something was moving very quickly. The monsters attacked. The sorceress, looking up, said that the moment had come. Suddenly, many explosions rang out in the sky. In the hands of the humanoid was a lance. Monsters towered over the streets of the city. Suddenly, the bodies of the opponents were pierced. Explosions rang out on the road. Showing its teeth, the monster shouted something. The soldiers looked up at the sky. The guy's face was stunned. A flock of creatures hovered in the clouds. The soldiers opened fire. The villains had pikes in their hands. The players used magic. An explosion rang out high in the sky. The man had used the shield, and it was clear that if they continued like this, the victory would be theirs. The creature stared at the battle. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth, showing its teeth. The opponents looked straight. The monsters glanced away. The man stood with a shield in his hands. Suddenly the wing opened. The opponents began to retreat. There was horror in the guy's eyes, saying that they were retreating to the next city. The monsters flew away. Fire flew out of the barrel of the weapon. The enemies were advancing. The claws of the monster are stuck in the metal. The helicopter was falling down. The players went on the attack. The leader, looking down, said something. The subordinate flew into battle. Blood was flying from the player. The guy turned around and asked what was going on. Looking up at the sky, the young man noticed that the monsters had returned. On the roofs of high-rise buildings there were monsters. There were lightning bolts around the bodies of the enemies. Suddenly, there was an explosion below. Glancing up, the player was furious. Putting on a face full of rage, the man declared that he would destroy every single one. There was no emotion on the monster's face. A huge explosion was in the center of the road. The hero swung his shield. The guy used magic. Sparks flew at the monsters. Players killed creatures. The fist approached the enemy's mouth. The young man used the shield. Smiling, the man said that he would make all of them regret daring to do so. The monster flew with a spear in his hands. The warrior knitted his eyebrows. The monster's eyes were blue. The opponent swung his shield. There was a smile on the enemy's face. Suddenly, the creature hit the girl. Blood came out of the lady's mouth. Making a face full of anger, the guy declared that they were creatures. The enemy was attacked by the hero. The young man used a shield with a sword. Suddenly the man glanced away. A blade protruded from the player's chest. The awakened one burned with flames. The monster looked down surrounded by yellow lightning. There was an explosion. Players were subject to magic. The guy's face looked terrible. The building stood in the city. The man, knitting his eyebrows, asked what it meant that they were destroyed, and added how this was possible. Suddenly his gaze became serious. Looking at his subordinate, the boss asked how many rankers and high-level players had been sent on a mission. Lowering his head, the guy announced that Chojo had outwitted them by pretending to retreat. The man, without showing his face, asked that even if so, how could they all be destroyed? Raising his eyebrows, the superior asked about how the Japanese Secret Service players were so helpless. Lowering his gaze, the young man said that the leader of the monsters was too smart. Sitting at the table, the opponent said that he didn't care, because he was just a monster of the heroic level and nothing more. Holding a tablet in his hands, the man said that they had a video recording of the incident. The gadget was lying on the table. The man took the device in his hands. Suddenly, the chief opened his eyes wide. A helicopter waiting room appeared. Turning around, Hyunseong asked about the fact that a new species of monster had appeared in Japan. The guy, holding coffee in his hands, said that there were indeed new heroic-level monsters called Chojami, adding that they were wreaking havoc. Looking ahead, the young man said that the worst thing was that the best Japanese rankers and high-level players were simply wiped off the face of the earth. Making a surprised face, the protagonist asked how this was possible, while the companion said that they seemed to be smart enough. There was a straw sticking out of the coffee. As he started drinking, the man said that as a result, the Japanese government had publicly appealed to the international community for help. Looking at his friend, the player asked a question about the fact that in our time there is a country that can afford to help others. In turn, the guy answered in the negative. The player began to drink, thinking that they would not be able to outwit him. Suddenly the mountains appeared. Without showing his face, Hyunseong said if he could ask something before their battle, while the girl said that she was listening. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked if she had ever heard of monsters called Chojami. Lucia's eyes widened. Holding the shield in her hands, the lady asked about the monsters attacking their world. In turn, the guy answered positively. Looking ahead, the warrior declared that in her world, the Chojav horde had destroyed an entire kingdom, adding that if they did not intervene, they would destroy the entire world. The young man knitted his eyebrows. Looking up, Miss said that there could be a lot at stake. Without showing her face, the girl stated that the Choji are quite intelligent and dexterous, adding that the worst thing is that they live in packs and move in large groups. Without looking away, the lady said that she could suffer greatly if she treated them like ordinary monsters. Looking ahead, Hyunseong said that despite this, the neighboring state is already doing it. The shield and the sword fell to the ground. Sitting down on the stone floor, Lucia said that if the leader was as smart as they said he was, it would be difficult to deal with him. But if at all possible, the countries should unite and act together. The buildings were burning. Looking from under his brow, the main character said that he did not even know whether other countries could find the strength to unite, adding that standing aside could only be worse. The claws grabbed something hard. The monster stood with a weapon in his hands, making it clear that the Choji could rise to a legendary rank. Making a surprised expression, the protagonist asked if this was true. With her eyebrows furrowed, she said that of course they had their limit, but like players, they leveled up through hunting, and stated that their level had skyrocketed when they had won such a big battle. A book was lying on the ground. The Choji leader soared in the sky, signaling that they had absorbed many magic stones and skill books. Drops of sweat streamed down the man's face, asking about the fact that not only skill books were involved, but also magic stones. Looking ahead, the warrior stated that the Choji hunt other monsters and players, adding that they earn experience points and magic stones, especially magic stones that help them break their limit. A blue crystal appeared. Glancing ahead, the young man asked if players could also absorb magic stones to grow. Placing her hands on her knees, the lady replied that as far as she knew, it was impossible, although many empires and kingdoms had invested heavily in experiments, declaring that they had all been futile. Equipment appeared on the table. His eyes were directed forward. Sitting in front of Lucia, the man said that similar experiments had also been carried out in his world, continuing that they had also failed. Suddenly the lady opened her eyes wide. Without showing his face, Hyunseong stated that he didn't think the monsters would attack anytime soon. In turn, the girl asked why. Smiling, the main character said that all the mercenaries were already busy, so he did not want to waste her time. My friend smiled. Covering her face with her hand, the lady said that they would get what they deserved without her. In turn, the guy said that he already doubted it. The city appeared, making it clear that 3 months had passed, but the Japanese government had not yet coped with the invasion of the Chojas. The claws were on the paws. Standing on the rooftops, the monsters took over all of Fukuoka. Suddenly, a large screen appeared, and it became clear that Japan was trying to enlist international support at the time. People walked around the city, and it was obvious that South Korea had finished repairing the damage caused by the second cataclysm. The high-rises stood among the mountains, signaling that the restoration work in North Korea had also been completed, after which the South Korean government allowed players to visit the territory of the bordering country. A large plane appeared, and it was clear that the players were rejoicing and going there in droves. People went forward. Hyunseong was in the cave while he tried to cope with all the dungeons of North Korea, but could not. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows. The players were fighting monsters, so the guy decided to go back. The houses stood next to each other. The sister, putting her hand on her hip, asked that her brother would not even look at her. In turn, the player asked where their mother was. In the end, the girl replied that the woman was now in the kitchen. The lady, looking away, asked that her son had arrived. Uncertainty could be seen on the man's face. Standing in front of the family, the young man replied that he had arrived. In turn, his mother told him to pass quickly. The dish was cooked on the stove while the woman asked if the guy had dinner. Rubbing his head with his hand, the awakened man replied that he had missed lunch because he wanted to eat with them. The building stood in the city. There was no emotion on Hyunseong's face. The protagonist walked along the corridor. Suddenly a leg appeared. Turning around, the guy said that it didn't matter. A hand appeared. Suddenly, the silhouette of a girl appeared. Smiling, the player greeted Lucia. On the lady's face, one could distinguish shock. The lady ran on. A busy street appeared. Standing next to her friend, the warrior spoke about what kind of world they live in. Looking to the side, the awakened man noticed that she first needed to get an identity card. Smiling, the hero told her to do what he said to avoid problems. Turning around, Lucia replied positively. A look of surprise appeared on the man's face, thinking that she had understood him too literally. A spacious room appeared. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind while the main character thought about how a girl who had never existed in this world could get an identity card. The guys walked side by side. An emblem with flags around the edges appeared. The passport of the player of the Republic of Korea appeared. The girl held out her passport, making it clear that in this world, where there are more players than the general population, this has become commonplace, because the association is trying to make players its property. The man did not show his face. The man with the sword smiled, and it became clear that citizenship could be obtained by anyone, be it an immigrant or a smuggler, but only from the moment of awakening. A form appeared in which the conditions were spelled out, because a person cannot join foreign guilds for 5 years, as well as leave the country for the same period of time. A plane was flying in the sky. Hyunsung sat down in a chair. The gaze was directed, and it became clear that these rules should not be broken, but Lucia had not yet received citizenship. The girl was happy. The worker led the lady. The phone showed that it was 8 o'clock and 5 minutes in the morning. The lady, without showing her face, turned to her friend. In turn, the main character asked how everything went. Smiling, Lucia said that she had received her ID. Grinning, the protagonist said that it was great. Looking ahead, the girl confirmed it. Glancing at his companion, the guy said that he had another offer for her, and in turn, the miss asked what kind of offer. Looking ahead, the young man said that it would be beneficial to both of them. A brick building appeared. There were 2 drinks on the table. The girl drank through a pipe. Turning around, Hyunseong asked if she liked it. The lady smiled. Looking at her friend, Lucia said that the drink was cold and delicious. The guys began to pay attention. The main character, casting a glance to the side, asked what was the matter. The lady held the drink in her hands, asking if his offer was valid. Looking at the player, Miss asked about how he wanted to sell additional merchandise using her unique skills. Smiling, the young man replied positively, adding that she would have a 10% commission on sales. With a surprised face, the lady asked if the conditions were too good for her. Making a happy face, the awakened man replied that it was also beneficial for him, declaring that she should not refuse the help of her student. A blush appeared on the girl's face after hearing that they had been together for half a year, and until she found a way to return to her world, he wanted them to stick together. Hyunsung didn't show his face. Holding a glass in his hands, the main character said that, if possible, he would like to help her expel monsters from her world. Tears came from the eyes of her comrade in arms. The warrior wiped away her tears, listening to the guy's words about whether everything was all right with her. Looking from under her brow, the lady said that she did not know how to thank him. The lady sat down on her knee. A blush appeared on the young man's face. Looking at the player, Lucia said that as long as she was in this world, she would serve him faithfully as her lord. Closing her eyes, the girl continued about how her sword would be a blade that killed all of her lord's enemies. Beaming, the lady declared that her body would be a shield to protect him. The man looked down. The yellow essence appeared while the warrior had taken the knightly oath of honor, and even death would not break it. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, stating that Hyunseong had received a knightly oath of allegiance. A notice appeared that he had begun the qualification of the lord. Looking out the window of the system, the main character did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, the message arose again that the protagonist had received a task to qualify as a lord. The notification came out of nowhere, and gave information about whether the guy was taking the oath of allegiance to the immortal knight Lucia. Stretching his hand towards the system, the young man thought that it was only possible after reaching the 50th level. People looked alarmed. I stretch out my hand to Lucia. The man told her to get up. In turn, the girl said that she could not get up until he took her oath. The player's expression was embarrassed as he talked about taking an oath if the lady got up from the ground. The awakened man took his hand. People were holding hands. Suddenly, a system window appeared. A notification about many things appeared. The building stood in the light of day. The man looked thoughtfully at the notification. Looking ahead, Hyunsung asked what it was, while Lucia said that it was her payment for at least part of everything he had done for her. Glancing ahead, the main character said that he did not know how it was in her world, but there was no caste system here. Sitting on a chair, the girl said that the standards of this world were not important to her. Changing her position, the warrior declared that she was a knight, and added that she had sworn allegiance to her lord, whose strength and character were worthy of service. A blush appeared on the protagonist's face. Without showing emotion, the lady asked if he had accepted her oath of allegiance. His gaze was directed forward. Looking at the lady, the guy replied positively, and went on to say that the role of the lord had appeared in his status panel, and the miss asked if he knew what that meant. Making a happy face, the player said that this is a mandatory component of the oath. Smiling, Lucia said that whoever takes the oath of allegiance to a knight must become a lord. There was no enthusiasm on the man's face. While he asked if she had any role, in turn, the girl answered positively. Smirking, the lady said that she was an immortal knight, making it clear that this was a heroic rank role. Looking at the lady, Hyunseung asked how this was possible, since she was not at the 50th level. Glancing ahead, Miss said that the level was important, but it wasn't the most important thing, and added that in her case, she had earned the role of a knight after going through many battles. The warrior hit her opponent. A man was carrying a flag. Folding her hands, the lady said that after that, fulfilling various conditions, you can open such tasks for roles. The man looked surprised. The girl sat with a straight back, saying that she apologized for not telling her beforehand, adding that she had actually only shown him her level and stats to hide her role. Without showing her face, Lucia said that this was why her stamina and strength were higher than other characteristics, as they increased with the change in role. Smiling, the main character understood what she meant. Holding his head, the protagonist thought that he would never be able to get the role. Her companion smiled. Putting her hands on the table, the girl said that she thinks, even if not with her, the guy would still manage to get the role. Without showing his eyes, the young man asked how long it took her to wake up to earn the role, while the lady said that it took about 15 years. A stunned look appeared on his ally's face. Pointing her finger, the lady said that he should first test his professional skills, because before using these skills, you need to master them. Raising his hand, the player said that he knew it. Suddenly, the status bar appeared. His eyes were directed downwards. It was clear from the system that the user had new role skills. Standing behind the master, the warrior said that as the role increases, the role skills may increase. In turn, the person asked if this is possible. Smiling, Lucia remarked that in his case, it depended on the number of servants under him, and Hyunseung said that role skills could be promoted to higher ranks. Grinning, the main character said that he did not know that this was possible, asking the question about what role characteristics are, because some skill called leadership has appeared. Statistics appeared. Looking down, the girl stated that leadership is determined by the sum of all characteristics. By the eyes, you could understand that the person was interested. Turning around, the guy asked about the fact that he lacked 60, while the lady said that it was because she was subordinate to him, and added that depending on the number and level of players who were under his command, the sum of the skill points called leadership increased or decreased, stating that on average, such a difference could increase tenfold, and then the difference does not increase, even if the player changes roles. The soldiers stood on different sides. The knights stood in a blue haze. The young man looked away, putting forward his assumption, and Lucia confirmed it. Smiling, the girl said that she had changed her role 5 times. Hyunseung stared in surprise at the screen where the faction status was written. Then the main character pressed his finger on the name Lucia. A second later, the system reported the girl's characteristics, and at the same time, the protagonist, looking ahead, wondered if this was her status window. Smiling, the lady said that this was his basic ability, and added that he would only be able to command his wards if he understood their abilities well. The boy's expression was thoughtful, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence wrote about several class-exclusive skills, to one of which the young man replied that it was useless for now. Parting his lips, the teenager said that the penalty from expulsion was large, and then the hunter noticed that this was so. Sitting opposite the awakened one, the immortal knight said that the penalty was also not small for the ward, after which the player asked what the penalty was. Opening her mouth, Lucia explained that depending on how long they had served him, they would be able to find a new lord in that long. Lowering the corners of his lips, the member of the supervision team wondered if this was a fine. The girl, looking straight ahead, said that their level and stats were decreasing. Frowning in bewilderment, the member of the Players Association asked her again. Crossing her arms, the lady replied positively, and added that it was temporary, and they could get everything back by leveling up and using skill books. Sweat was dripping down Hyunseung's cheek, and he asked if she knew how much she was going down. Strong players appeared, and at the same time, the immortal knight said that all the levels, characteristics, and skills that they had gained while they were wards of the Lord, as far as he knew, were gone. The main character rounded his eyes in surprise. Leaning forward, the protagonist asked what if he wanted to leave, and at the same time the huntress said that it was possible, but the penalty was the same. Opening his jaw, the young man asked how many people were needed for the Lord's banner to work. Smiling happily, Lucia explained that there must be at least 10 people, and it will take time before it works. Scratching his head, the young man remarked that he might never use it at all. With a wink, the girl said that this was not the case, because he was worthy of leading thousands of knights. The awakened man lifted the corners of his lips contentedly. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth wide and roared loudly. Monsters were flying in the sky. Evil goblins were visible. The orc's expression was menacing. The undead were sitting on the roof of the building. A view opened up to a huge number of monsters located on a tall structure. Monsters were shown on the TV screen. The man, sitting at the table, asked if there were already any results from their cooperation with the UN. Looking down, the guy replied that everything was almost ready. Presenting a map of the world, the aide said that including America, Europe, and even some Asian countries, are pushing for the Choji to be captured first. There was a dot on the diagram, and then the young man said that unless the first target was Fukuoka. The boss lowered his eyebrows and exclaimed that they had already spent a lot of money. The gentleman, frowning seriously, asked if they were going to interfere, to which the assistant replied positively and added that they have their own ecosystem. Sitting on the chair, the leader said that the main thing was to hold out a little longer, and everything would be over, and even if they wanted to move forward, it was better to retreat and avoid conflict. Tilting his head down, the teenager noticed that he would do as he ordered. Parting his lips, the man explained that everything must be finished. Suddenly it seemed like a goblin quickly moving his legs. Opening his jaw, the orc screamed loudly. Suddenly, a monster with wings grabbed his head. The monster threw the green creature back. A slight haze appeared. The undead clutched the goblin's skin in their teeth. A defeated orc lay on the ground. The monster's expression was calm. You could see how the evil spirits were sitting on the roof of the building. Then the strange creature stood up. In a second, the monster flew high. It seemed as if the monster hovered in the air. Suddenly, the undead frowned maliciously. Opening its mouth, the terrible creature screamed. In the distance he could see an island overgrown with grass. The monsters raised their heads abruptly. A moment later, the monsters took off. The evil spirits quickly cut through the air. Unusual creatures flew past the houses. On the asphalt there was a sign with the inscription of the repository of magic stones. A view of a bright glow opened up. Hyunseong, looking ahead, said that today wasn't a particularly good day either. Turning her gaze to the side, Lucia said that he didn't need to rush, because he could get stronger little by little. Closing his eyes contentedly, the main character said that this was true. Taking the phone in his hand, the protagonist asked to wait a minute. A call from Yoon appeared on the screen. Bringing the gadget to his ear, the guy turned to the girl, after which she asked if he had just come out of the dungeon. Looking up, the young man replied positively. Smiling, the lady asked if he wanted to go to Japan by chance. Raising his eyebrows, the teenager remarked that he would not say that he really wanted to, and then the leader of the killing team explained that it was not necessary. Sitting at the table, the high-level player said that she just thought it would be a good opportunity, so she called, and then the awakened one thanked her for remembering him. Lucia looked at the main character in surprise, and at the same time, Yuna said that he had a lot of things to do lately. The girl could be seen lifting her leg, and Hyunsung asked if she was going to Japan. Stepping towards the window, the lady replied that she would have to, because the Japanese government had made a very generous offer. Looking straight ahead, the leader of the assassination team explained that that was why she had called him, and also added that it was a pity to miss such a thing. Approaching the car, the protagonist wished it a good road and noted that safety comes first. A moment later, the car's headlights turned on, after which the high-level player turned to the guy. Yuna asked when he was going to fulfill his promise and treat her, which made the young man raise his eyebrows in puzzlement. Sweat ran sharply down the teenager's cheek, and the girl said that he had said that he would treat her as a thank you, and then asked if he had forgotten about it. In the past, the awakened man, holding the phone to his ear, said that he would treat her as a thank you, and then the lady asked if he was not saying it just like that. The expression on the face of the member of the Players Association was confused. Smiling, the leader of the assassination team asked if it meant it was all just that, to which Hyunsung replied in the negative. The pupils of the main character quickly turned white, and at the same time he said that when she returned from Japan, he would treat her very generously. Blushing, the high-level player noticed that he would be waiting, and also hoped that they would see each other again. The protagonist looked thoughtfully ahead. A view of tall buildings opened. A lot of cars were driving along the road, and then the question was heard whether it was a players' association, which was followed by a positive answer. Cars could be seen moving, and at the same time, Hyunsung said that they asked if he could go to Japan, after which Lucia said that this was why he refused. A red light came on at the traffic light, and the main character said that he was not going to go to the enemy's lair. Turning her gaze to the side, the girl noticed that it seemed to her that this was a good opportunity, but only if he was completely safe. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist clarified if it was true. Smiling slightly, the lady explained that the tiger could only be caught by entering its den. Looking at her lord, the huntress said that if his safety was guaranteed, then it would be a great option to fly to Japan and deal with those who were targeting him. A green light appeared, and then it was heard that it would not be easy. The wheels of the car were visible, and then the immortal knight said that he did not need to make the move himself. Placing her hand on her chest, Lucia said that he could use it, and added that she could easily get rid of his enemies. Holding the wheel, the guy asked if he was using the mercenary system, to which he received a positive answer. The young man turned his gaze to the side. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise when she heard that he didn't think it was right because he didn't need to get rid of them right now. Closing his eyes contentedly, the teenager noticed that there was no need to rush so much. Touching his cheek, the lady said that he wished it as he wished, and added that there was no need to get rid of them right now. A view of the night sky opened up, and at the same time, the huntress explained that even if they continued to send assassins to him, it would be more likely to be beneficial, and asked why not. A few days later, a sign with a picture of a horned turtle appeared. Crossing his arms, the awakened man said that he could have cleaned him up long ago. In the past, a member of the Players Association cut monsters. The monsters rushed towards the member of the supervision team. Hyunseong, looking ahead, said that this dungeon had been here for a long time, and there was probably nothing left there. Moving his legs, the main character hoped that Lucia was now in class. Suddenly, a splash of blood appeared. A defeated monster lay on the ground. The protagonist looked away in surprise. A moment later, the guy cut the monster into 2 parts. Sweat ran down the young man's cheek. Holding a dagger in his hand, the teenager said that finding them is more difficult than killing them. The hunter could be seen walking through the dungeon. The awakened man turned his head sharply. A member of the Supervisory Association noticed how the player was attacked by evil spirits. The girl, stretching out her palms, healed her ally. Looking towards the users, Hyunsung wondered what he was doing, and even without a shield. Putting his hand to his mouth, the main character noticed that it did not seem that he had enough level to hunt here. Defeated monsters appeared. The guy, parting his lips, asked how long it would take to heal him, to which he received the answer that somewhere else 3 minutes. Turning around, the mage clarified what they should do, because she had already spent half of her mana. Touching his forehead, the warrior called his ally a useless bastard, and then wondered why he had such terrible characteristics. Turning his gaze to the side, the young man explained that he was just an idiot, and therefore there was no need to be surprised, and then his partner added that at least he had changed classes. Opening his jaw, the player said that if he hadn't changed his class, he wouldn't have been of any use at all, and yet we should assume that it was luck. Looking ahead, the user said that it was still not enough, and when they went to the next dungeon, they would have to look for a new tank. Frowning seriously, the guy said abruptly that he would hunt with them. The warrior bit his lips in bewilderment. Stretching out his index finger, the young man asked to be thanked for being taken here at all, and then added that he was now running into trouble. Lowering his eyebrows, the teenager again announced that he would hunt with them. Opening his mouth wide, the player exclaimed that he could not hunt with them, and if he wanted to walk with them, he had to improve his stats. Opening his jaw, the tank repeated his words that he would hunt with them. The user's pupils quickly turned white, and at the same time, he explained that he needed to improve his stats. Standing in front of the big man, the guy said that he still hadn't distributed all the stats, and asked him to improve his fortitude and stamina. The jock, frowning angrily, said that he would hunt with them. Sweat was dripping down the boys' faces, and their ally said that he wasn't so smart to negotiate with him, and he would definitely be stronger if he had normal characteristics. Holding his chin, the teenager asked why he did not have them. The tank, clenching his fists, said that he would go with them, after which the warrior offered to start hunting. Looking ahead, Hyunseong wondered if they forced him to take off his gear so he wouldn't have to pay for repairs. Users were seen holding shields, and then the protagonist called them trash. A moment later, the protagonist lifted his foot off the ground. Frowning seriously, the awakened man used the Veil of Darkness skill. The swordsman sharply attacked the monster. The guy stuck a spear into the monster's body. The young man turned around in bewilderment. The look of the member of the supervision team was stern. After a moment, Hyunsung waved his fingers down. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The young man, opening his jaw, asked what it was. It seemed like the main character was moving his legs. The protagonist grinned slyly. Sweat ran sharply down the cheek of the tank. The awakened man approached him, and then the question was heard why the bastard was stealing their prey. Turning his head, the member of the supervision team asked again about the bastard. Parting his lips, the member of the Players Association asked to repeat. The teenager's pupils quickly turned white, and he replied that Hyunsung had stolen their prey, and it was their monster. The girl, turning around, exclaimed that there was a book of skill. An unusual textbook lay on the ground, and one of the players noticed that it was very rare. The user asked if it was real, after which the magician, stretching out his index finger, said to take a look. The main character, opening his mouth, said that it seemed that the law of meanness was back in business, because it never fell out when he was looking for it. The guy, standing next to the protagonist, said that she fell out of the monster they were beating, and therefore this is their book. Then the awakened man turned his gaze to the side. The swordsman crossed his arms and remarked that they would take her for themselves, and added that this bastard was some kind of lunatic if he went against all of them. A member of the Players Association could be seen lifting his foot off the ground. Approaching the big man, a member of the supervision team asked if his body was okay. The expression on the users' faces was confused, and at the same time, Hyun-sung clarified why he did